Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? Joining in, what's up? What's up? Hopefully everyone's having a decent day so far. A lot of crazy shit's been going on since I've been gone. I took a day off, everyone, but we are back. We are back. We took a day off of stream, but we are back. How's everyone doing tonight? Love your shirt. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What's up, everyone joining in? Courtney, how you doing? Megan, what's up? Emma, how you doing? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, Emma? How you doing? What's up, Sin? How you doing? Todd, how you doing? Steph, what's up? Nikki, how you doing? Dwayne, what's up? What's up, Plastic? What's up, Tessa? How y'all doing? Sophie, how you doing? Oh, I just hit that down on accident. Alrighty, let me grab my phone. Alrighty. To give it a second for people to join up, everyone. We're going to start getting some debates going. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everyone, it helps get it out to more people. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. What's up, everyone joining in? Glad to be back on the main account as well. What's up, everyone? It is Parker time. Totally. We're going to be on live for at least 4 hours. So, what's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? Hawkeye, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. What's good, everyone joining in the stream? We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, Hawkeye, thank you for the membership subscription. We're going to get the next person, or the first person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're such a demon!
Steph, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Steph in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Steph. Good to see you as always.
Good?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
I like the idea of some of his policies.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would have voted independent because I don't agree with any of them, but I do like some of Donald Trump's policies.
Okay, so I would tell you to keep watching the stream. I am just looking for people right now who would, in that context, vote for Donald Trump. But I do very much appreciate you coming up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Liberals like dildos.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. Yes, I would still vote again for Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 24. Just turned 24.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
And you said you're 24. What month were you born?
January.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you said you'd vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Yes. Again.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So first of all, the border is finally secure and most of it closed. We are getting back to law and order. DC looks very clean and neat prior from what it was a year ago. I do not agree on some of the policies that he's doing on the international things, like giving too much money to too many people that don't have to get our money. But other than that, and the Epstein files, huge no, like, release all of that. I don't want redactions. I don't want none of that. I don't care who's involved. I don't care who has to fall. Release them all.
So how do you feel about the Trump administration actively limiting the release of the Epstein files and violating the law, because they should have already been released right now with all the explanations of all the redactions?
Oh, yes. So Pam Bondi should be demoted and replaced. Kash Patel, fire and replace. Dan Bongino, fire and replace. A full independent assembly should review all those documents, and whoever was involved in should be held accountable. I don't care what's your name, even if it's Trump. I don't care.
But the Trump administration doesn't believe in these independent councils, right? Like, that's something that you could expect maybe under a Democratic administration, but you couldn't expect to see this under a Republican and Trump administration.
I mean, it wouldn't actually don't matter like who does this independent administration, because Bush did one for 9/11, and it only gave us the Iraq War and $3 to $6 trillion in debt. No, thank you. So I mean, it doesn't matter who does it. At the end of
You
the
know,
day,
Trump
they're
has
all gonna
signed
be
off on over
coerced.
$11 trillion of debt in 5 years.
Same as Obama, so they have the same number. So on
I
that
don't I don't I
one,
don't
they're
think that
tied.
Obama has the same number. And
Yeah, Obama
secondly,
has
if you
11.
want to look at what Biden passed into law, Trump did 4 trillion more than the Biden Harris administration. You know that, right?
Okay, let's do that
And if you
because
want to
of
compare
COVID.
the deficit at the end of the Obama administration compared to the beginning of Trump's administration, that also clearly demonstrates how Trump increased the deficit comparative to the previous administration.
Of course, I know that, but what you're not including is that during the Trump administration, the budget was actually in good course until COVID happened. Then, when COVID happened, $4 trillion were
No, no, no,
printed. Then
prior.
Biden
It was
carried
prior
on.
to that.
No, no,
4.8 trillion,
no.
which was most of
Sorry.
Donald Trump's debt-related spending signed into law, was non-COVID related spending. Only
No,
3.6 trillion out of the 8.4 trillion that Donald Trump signed into law in his first administration was COVID
by
related
the end,
spending.
by the end of 2020, Trump has already budgeted for 4 point something trillion dollars, which is a trillion a year, which was the budget in managing on those years. But COVID happened, and then that budget double, doubled down, and then it became to eight. That's why there's that so brusque of a change. I don't know how to say that word correctly. That a burst of a change when it suddenly went from 4 to 8, and the debt in us came so abruptly, and then it reflected on the Biden administration, which he printed more money, which now is reflecting on the Trump administration, but it's all as a result of COVID. Both administrations managed it horrible, both of them.
But clearly, if you look at who signed more debt into law, it's clearly the Trump administration. If you care about like fiscal responsibility, you wouldn't support Trump.
No, yeah, of course, I'm the Thomas Massey group of Republicans. Like,
Wait, who
not a
actively?
single dollar
Then
is
why do you
printed more.
support Trump then? Because Trump is actively going against that. And have you seen what he said about Thomas Massey?
I know, and I don't like when he says that, and I don't like what he said about Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is one of his biggest supporters, and then he threw it under the bus. I think that Trump have a lot of people in his ear that is not the right people, as in the same turn, he committed the same mistakes, he became part of the swamp, and then it's just like, dude, listen to your base. Come back to listen to your base, but I guess you cannot do that when you take $100 million from Middle Artisan. I guess you're ball wrapped.
Okay, so I guess I just don't see why you would credit Trump when he's worse for the debt. Not only that, but also we can point to the fact that he didn't meet your criteria of wanting to release the Epstein files. If you reference the border, Democrats still want to
Just
deport those that are in the country undocumented, just
no, I'm
prioritize
sorry.
deporting those that have committed violent crimes and
Overall,
bad crimes, and they also specifically want to make the legal process go quicker. So it seems like
I'm
what
sorry.
specifically do you agree with Trump on?
Democrats have presented in more than 7 states bills to lower all the crime rates and all the crime minimum requirements for the minimum sentence for criminals. Democrats are actively
I would like to
declassifying
see. I would like to see.
minor-related crimes,
I just disagree with this completely because actually,
and
one, you
the
guys
voter
voted in
ID
a
things.
convicted criminal. He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. You completely ignore that. What Democrats specifically did that because we would disagree with that. We don't agree with people who have committed horrible crimes being left onto the streets. We're quite literally advocating against a criminal Trump administration right now who's violating the law.
Okay, let's go to California. California first did this prop. I don't remember the number exactly. Where lower all of their crime classifications, all of it, and what happened? California saw a storm
We
of
didn't
crime.
lower
What the
all of our
governors have to
crime
do?
classifications. That's just not true.
Well,
Not every single
well,
one.
most of it
No,
to
not even.
classify it as misdemeanor, so people could go out, so you guys can
Not
do
even. Can you give me a
your
single source that says that
encapsulations.
most of the laws in California that we reduce the punishment?
I don't remember the prospect it was exactly that it was, but I know that them was past another one because people was so aggravated for the number of criminals that were not held accountable for those new classifications that you guys did in California.
Well, if you don't know the specifics on this, well, then that's like seemingly like a vague point. This is also not relevant to national scale
I can just
politics.
Google it.
Right now, we're
I can
talking.
just Google
Right now,
it and look
just to
for it.
tell you. Right now, just to tell you, we're talking about national level politics of the presidential administrations. So unless you can give a certain policy supported by a presidential candidate, then it's a vacuous statement. I'm referencing things supported by your candidate for president. We're not talking about
Well, first of
local.
all,
We're not talking about local
I love the
politics right
11
now.
million.
Wait, listen,
Okay.
listen. We're not talking about local politics. We're talking about national politics. So a claim about local politics seemingly is irrelevant unless supported by the national candidates.
What's an example?
So provide any evidence right? That specifically the Democratic candidates for president supported policies to allow for more criminals to be on the streets.
Right now, the Donald Trump has proposed one. No, not yet.
So you can't mention
But we're talking
anything,
like
but
about individualists.
you can't mention anything, but want to know something I can do? I can say Donald Trump did it explicitly himself. He pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He released them into the streets. He's pardoned fraudsters
so
like Todd
you're
and Julie
talking the
Chrisley.
same-
He's pardoned people who
same
would be
things that
defined
Biden
as
did?
narco-terrorists who've been convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country.
You mean the same that Biden did and preemptively pardoned too many people so they could not be
We're ta-
investigated?
Wait,
So we're talking about the same people?
No, you understand that though you're not even talking about specific crimes in that context. What specific crimes did he pardon people for, right, that are comparable to Donald Trump pardoning people for fraud, people who are violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, right, and
Look on
people
the
who are
1,500
fraudsters?
people that he actually pardoned one day before he left the
I don't
office.
even
or
think there's
actually
evidence of
hours
that.
before leaving the office. Yes, actually, there were 15.
Name one person who was violent that he pardoned.
Oh, I have a Chinese spy. I have a pedophile. All of those names are in there.
Name
I
one
don't remember.
specific
That
person.
happened almost a
Name
year.
one specific person that Biden pardoned that committed a violent offense.
Parker, I don't have a
explicitly
list
pardoned,
like you
not
of
commuted.
all the people in there. I don't have a list right now in front of
There
me
is
to do
none.
that. I could
So,
go to my
you want to know
computer
something
and
crazy?
pull it up real
There's
quickly.
none. I'll give you time. There is none. You'll be able to look it up. You won't be able to find anything. There is not a single example that you'd be able to provide of that. Whereas I can give multiple examples of Donald Trump pardoning people who did commit violence.
I'm more on the Ben's side of the part that he shouldn't pardon the people who actually attacked law enforcement. But I mean, at the end of the day, they all
But he still supports the administration.
comply.
He still defends
kinda
them. He's
comply with
complicit within
their-
that.
No, but they all kind of complain because the trial and the way that they were convicted was completely upheld and unlawfully, because there were people who were sentencing, people who were not even there, people who was persecuted, and it was used as a way to repress all the Republican talking points. And if you also want to talk about repression, like all the Facebook that Mark Zuckerberg acknowledged, all the suppression that it happened during Biden's terms. So
The suppression. So they didn't legally restrict them in any way. All they said is that you should take down vaccine misinformation because it saves lives when you take down that misinformation. That's all they said. They didn't legally force them to do anything.
No. They
Okay.
forced him basically. Either you do or we're going to find a way to fuck you up.
No, that's not what they said. That was not what was
Yeah,
indicated
that's
at
what
all.
Mark Zuckerberg
Not
said.
Mark Zuckerberg did not say that. He said he
Okay.
felt quote unquote pressured, but like that just means people were telling him that he should do this because of the fact that it has negative impacts, not that there was some sort of legal response or implication given that he doesn't do something about it.
Yeah, because he said, tell you do this or you'll see. I guess that's no a threat, right? No. That's just like me telling you because I like you, right? And I like exactly what you're doing. Either
Good to
or, I'm not giving you the option to do. So that's it. That's suppression. You let the media publish what they want. You let people see in Facebook what they want. That's it. You don't have to suppress anything. If people want, they supposed to get vaccinated. If they don't want to, they don't supposed. Now, what I support Trump for, the $11 trillion are entering this country in like future investments. I
No
see that
evidence
as
of
a
that.
closing the
No,
economy.
no evidence of that. That's just a claim. Did you know business investment has decreased since Trump's got in office, alongside the fact that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office? Real business investment,
No,
real
that's a
domestic
lie.
manufacturing investment has declined? No, it's not. You can find this from the Bureau of Economic Analysis
That's
and
why
read it on the St.
Apple
Louis
is
Federal
building a
Reserve. Do you want to bet?
Apple is building a super center in California.
Wait, do you want to
Ford
bet?
is expanding his production to Texas.
Pause.
There's a lot
Pause.
of manufacturers
Do you want to
expanding in the
bet?
country.
Do you want to bet? I'll literally show you on screen.
Okay, you want to go look for the computer? Let me go for a computer, because right now, like, if we're going to use
I've
computers
already
to look for
seen this
facts,
many times.
let me
I'm
do
just
the same.
showing you. I'm just showing you on the screen. Is that okay?
So I mean, yeah, go for it. But do you want me to also look for my computer?
If you want to, I don't really care. I would love for you to provide sources.
Yeah, of course, because like Democrat sources are going to tell you what Democrat sources want to tell you.
This is not a Democrat source. The Bureau of Economic Analysis. Okay, I mean, if you want to consider it a Democratic source, then you're just saying facts are a Democratic source. This is literally from the
No.
Bureau of Economic Analysis. Take a look at this. This is real real private fixed investment, non-residential structures manufacturing. This is Trump when he first got in office. You see this?
Yeah, I see the graph.
You see it? Okay. So this is you see when he first got in office was right here when he his first administration. You see it declined throughout his administration, right? And then Biden gets in office, massive boom in U.S. in manufacturing investment. Trump's got in office. We've seen 3 straight quarters of decline.
So interesting. So the spike on Biden happened just after all the COVID things were reopened. Wonder why.
Wait, what? It's not like it came from prior points. If you're saying that like it came back from prior points, then the maximum level it would have gone to is what this level here in 2015. So it would have gone up to here, not to the level of investment that we saw all the way up here. This shows new investment because
after
of the
2
bipartisan
years,
infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, right? The Inflation Reduction Act. Those are policies passed by the Biden administration that led to a massive increase in real private fixed investment for manufacturing.
wait. So the CHIPS Act, that is provenly that is going to cost us more than what Biden could ever do, because that take all the production so close to Taiwan that now we have to invest millions and possibly trillions of dollars on
That's what.
defending Taiwan
Wait, that's
just
what.
in
Wait,
order
no,
to
hold
bring
up.
all that chip
Wait, the
production back
Chips
to
and Science
the
Act.
United States.
The Chips and Science Act focuses on building up the production for those certain chips production, so that we're not dependent on other nations for chip production. They
And guess who's getting
have
all
no
those
such.
contracts in Taiwan?
Wait, by the way, this isn't only in Taiwan. This is in the United States. This is to build up domestic manufacturing. That's what. By the way, it was bipartisan too. The Chips and Science Act was supported by Republicans.
Yeah, that still doesn't say much. There are Republicans who also support things that Democrats put. So
Okay, so what?
what's the point of that?
Name one provision within the Chips and Science Act that you disagree with.
I don't like that we are outsourcing our production to other countries. Whether you like it or
This
not,
is
that
what
Chips and
brings it
Science
back
Act,
to the country.
that okay, that sounds beautiful, but in writing, what it's doing is passing all of our productions of chips, NVIDIA, and all that stuff to another country, specifically Taiwan, and then us having on charge and spend wealthy amount in protecting them. That's why the military complex was so in favor of that bill passing.
Okay, so you have yet to name one provision. Could you name one?
I don't remember the bill completely. I don't remember the major points right now.
Can you
I will
name
have to sit
one?
down again. I would
So
have to sit
what are
down.
you disagreeing with then?
All the outsourcing that we have to do to Taiwan
It's
in
not
order to
outsourcing.
protect that bill.
Like for
It is
example,
outsourcing.
for example,
We're
for
investing
example,
outside of our country.
listen. For example, there was a 25% investment tax credit for companies that invest in semiconductor manufacturing. So that is building up manufacturing in this country.
And who's getting that, Parker? NVIDIA. Where is NVIDIA? Taiwan.
Wait, any company specifically that is
Literally.
any company that is building up domestic manufacturing, right, in terms of chip production. If you want chip production to increase in this country, that is how it's going to increase, by providing tax incentives to do that.
Okay, and that was when Trump entered and said, cancel all that. Apple, you're going to invest here in this country $600 billion and building a super center in Arizona.
They're
Facebook,
claiming
come and
that,
do
but
it the
there's no
same.
evidence.
Apple is already doing it.
Oh my gosh, stop. Hold up. They're claiming this, but there's no evidence because investment has decreased. So why is investment decreasing if it is the case that you're saying that they're bringing all this investment to the country?
Because it's all by the tariff shit by the tariff ruling of the Supreme Court now that is coming. Because depending on that is what will allow the other countries, because most of this investment, let me remind you, is from outside the United States, is not from the United States.
It still would
So
increase the
the
investment within the United States. If you're
Parker,
if you're
it's
increasing
withhold.
manufacturing
It's
within this country,
withhold.
what's up?
Is withhold. Apple is already doing it. Apple is the one that is already starting to build in the super center. All others, being international companies, they cannot do it because they're afraid of what? Tariff. If the Supreme Court said the president cannot take power on what the tariff says or not, then nobody outside the country is going to send trillions of dollars to this country. It makes no sense.
Wait, so you're saying that there's some sort of factor that's limiting investment in this country, and you're saying that's the Supreme Court? Or
Yes.
the threat of the Supreme Court?
Where did Donald Trump secure those $11 trillion?
It's just by claims with certain companies, right, or with foreign countries.
What countries did he use?
What countries?
South Korea, Qatar, UAE, European countries. Where are the United States? Oh, wait, it's on Apple. Oh, and what's Apple doing? Already building a super center. So most of that investment
We've
is
still
still
seen a
stuck
decline in this
outside.
investment. I don't know what you're talking about. We've still seen a decline.
Parker is a stock.
What?
After the ruling of the Supreme Court on the tariff, you'll see if that investment flows in or it stays outside. That's why it's
So you're
slowing
saying
down.
we
People
haven't
are
seen the
afraid of
investment yet
tariff.
because there hasn't been this determination from the courts. Well, then how can you say that they've been effective, the tariffs?
The tariff in their majority has been, now they're being paused once again by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court needs to hurry the fuck up and do a fucking ruling on that. Either they will allow it or they will not, because that's fucking stressful.
Well, I don't think that's the only condition, right? You understand that, like, there are ones that are in place, right? Donald Trump claims that they are in place. By the way, Donald Trump claims that they're in place and that we've seen investment into our country like never seen before, and that the tariffs are what brought this investment. Which, again, we've seen a decrease in the level of investment, business investment, accounting for inflation, and manufacturing investment. So it's like I just don't understand what they're saying in this context. They're claiming all of this level of investment is being brought to the country, but when we look at the numbers in terms of reality, we see that they're lying. Like, genuinely, they're lying to you. And if you want to sit there and you want to keep believing them, you can do that. But genuinely, they're just using you. They're lying to you.
What?
What? Yeah, they're lying to you.
So they are lying because the Supreme Court and the Democrats say, hold on, don't send us money from another country. We want to keep spending our own money.
You understand that Trump did that. Trump sent $40 billion to Argentina. The Republicans had the chance to.
And he should have never done it. And he should have never done it.
Okay, so Trump is okay with, he wants to spend.
I made a whole video about that.
Trump wants to spend $1.5 trillion a year on our military budget. He wants to just take over Greenland. He's literally talked about expanding the United States and spending money on all these military bases around the world rather than spending money here at home on Americans. What's his healthcare plan?
Okay, wait.
What's his plan for childcare? What's his housing affordability plan?
He doesn't have any, but
he doesn't have any. So if the answer to all of those questions is he doesn't have any, then how is he actually directed at benefiting the average American? He's not. He's benefiting his rich American buddies. He's benefiting the elite of this country, specifically who are not being held accountable for the lack of release of the Epstein files. He's specifically violating the law over and over again. He's supporting his administration murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight.
Okay, Parker, you got your talking points, you got your cookie yard, the 5 stars from the Republican. What are you going to say, the Nazis now? Come on, that's the only one that you're missing. Go for it. Say it. They're Nazis.
I like how you just use that to deflect away and not address a single argument that I just brought up. You just call them talking points as a mechanism to completely not address any of the points.
Wait. Let's talk about the hardest one and the most wrongfully that I'm seeing Americans like you saying, which is utter and horrifying, saying that. The killing of American citizens in here, it's happening because guess what, Parker? If you go outside and you want to face and threat and yell and harass law enforcement, especially federal law enforcement, guess what, darling? You have 50-50 chances % of getting out of there alive or in a coffin. And that's up to you, your decision. Nobody else.
So hold up. Do you think it was do you think that that Alex Preddy and Renee Good were murdered?
Of course they were murdered. Duh.
Okay, so if you think that they were murdered, how do you feel about the Trump administration defending that?
You attack a federal law enforcement officer, what do you expect the response is going to do? I dare you to do that in Florida. I dare you to do that in Texas. I dare you to do that in Tennessee. And you'll get the same result. No.
So again, wait, who attacked the officer?
So first of all, Alex Purdy, 11 days ago, he attacked a law enforcement vehicle, and he got I think it was his rib, if I'm not mistaken, or another part of his body.
Let's clarify.
Really
let's clarify. How does that relate to the scenario specifically where he was murdered? Because in that scenario, he had not. Let me clarify.
I'm going there.
In that scenario, he had not done that. In that scenario, he didn't harm anyone. In that scenario, he didn't harm any person's property. In that scenario, he was literally murdered blatantly on the street after he was already disarmed.
Vehicle.
This is what 11 days prior to this event. So, by the way, him kicking the back of a law enforcement vehicle is not reason. Listen, is not reason that 11 days later. Listen, So that doesn't mean that he was justified. Is
That's
that a
a
death?
crime.
Let me clarify. If you kick the back of a law enforcement vehicle, is that a death sentence?
Guess what? No, but guess what? If you then start
Pause.
yelling at the
Pause.
police, no,
Pause.
it's not.
Pause. So not only is it not a death
They did not
sentence.
kill them.
Listen.
They did not kill them.
Not only is it not a death sentence, but it's also not relevant to the scenario 11 days later, right? Where again they specifically didn't do any of those actions. Okay, so unless they had some
What
sort
did
of
he do?
vendetta,
What did he do that
listen.
day?
Pause. Unless they had some sort of vendetta against Alex Preddy because of this past event that they were trying to go after him for later on, you can't use this as a basis for why he was treated this way on that specific day that he was murdered.
Parker, exactly what happened was police was doing their job of arresting criminals. Somebody
These are not
else who
police.
was looking for it.
Or secret police, maybe.
Wait, no, that's just talking points bullshit. Then
No, it's not.
somebody else saw the police doing their job and they went to the police and they interfere on doing their job. Guess what? The police is gonna push you out. Now, if you retaliate and after they taking your gun and you do a gesture to signal or to any type of
A gesture?
wrong movement, because
What gesture?
when you get pulled over, when you get pulled over, what did they tell you?
Wait.
Put your hands
Who
where
are you
can see
referencing?
them.
Are you referencing Alex Preddy or are you referencing Renee Good?
Alex.
Okay, so
Alex.
what gesture did Alex Preddy do before he was murdered?
When they were holding him and they have his arm, he got a chance to let go his arm and then he reached for his wrist to try to get the arm, but without knowing that the arm was already pulled out. Then
That's just not true. There's no, you can't see that in the video. There's nowhere in the video that it shows that.
Yes,
And secondly, even if he tried to do that, by the way, even if he tried to do, listen,
once you do
listen,
that,
listen.
you are attempting against the life.
Even if he tried to do that, that's actually not reason he should have been murdered because he was already disarmed at that point.
Parker,
So
there
if he
is.
tries to
When
reach
you
for his
do a
gun
gesture,
and he doesn't get a
Jesus.
gun, he still serves no threat. He still poses no imminent threat to serious bodily harm or death to any person in that circumstance. So if he was unarmed, whether or not he's reaching for something that doesn't exist, right, is irrelevant, right? And he wasn't in the scenario. He
Parker.
wasn't even reaching for it. That's just a lie.
Parker, when the police pull you over and you have your hands on the wheel while the police is walking back to their car or they're talking to you, if you dare to move your hands in a wrong way, they're going to make your body a. You know what? They're gonna do it. They're gonna put
One,
a
this
lot
is not
of holes in
police,
your
and
body.
two, that's not a death sentence. If you move
It's
the quote unquote
same-
wrong
it's the
way,
same
that's not a death
protocol.
sentence.
It's the same protocol. It's
No,
the
it's
same
not.
protocol.
It's,
You don't do wrong
hold on, let me
gestures.
clarify. Let me clarify. It's not because they don't have the same jurisdiction. That's why. So you understand that
Federal
protocol.
have more
Listen,
overreach.
so it will be the same protocol within some circumstances. Like, for example, whether or not there's a categorization for self-defense in a certain scenario, but not whether or not specifically they have jurisdiction specifically to literally go and arrest people. In this circumstance, like, for example, with Renee, or not with Renee Good, we're talking specifically about Alex Preddy, right? You're saying that they're justified in arresting him because of the fact that he's, quote-unquote, interfering with their operations. One, we don't know what their operations were, what they were specifically trying to do. And
Yes,
two,
they
in this
were-
circumstance,
they informed
the
the local-
scenario that people are saying is interference was the fact that he was standing in front of an agent that was trying to literally assault a woman, specifically with pepper spray, without good reason at all.
No, so the officer pushed away the woman, and then Alex Reddy tried to interfere, and by trying to reach out to pull up the woman, he pushed
did
the
he do?
officer. That was his first
He
offense.
so you said he pushed
He
the
pushed
officer.
an officer.
So by doing
he
what?
pushed an officer.
By doing what? Is
When
it
he
by
was
trying to stand
trying-
in between?
Listen. When the officer pushed the woman, he ran to get that woman, and when he tried to pull up that woman, he pushed an officer.
Wait.
By
To clarify,
just doing that,
to clarify, when did he push? I never saw that.
when he was trying to reach the woman, and the officer came close to tell him leave that woman because that
But
woman
no,
is
so
going to be
by the way,
arrested.
let me clarify. That's not a push. He tried to stand in between the officer and between the woman that the officer was trying to unreasonably pepper spray.
What is that, Parker? That's interfering with
Wait,
law
to
enforcement.
clarify. So say you think that's interference. One, that's not interference justifying specifically throwing someone on the ground, or
Yes,
is
it
that
does.
punishable by
Yes,
death?
it does. Yes, it does.
You think it's so? Let me clarify.
it does.
Let me clarify. If someone tries to stand in front of another person who is who the officer is trying to pepper spray unreasonably, right? In that circumstance, do you think that they deserve to be murdered?
If you go and you stand in the middle of the arrest and you're intervening with somebody else getting arrested, guess what? You are gonna get shot, and the police are going to get arrested whoever the fuck they're
Wait,
trying to get arrested.
so to clarify, by the way, he just said if you don't pose a reasonable imminent threat to any person in terms of serious bodily harm or death,
There you
but
go.
simply you are just trying to prevent someone from trying to pepper spray someone unreasonably, in that circumstance, right, then
Not someone.
you should listen,
not someone.
listen,
Police and law enforcement.
By the way, let me clarify. Let me please finish. In that circumstance, you are then justified to be shot by Border Patrol. If you try to prevent Border Patrol from unreasonably pepper spraying a woman, right? If you by just standing in front of them, not harming them in any way, just trying to stand in front of them from doing that, he thinks that it's justification that you are murdered, that you lose your life. And I just want to clarify,
Okay,
even if you think that is unlawful to do, that would just mean that they're detained, not that they are literally murdered. You understand that is not a justification for murder at all. Legally speaking, that is not a justification morally speaking. It's embarrassing that anyone would sit there and say that that's the case.
All right, Parker, that logic is completely unapplied to this case, because let's reverse it. Let's reverse the situation and put it in some other place. You are a police person. You are trying to arrest a criminal. You see somebody else coming to interfere with that arrest. You don't know if that person is in the same team of that criminal that you're trying to arrest. You don't know if that person is trying to harm you. What are you gonna do, Parker, if you're the law enforcement? You're gonna shoot that person that is coming out of nowhere, and then you're going to ask the questions. ICE have the
No,
decency
that's not how
to
it
at
works.
least
You
try
don't
to
shoot
arrest
and
him.
then ask
Yes.
questions. What are you talking about?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes. Try to
No,
interfere
no.
with.
Listen, no officer says that if someone is interfering in that way, they should just be shot. Okay, let me clarify. Do you think that those women specifically that the Border Patrol agent was trying to pepper spray, do you think they were interfering?
They, of course, you can look.
Wait, so to clarify,
I don't have a problem.
do you think it would have been justified for those Border Patrol agents to shoot the women?
No.
Wait, but you just said
No.
interfering means it's justified that then you're murdered, right? That then you're
Wait, there are
killed.
different-
So to clarify,
Wait.
why is it justification in one scenario but not the other?
No, because you twisted the question. So you cannot interfere. You can protest. You can do whatever you want to, as long as you're not interfering directly.
Wait, you just said
with
that the women
operation.
were interfering.
I'm going to now. Once
Wait,
you
no,
interfere,
pause. Do you agree that the women
I'm
were
going to.
interfering?
I'm going to. Yes, they are. Now,
So then you think
interfere.
you think that they should be dead? You think that they should be murdered then? If you think that the same thing
If they
that was
harm-
applicable
if
to
they
Alex Preddy
harm-
should be applicable to them?
If they harm, or they do a sign or signal any type of harm to the
Oh,
police
okay.
or law
So
enforcement,
what
yes,
signal
they
of
do
harm?
deserve it.
Wait, pause. What signal of harm did Alex Preddy engage in that justified his death?
Trying to reach for his arm. The police,
didn't.
the ICE did not
He
know.
didn't. That's just not
ICE
true.
Did not
Where
know,
in the video?
ICE did not know if he had another weapon.
Where in the video did he try to reach for another gun or like whatever?
You
Where
know,
did he reach?
Well,
Where on
once
his
we
body
have the
did he
audio-
reach? Wait, let me
once-
clarify.
Once we have
Where
the audio,
on? Wait, pause. Where on his body did he reach?
to his back pocket, trying
His
to
back
get the
pocket.
magazines.
So to clarify,
Yes.
you said back pocket. Did he have a gun?
The gun was already removed, but he was carrying a gun.
Pause.
And the ICE
Did he have a
agents-
gun?
Yes.
No, he didn't. By the time he was shot,
did have a gun.
he was already disarmed. Secondly, he did not reach back. You can look at the video. There's no evidence that he tried to reach back for a magazine. By the way, why would he try to reach for a magazine rather than his gun if he still thinks that he has his gun? And if he didn't think that he has his gun, why would he reach for a fucking magazine? To put in what gun?
Okay.
An imaginary gun that doesn't
Wait.
exist? What are you
Wait.
talking about?
Wait.
So
Wait.
again,
He
in this
reaches
scenario,
for
why would he be
pocket.
reaching for a fucking for ammo when he doesn't even have his gun? And by the way, his hand wasn't even reaching for anything.
He was reaching for his gun, not for the magazine. He was
Okay,
reaching
so
for
now
the
he wasn't
gun,
reaching
putting
for the
on
magazine. He was reaching
back
for his
there.
gun. His gun didn't exist. He was fucking disarmed. So even if he
Bro,
was
he
reaching for his
didn't
gon,
realize.
wait. So
He
pause.
didn't realize that he tried to get the arm.
Even if he was
Oh,
reaching
God.
for his gun, which he wasn't, that wouldn't justify shooting him because he didn't have a fucking
What do you
gun.
mean he doesn't?
Pause. Even if he was reaching for his gun, that wouldn't matter because he didn't have a gun. So even if he tried to reach for it, he wouldn't be able to cause any type of serious harm to anyone or death because he doesn't have the fucking gun. So what are you
The
talking
police don't know
about?
if it
What
was
threat did he
harmed.
pose? He didn't pose a
The
threat. You
police
are
don't
you are
know
literally
if
right
they
now.
had.
You are at the point where you are grasping for straws to find a fucking single reason you can justify literally state-sanctioned violence and murder targeted towards U.S. citizens on the street because they politically disagree with you. It's fucking embarrassing that you sit there and you justify this when you pose no serious risk of imminent bodily harm, right, or serious bodily harm or death to any person in the scenario. He was disarmed at the point he was shot. There's no justification for this at all, and for anyone to sit there and say it was justified is sitting there and fucking denying what they saw with their own eyes.
Okay, you can drink water now. You're gonna get your blood pressure high.
Yes, because I'm dealing with people who are sitting up here on my live stream and defending blatant murder everyone saw, where they clearly did not demonstrate any reasonable
Parker, you have
imminent
no
threat
idea
of
what
serious bodily harm or death.
you have no idea what it looks. A government killing its citizens. You have no clue how that
We
looks
just
like.
saw it. We just saw it. Yes, I do. I saw the video.
No, darling.
Yes, I
What
do.
you
I saw the
was an
video.
asshole interfering with federal law enforcement, and guess what? Got the result that he was looking for. You guys needed
How
a
about
hero.
this?
You got
How
two
about
this
this?
season.
I have a question. Do you think that protesters in Iran, specifically, if they're violating the laws of the Iranian government, do you think that it's justified that they're then shot by the Iranian government?
We're seeing what it is, a revolution. That means the people against the government. Guess who's gonna suffer the most casualties?
Pause.
The people. Why?
Can you
They are
answer the
disarmed.
question? Pause. Can you answer
No,
the question?
there is no.
Do you think it's justified that they're murdered?
Well, for the government people, yes, because they need to keep the power.
Oh, so yeah, so you think that's justified that all the protesters that are being murdered in
Listen.
Iran for protesting
God,
against
oh
their
God.
government, you think it's all justified that they're murdered? Are you serious?
You're the government. You're the king of a country. If you see that people are rebelling against you, what are you?
Wait,
gonna do?
I'm
You're
sorry.
just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
let them
Do you think
get
it's
to your house
justified?
and
Wait,
cut
pause.
your
I'm
head
asking
off?
you this question. I'm asking based upon your own moral compass. Do you think it's justified for the Iranian government to murder protesters?
Of course, no. They should leave
No.
the
Okay,
fuck
so
out
let's
of
clarify.
Iran.
Let's clarify. If you don't think it's justified to do so, then why couldn't you apply the same reason specifically here? Just because someone is violating the law or they're not complying with a order specifically from a lawful entity does not justify them being murdered. Do you understand
They
that,
are
right?
not
They pose
equivalent.
no
They
serious.
are
Listen,
not
listen.
equivalent.
They
They
posed.
are not
They pose no serious threat of serious bodily harm and or death to any person in the scenario. There's no justification to shoot Alex Preddy in that circumstance. Okay? For
Have you
anyone
ever
to sit
feel
there
how-
and try to justify this, they literally have to say that state-sanctioned murder without serious bodily threat of harm or death, right, is justified, which is absurd as fuck. Because now you're just justifying killing your political opponents for the fuck of it. Who are just protesting
Okay,
against
have
the
you-
government.
Wait, have you ever filled out a protest form when you are asking to go in a protest? Have you ever done that?
Mm-mm.
No, right. What is the first thing that they put you on? You cannot carry a gun. Why? Because if you carry a gun to a protest, we all know how that ends. So, by federal law,
How do you feel about
by
Kyle Rittenhouse?
constitutional Oh, she shouldn't.
Oh wait, so do you think that it was justified to shoot Kyle Rittenhouse because he had a gun? He brought a gun?
You shouldn't bring a gun to a protest.
So do you
Period.
think it would have been
Blank.
justified to shoot Kyle Rittenhouse because he brought a gun to the protest?
If you brought a gun, you signal it that you were gonna use it, that you were reaching for it, and you were messing with law
No, if he was carrying
yes.
it and walking around with it, would it be justified to shoot him?
Yes.
No way you just said that. He just said it would be justified to shoot Kyle Rittenhouse because he came to a protest with a gun. No way. What have we come to? Literally fucking 2 years later, and now they're completely against the Second Amendment. They want to shoot people who are carrying guns at protests. By the way, Alex Preddy
You
is... By the way,
cannot carry
Alex Preddy...
guns to protest.
Pause.
You
Alex Preddy is a legal, lawful gun owner. Had a permit to carry. Okay? He was illegally carrying within his Second Amendment rights. The NRA themselves has said that the statement that you just engaged in is dangerous and wrong and bad. That's what the NRA said. So the fucking the right is
I saw you
hilarious for
coming
this.
from a mile
The
away.
complete
I
change
saw
on
you
this is
coming from a mile
actually
away.
comical. Like, I think that just demonstrated how comical it actually is. I think that just demonstrated it within the fucking best way it possibly could have. He just said it was justified for law enforcement to shoot Kyle Rittenhouse just because he came to the fucking protest with a gun and was carrying it. Literally. That's what he said. By the way, that means you do not have a right to carry guns. openly. And by the way, let me clarify.
Yes, you do.
Alex Preddy never brandished the firearm and wasn't even at a protest. Okay? He was literally, all they were doing in this circumstance was specifically literally recording at maximum in the circumstance. And they weren't even it wasn't like a protest. It wasn't a situation like that. He was just literally lawfully conceal carrying in typical public. That's what he was doing.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Yes, literally.
They had an organized event to protest
With
against
who?
the federal law.
Who did they organize with?
Against themselves, because none of them had a permit to actually protest,
Wait,
which is
hold
what
up.
you're supposed to
Who-
do. And
who
if
did
you-
they
and you-
organize
and
with?
Wait. And if you fill out that form that they give you when you need to
Pause.
you would actually know that
You're not engaging with my question. You're not engaging with my question. Who did they organize with?
With themselves. I don't fucking know.
With themselves. So by the way, so to clarify, they literally organized with themselves to show up to the event. Which, by the way, there's no evidence you can't organize with yourself. That doesn't make any sense, right? That would just mean they decided to go and show up that day to protest or something, which they didn't do. And by the way, you don't need to submit a permit to protest. Now, there are certain things that you could set up in terms of events that you might need a permit to set up in terms of like an event. But just to like literally stand up, you don't need, for example, to stand on the side of the street and to protest, you don't need a permit.
Yeah, you do. If it's
No,
a
you
larger
don't.
scale.
No, you don't. I've done that before. I did not need a permit. Okay? You can just do it. That's your First Amendment right.
So you're telling me
You want to know what your permit is? Your permit is that the fact that you're in this country and that there's the Constitution in place.
Yeah, right. Because that's how it works. Because if you want to protest against the federal law enforcement, you just stand there and do it, right? I think you guys call that insurrection, right?
If you're standing in public,
that's how you guys call it, insurrection, right?
No. So insurrection is like
let me
tell you. I'll tell you what insurrection is. It's what happened on January 6th, where Donald Trump tried to send an entire group of people to the Capitol, and then he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. And he also tried to instruct them specifically to literally what's it called? He tried to instruct Mike Pence to certify false slates of electors rather than the real ones because he tried to undermine the 2020 election. Yeah, you support a traitor to this country.
Oh, so you mean the same elections that in Georgia was proven that it was fraud? You mean that
no proven fraud? None of the audits, none of the court cases proved any fraud.
Trump said to people to go fight peacefully and go to your homes afterwards.
And then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
The 203 federal agitators, FBI agents.
Wait. So he pardoned. So you're saying he pardoned FBI? By the way, his own FBI. So Trump's own FBI.
We all know that the FBI have their own people from Democrats and from other people who was working against the Trump administration, sending FBI agents.
So FBI agents under the Trump administration, the Trump administration's FBI. Secondly,
they were working against the Trump administration. Yes.
So his own FBI was working against him. So why did he? So by the way, so you think that everyone involved with January 6th he pardoned, right?
Most of it, he shouldn't have pardoned those.
Yes, he did. He pardoned everyone involved with January 6th.
I'm telling you that yes.
So, by the way, let me pause. Pause real quick. He pardoned everyone involved at January 6th. If you believe that these people were involved in January 6th, you believe Donald Trump pardoned them. Why did he pardon, right, the FBI that was trying to undermine him? Why did he pardon liberals that were a part of this, that were trying to make him look bad?
For all the same reasons that, like, all of those people have the same convictions without all the aggravations that they had, no legal process was due on all of them, and they were
convicted. If there was a conviction, that means there was a legal process. You conceded within the statement. You said that they were convicted, and then said that there wasn't a legal process. Well, the conviction was the legal process, dude.
Yeah, like the person who spent 5 years in Yale without no conviction at all. Right. Perfect.
Wait, so who? Name one person that was held without a conviction. And by the way, if Donald Trump pardoned them, how would he pardon them from a lack of a conviction? Are you saying a preemptive pardon or something? That doesn't make any sense. I'm talking about he pardoned people who were convicted of assaulting police officers. They had a court process and they were convicted of assaulting police officers. Like, for example, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer. Do you support Donald Trump pardoning him and calling him a patriot?
He shouldn't call him a patriot and he shouldn't pardon him.
Well, that's what he did. So he released violent criminals into our country who are domestic terrorists.
Same as Biden did.
What's up?
Same as Biden did. So they're in the same
Biden
category.
never did that. Biden,
Like,
you can't give me a single circumstance where Biden pardoned a violent terrorist. You
all
can't
right,
do
give me
it.
1 second.
You literally can't. I'll give you a second. I'll thank some people in the meantime. You're not going to be able to find anything. Lorenzo, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Brian with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much from the DNC. Can we get some W's for Brian in the comment section for the $100 on PayPal from the DNC? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Jade with the $40 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Jade. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for keeping the good work. Israel, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much on PayPal. Mariah, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much on Venmo. John, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Agree. They said a Micron employee here. CHIPS Act definitely invested into U.S. heavily. U.S. company. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Janelle, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Jane. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Or Janelle, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why I cut off for 1 second, but thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Wait, actually, you got a misinformation flag. Ironically enough, he got a misinformation flag. Ironically enough, I couldn't have guessed that was gonna happen. By the way, Otto, think of the $10 from the DNC. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have some people to think on YouTube. But you just give me 1 second to get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump?
I don't really have like a political view, but I just wanted to say I love what you do, and
Hey, well, I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. I am just looking for people who specifically, in that context, would vote for Donald Trump. But I do really appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate that you appreciate what I do here. Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, buddy? 21.
And do you support Trump?
Sure, you wanna talk to my friend?
Have I talked to you before?
You know exactly who I am.
Oh, wait, are you the brainwashed kid that comes up and sits in my guest box every single day? Oh my god, wait, you love me.
My friend.
Wait, you
my
love
friend
me.
And my
You made a
girlfriend.
whole new account
No,
just to
wait,
join up on my
wait.
stream, and then you waited in my box all day to join up.
My
You
friend
love
was
me
on
so
Beans
much.
Live and they
You
tried
love
to
me
dox his
so
girlfriend.
much. Let's go to the next individual. Hawkeye, thank you so much for the 10 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. That guy loves me. He was literally in my guest box every single day. I do this every day, and I'm like, why are you so obsessed with me? He loves me so much. Like, literally so much. Like, every day he's in my live stream. I really appreciate the support. You're really pushing us out in the algorithm. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 24.
Do you support Trump?
To a degree, I want to make a case for
Like,
why Alex
for
Wright
example?
was murdered.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Do you just give me 1 quick second to thank some people on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation real quick? Do you just give us a quick second? Let me thank some people over on
Sound
YouTube here. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen. By the way, Gladys, thank you so much for the purchase of the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Hovik, thank you so much for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Well, I really appreciate you very much. And I think that you are a very testament to exactly why you should obviously support country over party. And you did exactly that. Thank you so much. I fucking really appreciate you. I have some people to thank on YouTube. Let me do that real quick. Otto, again, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Ray, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I ended up doing that. Fussy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. La, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Dax, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Give me some W's for Dax in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said that I never heard of you until my algorithm recently introduced me. I've seen a lot of your stuff since then, and I'm overwhelmingly impressed with your knowledge base, recall, and logic. Young people like you give me hope for our country. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Dax. I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. As well, Sherry, thank you for the league trophy. Seriously, W Dax in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lorenzo, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Argentinian here. Argentinian people are actually suffering because of the money from that swap and other loans, thanks to Mealy being his #1 fan. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, apparently it's been really bad. I've actually really heard about that. It's really unfortunate. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, as well as Ella. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Of course, I appreciate it. Thank you. Silver, thank you so much for the $2. Appreciate it. Fassi, thank you so much for the $10. Ash, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Sophie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sophie. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes if we can. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump? Oh, they left? Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Steph, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, bro. 29, bro.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald. President Trump.
For sure. Why do you support Trump?
I believe he was ordained by Father God to save America and the country, and I love him.
Okay, what gives you reason to believe he was ordained by God to quote-unquote save the country?
Just because of, or save the world, actually, not just the country, but just because of what he's doing across the world and in our country. What he's doing.
Like what? Like what is he doing specifically that is saving the world that God ordained him for?
He's creating a new world order. He's establishing kind of American dominance again.
So not a new world order, the same world order. Secondly, you support the new world order, the globalism?
Well, he's kind of pushing against globalism. That's kind of what he's.
Really. So how's he doing that?
Well, he's actually pushing for globalism through the isolationism.
So that makes no sense.
Agrees.
That's literally just incoherent gibberish.
So everyone
Are you trolling?
agrees with him. No, I'm saying so everyone agrees with him. Like so all the countries across the world just do what he says.
He's a globalist isolationist. That makes literally no fucking sense.
He's doing that through the terrorists.
Can you tell me what globalism is?
He's making them bend to our will.
Okay, what is globalism?
I mean, there's a array of factors in globalism, but you can go ahead and define what it is because I can't give you the exact.
Okay, I feel like they're trolling. If they're not, I genuinely am like gonna cry myself to sleep tonight. Like I really hope that they were trolling. I'm really praying. I hope that they're trolling. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Mike, thank you so much for the $5. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And seriously, though, Mike.
Hello?
Yo, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Sure.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
06.
And if you could go back... Oh, you said 06 and you're how old?
19.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay. For sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second. Firstly, thank you so much again for the $10. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Paige, thank you for the $2.50. W for Lenny. W for Lenny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And honestly, it probably did. Mariah as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. And Steph, again, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Hawkeye, again, with the 10 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, he's a great guy. Our country's currently in great economic shape, right? And, my retirement accountant's doing pretty good right now. So,
You're a troll.
I just like, no.
How old are you? You said you're 19?
Yes, 19.
Your retirement account?
Yes. You don't have a retirement account?
Well, when I was 19, no, I didn't.
Well, I try to get ahead on my investments
Mm-hmm.
compared to other people.
What is the retirement account called?
I currently have a Roth IRA.
You have a Roth IRA? Okay, that's good for you. Good for you. And what do you have your Roth IRA invested in?
Like, what do you like?
Yeah, what is it invested
Did I
in?
make the account with, or like what I invest in?
Yeah, and also with Roth IRAs, do you pay taxes when you place it into the account, or do you pay taxes when you pull it out of the account?
So when I put money into it, I have to put in income that's already taxed. So when I take it out when I'm in my older years, I will not pay taxes when I take it out, as long as I
Okay, and what's the max amount you can put into it?
7K a year for me at least.
Okay, and okay, so then you're saying that you have a retirement account, you just put it in, and it's starting to increase. Did you know that we had the worst year of stock market growth in the past 4 years?
Well, considering I'm up like 10% after a few months without too much trading experience, I could say that while maybe it's not as great as it could be, we were coming out of Joe Biden's presidency. So, I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time for the markets to grow
But
under Trump's.
weren't they doing better the last year of Biden?
Sorry, what?
They were doing better last year of Biden. So why did they start doing worse if it was because of Biden?
So we're changing under like new presidents, right? So there's bound to be some shakeups. There was some trader confusion, and like investments were a little scared with like the tariffs from Trump.
Oh, okay, so
But then I
like
can see
Trump
that.
had policy
He's trying to get
that
his trade wars
caused
with
the
China.
stock market to do bad. This is what you just said.
Yes, but it bounced back.
Okay, so
Right.
Trump caused worse growth, and yet you support him for more growth?
No. He may have made some interesting choices, right?
Interesting
even
choices that
then-
led to
even
worse
then-
growth, right?
Even then, the market still went up, right?
But at a lower rate, correct?
Potentially, it depends on what you're investing in,
Okay.
obviously.
So then
But
how was it
after-
because of Joe Biden that it went up at a lower rate if it went up at a higher rate last year of Biden's administration?
I don't know. You tell me.
That's actually a question you have to answer because you just claimed that the economy is doing so great right now. We have worse real GDP, worse real median wage growth this year comparative to last year of Biden's administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We had unemployment increase. We had real manufacturing investment decline. We had real business investment decline since Trump got in office. What's better?
Good point. I didn't think about it that way.
Inflation's still up, actually more than what it would be otherwise. Grocery prices are up. He didn't make grocery prices go down. Housing prices are staying up. He said that he wants to keep up housing prices for the people that already own houses, which means that he's gone back on his literal claim that he wanted to decrease housing prices for people.
That's true, but if housing prices stay up and nobody can afford them, at some point they'll have to come down because nobody will buy them, right?
Wait, but that's not due to Trump then. So what Trump's claiming that he wants to make housing affordable, and then when he gets into office, he says he wants to keep it less affordable and keep the people who own houses wealthy, which means that they're very expensive houses.
Oh. Well, in big cities, it's very expensive, right? And unfortunately, if you can't afford to live in a city, I'd say just live in a slightly worse place for a few years.
Okay.
And then
So
work
then
your
like
way
what's
up.
your, so then what's your point here? So has he gone against every single one of the things he advocated for? Seemingly. Seemingly he's not advocating for the average American or for a typical person. He's advocating for the wealthy elite, right? And if you think that's a
Seem like
better
it, yeah.
thing, well then what I would question what your priorities are, actually.
You raise a very good point.
Okay. So I guess given that that's the case, like, do you still support Trump, given that as a consideration?
I would say my support is a little faltering now that you put it that way.
Okay. What holds you on to still support Trump?
It's very hard for me, but I do like the sort of big man that he plays for our government. He's no longer like making America get tossed around by the EU or other foreign countries. And he may do some questionable things, but still, like, America feels powerful right now, right?
Trump said he wanted Greenland. EU said no, and then he had to back down and just accept conditions to help build up security of Greenland without taking it over. So it sounds like he did get tossed around there, and that Europe tossed them around with Greenland and laughed at him.
Yes, but still, he got to sort of get what we wanted with Greenland. You know, we could set up some bases.
Yeah, but like we could have done that without saying that we want to take Greenland and then asking the military to draw up plans to invade Greenland. They were already willing to work with us in terms of doing that prior. They already they said that. They literally said that internationally, and they made that clear. This was reported on at the time.
Oh.
And we already have a base there, and we also haven't increased our troop count when we had the ability to. So I just genuinely don't see how this is seen as a win for Trump. This is clearly him literally bending the knee. This is taco Trump. Literally, Trump always chickens out. He chickened out.
Yeah, it's a real shame. But I don't think we want to go to war with our allies. And I think it was kind of a shot into the dark, right? Because if we did secure Greenland with the melting ice caps due to climate change, the oceans
Oh, by the
open
way,
up
everyone on
back-
YouTube, just completely ignore anything Mike Davis says. They're just a rage baiter and troll. And I just want to clarify, I just let them do that because they just like literally waste their money. It's kind of embarrassing. They keep doing it for some reason. They just keep wasting their money. But yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
See, where was I? So I mean, I think it's a shot in the dark because like if it works, you know, we get Greenland, but otherwise Trump does have to back down and it makes us look bad. So that is unfortunate.
Okay, so but like that obviously makes us look weak. Same thing with like when he literally says he wants to take over Canada and make them the 51st state, and then he backs up on that. Seems like he has to back up all the time. He chickens out. It sounds like he's weak. Also, destroying our relationships with our allies, undermining them by literally threatening our allies, makes us look more weak on a world stage because we don't have as many allies. We're not as strong as what we were, and that shows division amongst our allies. Do you understand? When you show division amongst a group, that actually makes that group not look as strong together. Does it make sense?
Yeah, you want to be.
So
like,
Trump
more
actively is
unified.
showing division within our group, which is causing our side to look weaker. So I just don't understand how anyone could look at Trump and be like, oh yeah, we're looking so strong on the world stage when he's actively destroying our allyships with like most nations we're allied to. I agree there are some people we shouldn't be allied with, like for example, the state of Israel. But I just don't think that that's applicable to a bunch of our other allies, right? And I think that getting rid of our relationships with them by literally saying we want to like take over one of the countries that we're allied with is ludicrous. It's absurd. Why would we ever do that? And genuinely, it's like embarrassing on the world stage.
You raise
Like we're getting embarrassed by Trump.
I'm starting to see from your point of view, and yeah, I think you're like starting to change me.
Yeah, I just think he's so indefensible at this point. And these are just some of the points. There's a million other points that are disqualifying. I just feel like maybe someone hasn't phrased it in the right way to you because, genuinely, like it's really absurd, right, to support Trump at this point. I think, and I think that just genuinely it almost relies on misinformation, lies, right, and certain propagandistic talking points in order to try and get people to still support him at this point. And I'm just trying to uncover that and be like, okay, any normal American should be able to look at this, right? You can be a Republican and still acknowledge that this is wrong. You don't support Trump anymore. And I actually tell Republicans to do that because he's making your party look so bad. He's getting people to not want to support your party in the long run. Right? Have you seen the approval for Trump recently? It's atrocious. It's at 37%.
Yeah, it's awful.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would like to see it even lower. Like, I would love to see it below 30%. I'd love to see it at literally 0% if we could, because genuinely, I think he's so absurd. I think it should be literally illegal to run for president of the United States. If you literally tried to steal the last election, I think it should be illegal to run for president of the United States if you're held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or convicted of sexually abusing people, right? Like, I think that those things are definitely disqualifiers. I think it should be illegal for you to run if you call for the execution of your political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I literally don't believe that they should be able to run. And also I believe in age limits too, and age caps, right? I don't believe that we should be able to run for president at age 85, 90. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Or at the age Joe Biden or Donald Trump are. I think that in the same way that we have age caps of saying that or age limits or age floor in terms of saying that you have to be 35 and you can't just be a 25-year-old and run for president of the United States, even though some 25-year-olds would be qualified, is the same reason why we should have age caps, right? Because of the fact that there are going to be some individuals who are younger who likely aren't qualified to a disproportionate extent, and that same thing extends when people are older. So if we say that, again, 25-year-olds, 30-year-olds shouldn't be able to run for president, well, then why should a 75-year-old, 80-year-old be able to run for president of the United States? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, what I don't understand is how he thinks he's going to run for a third time.
You said, I think it's
for a
ridiculous.
third
Like, take a look at this, for example. He posted this to his Truth Social. Oh, wait, it doesn't show you. Sorry. I was trying to put the picture on. It was literally an AI image of him saying Trump 2028, yes. So it's, like, absurd. Like, that to me right there shows a threat to our democracy. Like, he's just threatening it for fun. Like, he thinks it's rage bait to threaten our democracy. And I think that that's a fundamental value of this country. And I think it's anti-American to think that that's something to joke about.
Yeah, it's a real shame what he's doing.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate you coming up and being open-minded and hearing out all my points here. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Have a
nice night.
fantastic night. You as well.
You too.
W's for them in the comment section right now. We always appreciate those conversations. Those are amazing. Seriously, great conversation. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate it, Kristen. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Brooke with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you. On YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much thank you for everything you do and for using your voice. You have motivated me to use my own and stand up for myself. I appreciate you and look forward to your lives every day. Continue to be great. Much love to you, Parker. Thank you so much, Brooke. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Dark Meridian. Thank you for the $5 for 37% is still frighteningly high. Exactly the reason why I still do what I do today, because that is an absurd amount. It's like 90% of the Republican Party still. Thank you, by the way, so much. I appreciate the little crown. But yeah, he's losing Democratic and independent support like crazy. And so the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And by the way, everyone, if you're on the TikTok stream, I recommend reposting the TikTok live. All you have to do is click the bottom right button. And then it will give you like this little option of repost on like the left side. Actually, I'll tell you exactly how to do it. You click the little thing in the bottom right, and then you click repost. It's on like the middle sort of menu. And it actually shows your followers this live stream. So if you want to help push out the live, that's also a unique way to do so. It only works by doing it once. All you have to do is click it once, and it sends it out to people right on their For You page who also follow you and stuff. So it helps push out the live a lot as well. Megaroni, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for 37% is way too high. If you still support MAGA and Trump at this point, you are depraved and anti-American. True. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
I was on earlier. I got disconnected. Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And are you on a separate account or the same account?
The same account. I was the one that came on. I wanted to talk about Alex Preddy.
And did you just like left randomly? Oh, sorry, apologize. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I got disconnected.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. So yeah, okay. Why do you think that it was justified to murder Alex Preddy?
I don't think it was necessarily justified to murder, but I think that very much so hinges on the definition of murder. And like Dean, I've seen clips of both sides talking about this, and I think a major case is being overlooked here that will come out in the investigation if that actually happens. So last year, there was a major case about the Sig Sauer P320. That was the gun Alex Preddy carried. So the thing was that those guns, that was the one gun in history that has gone off by itself. Documented cases of it going off in holsters. It's happened. That is the case. That's facts. Sig Sauer refused to claim responsibility because then they would have to cancel their military contracts. If you watch that video, once that ICE agent takes that gun, I believe there's 2 frames where you can see the slide kick back. I think what happened was a negligent discharge went off while the ICE agent had that gun, and the rest of the ICE agents thought Alex had a second gun, and then reacted.
You
Now,
know the issue
I
is with
think
that?
would make
The
it
person that
manslaughter.
shot him in direct line of sight was the person who disarmed him.
I agree. Now I think that goes to lack of
That's
training,
murder then.
and
Okay,
I
so
think that
let me
goes to
clarify.
them thinking he had a second gun.
What is the definition of murder? The definition of murder is unjustified killing of a person. Do you agree that this was an unjustified killing of Alex Preddy?
Yes and no, because I think it's justified due to lack of training. Because they went from 6 months of
I
training
don't
down
think
to
lack
5
of
weeks.
training. I don't think lack of training would justify them being murdered. That's ridiculous. Secondly, in this circumstance, again, they shot many times. Okay, there's no reason to believe that he had a secondary gun in the circumstance. Okay, what was the reason? Was it just the possibility? Well, anyone can possibly have a gun. That's not a reason to shoot them. You need to have reason, justification for why you think
I
that there
get
was
that, but
imminent
they
threat
saw-
of lethal force or of serious bodily harm. And in the circumstance, there wasn't that. If you claim that the gun was discharged once the ICE agent disarmed them and it was discharged in the other direction, that's still not evidence to believe specifically that your life is at risk because you don't know who fired the gun. It doesn't seem like Alex Preddy is the one that's fired the gun.
I agree,
And
that's
for
why
the
I'm
person that
saying it
specifically
was
decided
not
to
true.
shoot him after seeing that, they literally, within their own eyesight, saw the person disarmed. They saw Alex Preddy was disarmed. Okay, and also it's negligent on behalf of the person who disarmed them because they're supposed to say that they disarmed them after. They're supposed to make it clear and communicate that, but they didn't.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Okay, again, all going into the idea that this is murder, right? So, like, I just genuinely, there's no imminent threat in the circumstance. There's no reasonable justification at all. And I genuinely don't see how anyone views this. Now, you could say, like, oh, they unjustifiably thought that this something happened, but then that's not a justification for shooting someone.
Okay, I get where you're coming from there. So
It has to be like what
I
it has
just-
to
I
be
would
a
urge you
reasonable
to
officer
research the gun.
thinks that there's an imminent risk of serious bodily harm or death. That's what has to be the case. Otherwise, it's not self-defense.
That's valid. I would just urge you to research the cases about that gun.
Yeah,
Because
sure. I
think
mean,
that's what will end up
like
coming out.
it shooting. I actually do think that there's decent footage that indicates it probably did get discharged, but that was after. That's like when the other agent had it, and they should have clarified they disarmed them at the point, so that should have been clear.
Yeah.
And also, it should have been the case that like the person who saw them in the direct line of sight shouldn't have shot, or should have tried to identify or
what's the
notify the other
definition?
agents of the fact that they were disarmed.
What's the difference between second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter?
Are you saying second and third?
No, I guess because there's voluntary manslaughter.
I think
and
it's intent to
involuntary
kill.
manslaughter.
I think it's intent to kill. Which, by the way, they did intend to kill in the circumstance. That's not disputed. They did intend to kill. That's obviously not
Yeah,
disputed.
no, like,
Really,
I'm
the
not
main
arguing
point that's
that,
disputed is obviously that this isn't applicable is premeditation. There was unless there is a specific idea that like they like knew Alex Preddy before and were trying to target Alex Preddy or something like that, there couldn't be a justification for for first degree in terms of premeditation.
Because I've seen people saying that that's possible.
I mean that
after
it is
the-
possible, but it has to be still investigated. I don't think it's been investigated enough to make a claim that there was like enough evidence for that, at least from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, no, I think if the discrimination there is intent to kill, then yeah, that's definitely murder then.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like second degree
So
at
then-
least here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I can't argue.
Okay.
Thank you for
well, do you still support Trump, or I guess like how do you feel about him defending that
So I
then
support
and calling them a
Trump. I
domestic
support Trump.
terrorist?
I don't agree with that, but I do support Trump in the background idea of that he is literally a dementia patient being puppeted by Stephen Miller, and that's provable.
Whoa.
You could see that.
Okay, so one, I actually don't think that there's evidence to say that he has dementia. But I do think he has cognitive decline, but I definitely think there's a clear delineation between
No,
dementia
there's a
and
doctor,
cognitive decline.
There's a doctor on Instagram who does like many health updates, and it's pretty clear that he has frontotemporal dementia. It's called epistemic crisis. That's the guy's name on Instagram.
Yeah, no, I could look into that, but I don't know if there's enough quite evidence to indicate that. I'd have to see.
That's my
I'd be
opinion
willing to
on
look
that
into
one.
it, but I mean, my grandma had dementia, and it was one of the things that led to her dying. I do know there's a big distinction between like what I saw with my grandma and what's true in those contexts. Even though like Donald Trump believes insanely wild shit, there's a big distinction. Like you can really tell. Like for people who have dementia, like literally, like they forget people that are close to them in real time in many circumstances. They forget typical things that happen, right? And it's devastating genuinely for like family members that are involved. So I also just like want to acknowledge that, because I think that like many people don't think about that when they bring up these points, but especially when
Okay,
they
well,
brought it
then
up with
I'll
Joe
agree with
Biden.
you on some sort of cognitive decline, though. I
Yeah.
think it's something with that.
Well, yeah, obviously. So then, like, you think he's being puppeted by Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's bad. I don't know why you'd support Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is the one who specifically wanted to take Greenland. He said the U.S. deserves Greenland, wants Greenland, can take it because they're a superpower, and no one can tell them no. And that same type of mantra and ideological
he said
beliefs is
that?
coming. Yeah, he literally went on CNN and said that. He explicitly said that. I just want to be clear.
Wait, I didn't know that. What the fuck? That's not popped up. Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, go look up Stephen Miller,
Sorry, no,
Greenland, CNN. I'm serious. Look it up. You can literally see him say that. He's like, I'm tired of the U.S. apologizing for being a superpower and for doing what a superpower wants. And if we have the ability to increase our power in our sphere of influence in the Western Hemisphere, we're going to do that. I'm paraphrasing with that point. That's practically what he said.
No, I get it. Wait, okay. How do you feel about Venezuela? Because the only people I see getting upset about Venezuela are white Americans. I don't see all the Venezuelans that I see, and maybe they are bots on social media, they are grateful for it, getting rid of Maduro. Now, I don't
I don't disagree with that in terms of Maduro. Like, it makes sense. But they reinstated the same regime. They kept the Maduro regime in office, and they're trying to steal the oil from Venezuela. So they didn't actually benefit the Venezuelan people at all, other than literally getting Maduro out of that position, which, I mean, again, if you keep the same regime in office, how much does that truly benefit the people?
Yeah.
I don't think the Venezuelan people are very happy about the Trump administration stealing their oil. Like if Trump had a plan to like reinstate the person that was democratically elected, I bet he would have significantly more support within Venezuela, and I bet specifically like that he would have more support by people in doing this. But still, genuinely in this, like it just like there's no argument or claim specifically right for that, given that they reinstated the same administration. There's no claim for an increase in the state of affairs right for Venezuelan people.
Yeah, that's valid. All right, so who do you think is gonna be the next Democrat candidate for president?
I have no clue yet. It could be Newsom, Buttigieg, AOC, Ro Khanna, Kamala Harris. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like we're just getting cooked either way by foreign interests at this point as well. Like, I don't think enough people talk about that.
You said foreign influence, so like,
I don't
how
know,
do you
maybe
feel?
you've given me some stuff to rethink.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
gonna have to look up that stuff.
I'll let you do that. I'll let you rethink that. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Dean said he had some bad conversations today. Looks like we're having some pretty decent conversations. We've convinced 2 people so far in the first hour and 20 minutes in the stream. 2 in a row. That's great. That's amazing to see. We love that. We love those types of conversations. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on YouTube, or if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next person up here. Or at least getting people to rethink. You know, that's a great thing to see. Love that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Absolutely.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's not for all this ignorance that the left is for. I really don't understand how anybody could vote for the left, honestly.
Okay. What ignorance?
Like going out in the streets and disrupting investigations and taking up for child molesters.
I don't think that we support child molesters. I mean, I think that's literally your administration that's defending them by not releasing all of the Epstein files. But in terms of this, I do think that
the person that they were trying to protect and keep ICE agents from taking was a literal child molester.
who are we protecting?
I don't remember his name. The ICE agent shared his photo. His
So to clarify,
one-
ICE going after the worst of the worst is not evidence that we're protecting the worst of the worst. It's just evidence of the fact that ICE is going after people who do not meet that qualification. So we still support there being border enforcement going after people who are pedophiles, murderers, and rapists. Obviously, it makes sense. If people are a threat to the safety and security of this community, of course, everyone agrees with going after those individuals. The issue is ICE is detaining people for having an accent. They're racially profiling people. They're not using judicial warrants in order to search and seize. They're specifically violating due process rights. They're undermining core fundamental principles. They're treating people inhumanely. They're not using justification specifically to treat people with excessive levels of force. Right? They're murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight. All of these things are categorized specifically into why Americans don't like how they're acting without accountability.
Murder a U.S. citizen in
Yeah,
broad
Alex
daylight.
Preddy, Renee Good were murdered, right, by federal agents, right, Border Patrol and ICE specifically, right, because of
So
the
where
fact that
is
they
the
were
line between
literally.
observation and disruption? At what point are you crossing that line?
Yeah, that would be specific. So again, I don't think that, for example, interrupting, right, or even trying to interfere at all justifies them dying or being murdered. Do you understand
Right,
that there's
so
a
when you
distinction?
go to
You
work,
could
you
say
shouldn't die.
that that's justification of like a violation of the law or detaining them, but that's
Yeah,
not
no one should try to run
justification
over their
for
Walmart
literally
worker.
murdering
No
them.
one should try to run over their teacher. No one should try to run over their
Well,
doctor.
she didn't try to run them over. Like, for example, like we saw in the cell phone
so when
footage
you're-
from the
so
agent.
what do you think
Wait, listen.
happened?
I'll tell you. We saw from the cell phone footage from the ICE agent that she was turning to the right, which was away from the officer. She backed up and tried to turn to the right. The agent was on the left-hand side of the vehicle. Right. The third
was she
shot,
going
according to
anywhere?
the
She was
autopsy
told to
report,
stop.
listen. The third shot was the one that killed her. Okay, that was the one that he shot 2 feet. Oh, that two or more multiple feet to the left of the vehicle. Okay, the vehicle was not going towards them at all by that time. That's why there were no bullet
wasn't going
holes
towards him,
in
then
the
how did
front
he
of the
get hit?
vehicle. What's up?
If the car wasn't going towards him, then how did it hit him?
Okay, I don't technically believe that he was hit, but assuming
saw
that
the
he
body
was,
cam footage.
listen, assuming that he was, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
assuming
we're
that.
just
Listen,
gonna live
listen,
in a
listen.
state of denial.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. I genuinely
And that's
categorizing.
why I could never vote for the
Wait,
left.
listen.
This is the ignorance I'm
By the way,
talking about.
we could disagree on this, and this could be completely fair. By the way, this is a fair open for disagreements here. He was either slightly tapped or not hit at all. I do believe that he wasn't hit. And me believing that he wasn't hit is not a reason why you shouldn't be on the left. That makes no fucking
This
sense at
isn't a
all.
matter of
That would just be a
opinion, though.
point of disagreement where we might have. Say he was hit. He wasn't hit
Well,
hard
no,
enough
because
to
it's a
listen,
lie.
listen. He wasn't hit hard enough to knock him over, right? Which actually we
Oh,
know
so he
if
was
you're
hit,
even
just
if you're
not hard. But
listen.
he was hit. Is that what you said?
I feel like you're purposefully not listening to what I'm saying and then you're trying to misrepresent me. Please listen to fully like what I say and then try to respond to fully what I'm saying. I was specifically saying I myself believe that he wasn't hit, but if you do believe that he was hit in the circumstance, he was maximum tapped. He wasn't hit hard enough because otherwise he would have fell on the ground. Typically, even with slow-moving vehicles, it can easily hit you to the ground if you're in front of the vehicle. That tells us that he wasn't hit very hard if he was. But I don't believe that he was hit. In the body cam footage, it doesn't show that he was hit, right? There's no evidence of that. And it just goes to the side and you can't really see anything. And the other images, some videos and angles do look like he's hit, but categorizing it with other videos, like for example, the New York Times did an analysis, right? It actually doesn't really look like he's hit, right?
New York
Really?
Times, okay.
Like if you categorize multiple angles and look at them at the same time, it does appear to look that way from a certain angle, though.
Okay, so let's say you don't believe that he was hit. Why did MSNBC alter Alex's photo? Why did they feel the need to do that? Because they changed.
These are two
the-
separate scenarios. You're talking about?
I
Are we
know,
talking about
we've
Renee
moved on
Good or
from that.
Alex
We've
Preddy?
moved on from that.
Well,
We've
that-
moved on.
Yeah, we.
Okay,
we've
so we're now
agreed to
talking about Alex
disagree.
Preddy. So what about Alex Preddy?
Why did MSNBC change his photo? He looks completely different. He's more tan. His teeth are wider. His face isn't as narrow. Why did they feel the need to change that?
I don't know why CNN picked the particular picture they did. I have no clue.
Well, no, they altered the photo.
I
was
didn't know that they
Photoshopped.
altered the photo.
This
Can you
isn't
provide me
Vogue.
Can you provide me a source that they altered a photo or something? I'm not like some
And it was
CNN lover.
MSNBC.
Okay, what'd you say?
It was MSNBC. It wasn't CNN.
Okay, MSNBC. So MSNBC altered a photo. Can you provide any source of this?
The photo?
No, like I meant, like,
see
can
the
you
photo that
provide
they
a?
used and then his work photo? I can't share the photo for you.
We probably.
You could tell us a title of an article that indicates that they did this, because I just haven't seen this. And by the way, MSNBC doing that isn't representative of the entire left, even if they did. So I still,
Well, I mean, it goes back
I don't see
to
any point here.
you
Like,
don't
do you,
feel like she was hit. You know, it's kind of like
The story always gets a little wishy-washy.
wait, we were talking about Alex Preddy, right? Okay.
correct.
What reasonable,
We are talking.
what
We can talk about two
reasonable,
things at once, but
okay,
if
sure.
we need to stay on
What
one thing,
reasonable
oh,
imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death was present in the scenario with Alex Preddy? What harm or threat did he pose?
Well, then that brings back the question, where is the line between observation and disruption? Where do you personally, as your opinion, because we know you love to have one, where is your opinion of that line?
So
When
I do
does it move
believe
from observation
I do
to
believe he was
disruption?
interfering, but I just don't believe interference justifies death sentence. And also, the interference he was doing, I think, was reasonable to do. I think that the agent in that circumstance was unreasonably pepper spraying a woman, or multiple women at this point they were, and I think he was trying to stand in between the agent and between the women to prevent them specifically from being hit by the pepper spray without good reason, right? Obviously, in the circumstance, they're pepper spraying without good reason. So I think it's reasonable for someone to do that. Now, I wouldn't do this in hindsight, or now, given the fact that I've seen the agents have murdered someone who was doing that. But in hindsight, I could have totally seen myself or people that I know who are friends doing something like that in a scenario, given that there's an unreasonable pepper spray from an agent in that scenario, and you're trying to prevent
how do you
someone,
know it
for
was
example, that you do
unreasonable?
know that was unreasonable because of the context of the scenario. What was the reason?
Which was
what was the reason or
just like your
justification?
opinion?
No, let's clarify. What reason or justification was there for pepper spraying her?
But you don't know that there wasn't. The same way I don't know
Well,
if there
I'm
was,
just
you don't
saying
know
that there
there
hasn't
wasn't.
been
We
a
don't have
clearly
the whole story.
identified
We
one.
weren't
So
there.
until we have one to identify, we don't have reason to establish that they were being reasonably pepper sprayed. So can you give me
You don't
what's
have
the
reason to
what is
establish
the
that they weren't.
what is the reason to establish that they were pepper sprayed?
I mean, this man is at work, same way you're at work right now.
Say that
And at
again?
what point, like you're at work, this is your job, correct?
Yes.
At what point are they harassing these people that are at work? Because ICE agents, that's their job. They use that money to feed their families, to pay their house payment. That's their job. At what point do people get to continuously harass you that it becomes an issue?
Yeah.
Where is the line?
You can legally record ICE agents. You can say what you want. That's the First Amendment. And by the way, people could go into my comment section and
kick
could
out
say
their tail
whatever they
lights.
want in the
You can
comment
chest vote 'em.
section. That's their First Amendment. They can say what they want in the comment section. That's their First Amendment. They could record my live stream if they want. That's their First Amendment, right? Okay.
Can they bust out your taillights?
Well, no. In that circumstance, that for
Oh,
example,
okay.
that was 11 days prior, the video of Alex Preddy kicking the taillight out of that law enforcement vehicle, that doesn't justify treating him that way 11 days later. But would that be a
But we
violation
don't
of the
know what
law
he
for
done
Alex?
11 days later.
Would that be a
Maybe he done
violation?
the video
Let me
still,
clarify. Let me
kicking out
clarify.
someone's taillight.
Would that be a violation of the law for Alex Preddy to have kicked a law enforcement vehicle 11 days prior to that point? Yes, it was a violation of the
That
law.
shows hostile, though, right?
He's very hostile.
It doesn't show this. Yins are trying to portray that it was this.
Very innocent bystander that was just observing the ICE agents, and it was more than that. I think we can both agree that he was not just standing on the sidewalk and observing.
Well, 11 days ago, you could say in that circumstance,
No, we're talking about the day
Let me
that
clarify.
he
Let me
lost his
clarify. Can I
life.
please
He was
speak?
not
Can I
just
please finish
observing.
speaking? I let you speak. I'd love to finish speaking myself. So, I do think that 11 days prior to the event in which he was murdered, I do think that in that circumstance, he was absolutely, specifically, what was the specific word you used? In reference to his behavior?
Disrupting them.
Well, I do, no, use a specific word. What was the word?
What was your word?
Sorry, I was trying to remind.
Oh, sorry, I didn't take
Like
notes.
okay. Well, I do think that, for example, he kicked the back of the car. Aggressive, yeah, he was aggressive in the circumstance. Like, I
was
think we can
hostile.
agree he was hostile. There we go, hostile. I think in that circumstance he was hostile. 11 days prior to him being murdered, right? That could be designated as hostile. But even in that circumstance, I don't think that like it would be justification for him being murdered or him being shot, even though he was considered quote unquote hostile in that circumstance. But 11 days later, he wasn't hostile in that clip at all. And by the way, for people who do think it was AI, it was confirmed by his family, Alex Preddy's family. So it definitely isn't AI. There's two different videos that are going around. One that clearly is AI, and the other one is not. And people are assuming that because they saw one that was AI, that it was both of the clips. But both of the clips are not the same. There's just like two separate clips that are going around. There is totally an AI clip of it going around that people are seeing as AI, and it totally is AI. But there is a clip out there that obviously looks very similar, where practically the same thing's happening, where it clearly isn't AI, and it's been clarified to be true by the family. And again, this happening is not justification at all of him being murdered 11 days later. Okay?
So what justifies the pepper spray? Where, in your opinion, is
Okay.
the line to justify pepper spray? Breaking out taillights, is that a justification or no?
Like in that circumstance, it would be like pepper spray would be needed to limit someone from harming another individual. So I don't think that pepper spray was even necessary in the context of where he kicked the taillight of the car to get
So
him
we
on the
should just let
ground
'em
and to
bust
detain
up the
him.
cars
Don't you think
No,
that's kind of
wait,
where
wait,
we're getting in the
wait! You're not
problem
listening
is-
to me. You're not listening to me.
No,
Please listen.
I absolutely hear what you
You
say.
purposefully just misrepresented what I said. I said, no, I'm not just saying let him
No,
go.
you
I
just don't
explicitly,
like that I'm
stop
saying
interrupting
what
me.
you're
Stop
saying is
interrupting me.
bull.
Stop interrupting me. You're not listening. This is an important point.
His feelings
You're
are
saying,
hurt.
listen, you were
I'm gonna call
saying
a therapist.
that I was just saying, oh, let him go. No, I said explicitly detain them. I just said that pepper spray wasn't necessary to detain them.
And I tried to detain him. And he pulled his gun.
So yeah, and I didn't have an issue with them detaining them, specifically in the situation where they kicked the headlight. But in that situation, do you realize how he was more hostile in that circumstance and they didn't need lethal force to be able to detain him and to get him on the ground? Do you see how, and
Haven't
even
you
then in that
noticed, though,
circumstance,
the
he still
more
had a
that
gun
we
he was
let
concealed
people
carrying?
get disorderly, the more
The worse it gets.
disorderly they get. So if we have no order, then we end up with situations like we have now.
I mean, for goodness sakes, did you see what they did to a hotel that they thought ICE could possibly maybe be staying at? Those are hostile actions. People are getting out of hand. They're not just observing at this point.
Wait, so to clarify, in the situation we were referencing with Alex Preddy, he was observing on that specific day. The 11 days prior,
I
he
disagree.
did kick
I don't feel
the
that
law
way.
enforcement vehicle. He wasn't observing in that circumstance. He did kick it, and that was hostile. But again, do you see how he was treated differently in one scenario where he was hostile versus the other scenario where he wasn't hostile? He literally
I
was
think
not
chest butting
hostile.
people is also hostile.
What?
Chest butting people is hostile.
Chest butting? He didn't chest butt. He literally was
Yeah, because the
standing.
day that he lost his life, he was chest butting those officers. Wouldn't you agree? I would
No,
agree.
I don't think he was chest
wasn't
butting
He was
them.
not
standing there.
observing.
He
He was
wasn't
not
was-
standing
observing.
in one
He
spot.
didn't hit them. He didn't harm them anyway. All he did was try to stand in front of them to prevent them from unreasonably pepper spraying someone.
But that's not his job.
Well, regardless of whether or not it's his job, it's reasonable for an American to do. And even if you consider it interfering, that's not justification for him to be murdered. It's not justification for him to have 7 agents on top of him, throwing him onto the
I'm
ground.
saying, where's your line between observation and disruption?
Like, I
You
think
never
that we
told
can.
me that line.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a one specific line that we could draw in one specific circumstance. I think it's contextual, but I do think in the circumstance we're talking about, you could classify that he was interfering. It's just, is it the case that interfering means that you now have the death penalty, or that you deserve to be?
And maybe not, but why would you put
Okay.
yourself in that position? Because you're singular and one person to make that decision. Would you want those people to make that decision for you? That's a bad choice to make. So don't do it.
So in hindsight, I would make.
I wouldn't want to give an ICE agent that option to make that choice of where this line was.
So again, in this circumstance, I do think that again, that shouldn't even be a risk you have to consider as a civilian, that you're going to be murdered in this scenario when you pose to no serious risk of imminent harm. Imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death. If you don't cause that, there is no reason why you should fear being shot. Okay.
had a pew
Listen.
on
Let
him,
me clarify.
correct?
Let me fully
With an
flesh.
extra magazine.
Can I, without being cut off, please finish my statement? Please let me finish my statement. Okay. Let me fully
Okay.
explain
Didn't
it
mean to hurt
fully
your
through.
feelings, baby. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you want me to do that to you the whole time? I can. I could do that the whole time. Would you prefer me to do that?
Well, you have, but I haven't cried about it. But go ahead.
Or the whole time? You think the whole time I wasn't letting you speak? Are you serious? I've been the whole time I've been letting you speak.
Okay.
So let me
Well, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, let me fully clarify. Okay. I do think that you shouldn't have to worry about being shot in that circumstance. Is it the case that within reality right now that you do have to worry about it? Yeah, now that we've seen Alex Preddy be shot in that context, it is something that people should worry about now. Now, it's not justification that they're murdered or shot. Because again, think about it this way. There are protesters in Iran. They have seen that people have been murdered, right, for protesting peacefully within Iran. That is not justification for those authorities to murder people that go to those protests, or reason to say that if someone does die in that circumstance that you're like, oh, why did you even go there in the first place? What did you expect? Or something like that. Obviously, it's unjustified that they were murdered in the circumstance, even if they've seen other people be murdered for protesting, because clearly they saw it to be relevant to protest in that circumstance. But go for it.
Why are you talking about Iran? That's not what we're talking about.
I know. I was giving an explanation or a hypothetical that just because someone specifically knows that people have died in
And
protest
so there
prior
was
and they
a
still decide to go to that protest, that doesn't mean it's
what was the
their fault for doing
protest he
so,
was at?
because we could understand people in other contexts doing that exact same thing.
So what protest was he at? I'd only seen a few people there.
Oh, this wasn't a protest. I'm just giving an example, like
Oh,
a hypothetical.
He's just talking about something
so he
different.
was just inserting himself. There was no protest.
There was no protest. I don't know what you mean by inserting himself. He was recording because he saw this was happening. Yes.
So, and 12 days before that, he was also just recording.
No, he kicked the back of the vehicle. I agreed on that day that he did that. I wasn't saying he was just recording on that day. Those are two separate days, though. Like, so are you saying that these agents, they remembered what happened and they held
sounds like he
Let me
might have
clarify.
been just
Are you
using
saying?
his spare time to
Harass people.
harass. Okay.
Are you saying?
Okay. As long as we're clear on that. He wasn't technically at a protest. He's just using his off days to harass ICE agents. Okay. As long as we're clear on that.
So, how do you feel that there have been multiple people on the left side that refuse to serve people on the right? There's been an anesthesiologist. And
Can
there's
I
been
finish
several people.
saying what I was saying, or am I not allowed to do
Oh.
that?
Oh, there was a big wide open space. I didn't realize you were taking a breath for that long. Go ahead.
Oh no! Like I was speaking, and in the middle of it, you guys just cut me off.
Oh, well, go right ahead. I'll zip it, lock it, put it in my pocket.
Okay. So yeah, in these circumstances, I just want to be very clear. There is no justification for these officers to act with such excessive force. Even if there's a situation where this has happened before in terms of these situations, that doesn't mean you should have to have that as a risk as a civilian. It was justified for him to record. That's within his First Amendment right to record in the circumstance. He wasn't recording in the circumstance 11 days prior. He kicked the vehicle, but he was treated differently in those circumstances. In one circumstance, he was more hostile, but then received a situation where he wasn't murdered. But in the other circumstance, he wasn't hostile, yet did receive a circumstance where he was murdered. So I clearly think that in the second scenario, obviously, it was unjustified for all the agents to act in the way they did. And I think anyone watching that video should be able to clearly determine that no reasonable officer or agent in that circumstance would treat him in the way that he was treated. He was disarmed before he was shot. He posed no serious risk of harm to anyone. So I just don't know why people think it's justified, because interfering is not a death sentence.
Well, clearly it is.
Do you think that's justified for it to be a death sentence?
I'm just saying, at what point do we draw the line? Do I think what happened that day was probably 100% in the right? No, I don't. But I don't know what happened prior to that video either. I wasn't there for it. I know that he had a pew-pew on him. I know he had another magazine on him. So I don't know what else. Was they afraid he had something else? We don't know. We were not that man that made that 1 second decision. Is this me or you, buddy?
Well, they shot him a bunch of times, and the agent who specifically shot him first, and the agent who shot him first saw him be disarmed before. So again, he was disarmed.
They didn't know that was the only thing they had on him, though.
So
Most
by the
people,
way,
when they
you
come
can't
looking
just
for
say
trouble,
because
they can't have him.
you can't just say because you think that it's possible that someone has a gun on them without having any reason to believe that's justification to shoot someone. Because anyone could possibly have a gun. That's not justification to shoot them. You need to see something brandished, them reaching for a specific gun that does exist, or providing some sort of circumstance where there is an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death. What justifies using lethal force? A serious risk or an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death. That's it. There's no other circumstance that justifies, right, them utilizing lethal force.
I think it's easy for you to sit back and say that when you're not living that life. When you're not going to work every day, people throwing stuff at you, acting a fool, and you have to make a quick decision. And sometimes it may not be the right one. You might be 100% correct. That may have not been the right decision that day. But why would you put yourself in that position to make somebody make that quick decision?
So what I just said was the law. And this is built up by legal precedents and Supreme Court cases. So is
that ICE agent in trouble? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying that like these have already been established, and law enforcement officials who do engage with law enforcement would say that these standards do exist. And I think it's actually really harmful for you to say that these standards shouldn't exist, because then it makes all of those other law enforcement officials look really bad. Like, it makes their reputation worse. And I don't think that you want their reputation to be worse unjustifiably or unreasonably, because that would put their lives on the line to a greater extent because of how other agents and other like federal agents are acting specifically, right, and misusing their power and abusing their power. So the abuse of power from federal agents harms local law enforcement. It harms law enforcement in general that are genuinely just trying to do their jobs and trying to help people out, and know in this circumstance that they wouldn't have utilized lethal force because they know that there would have been no reasonable basis to do so. So you have to acknowledge that there needs to be standards on our law enforcement officials. And if there are not standards on our law enforcement officials, there is going to be a bad reputation in the community amongst those law enforcement officials because of the fact that they are acting without accountability. That's why accountability needs to be strong. And when there is accountability that is upheld strong, then people feel more trust, right, for people who are in those positions. Okay? There are people that can act good in these positions. It just needs to be structured in a manner in which they're held accountable. And the way that ICE is set up right now, it does not happen. That's why we need to literally abolish ICE so that we can have a system of border enforcement that is upheld to the legislative branch and to the judicial branch, and not a power of the executive branch, because ICE is new. ICE is something that has happened post 9/11. ICE is not something that has existed for border enforcement throughout all of U.S. history. We do not need ICE to enforce the border, and we should be focusing on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, not allowing a secret police force to literally hunt down U.S. citizens who literally just have accents and racially profiling to detain them with no basis in reason or probable cause, to not utilize judicial warrants, to violate people's due process rights while deporting them, to literally harm our community members and literally murder U.S. citizens without accountability in broad daylight. That's why people do not like how ICE is operating, and that same bleeding effect negatively impacts other law enforcement, gives them a bad reputation. So you are harming them inadvertently by supporting the lack of accountability for these federal agents. So I would say you're the one putting those agents at risk, not me.
Not mistreating them.
What's up?
I think we need to have respect and not harass these people. When
I don't have respect for people who are violating the law. I don't have for kidnapping my community members and literally detaining people specifically for having an accent or for their race. I don't respect people that are doing that. I respect
what kind of kidnapper takes you home?
I respect law enforcement officers that actually are saving people's lives. I respect law enforcement officers that are actually doing their fucking jobs and going after people that are a harm and a threat to the safety and security of our communities, who are not misusing and abusing their position of authority and power. Because that is something that easily can happen in that circumstance. The people who actively speaking protect and serve our communities. Those are the people that I look up to, that I think are doing the right thing. Not the people that are using their positions of power to abuse people and to harm them, to exploit those conditions. Right? I believe that we should have these positions, and these positions are the utmost importance, but there needs to be training. There needs to be sufficient standards of accountability. There needs to be a basis in upholding the law. They are not above the law.
Just pulling people off the streets and giving them an ICE agent uniform and letting them go at it.
It is necessary that the law enforcement officials are not above the law themselves. It is necessary. And if you cannot apply the law to them, then they are going to be acting lawlessly, right, and doing whatever they want and abusing and exploiting people. And they're no differently than the people that you think they should be putting in prison in the first place. If they are lawlessly, literally acting in abuse of power, they are fucking no different than the criminals that you think should be in prison. And that's exactly why they should be fucking prosecuted for all the laws that they're violating, all the people they're kidnapping without justification, right? Literally, they're detaining people who have accents. Literally, the DHS has justified them detaining people who are U.S. citizens just because they have an accent. I don't think they should be able to go around fucking doing that. That is disgusting.
I ain't seen that happen, so
it has. There are videos of it. I can show you a video right now of it, and the DHS has even posted a video or posted a comment and put it on social media of the fact that they said it was literally because of the fact that they heard that they had an accent.
Because they've had accents.
So you're mad at the people that give the ICE agents the orders, not the agents themselves? Because I mean, everybody has.
I'm mad at both. I'm mad at both. I'm mad at the people carrying out the orders, and I'm mad at the people giving the orders.
So you think they should just not have their job?
We should just let
just
them
leave
stay
them.
here?
Just leave all the illegals here.
No, I think you
Just
should
let
go
them
after
stay.
people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and the worst of the worst. But the issue is they are lawlessly, without accountability, going after U.S. citizens, detaining them
Okay, but you didn't
without
answer
due
my
process.
question.
They're literally deporting people without due process, and they're sending them to CCOT, a concentration camp in El Salvador, where they're being literally beat, tortured, sexually assaulted, etc. Right within these particular situations.
what happens
There have
when
been
we bring
hundreds of
people in
people that have been sent to
illegally.
CCOT by the Trump administration and literally fucking tortured. I'm not trolling. That is literally serious. You can look this up. The Trump administration sent hundreds of people just for being in the country undocumented to be tortured in a fucking concentration camp in another country. Literally, I'm not trolling.
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
So you think if someone comes in this country
Forrest, think of the
illegally, but they
galaxy.
don't murder somebody, we should just let them stay here?
If you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe you should be given a pathway to citizenship. That would ensure more people are vetted in our country. And that doesn't mean in the long run we have no criminalization of undocumented entry into our country. That just means in the meantime, while we've had a legal process that doesn't make sense, where it takes several years and costs thousands and tens of thousands of dollars in some circumstances to get in the country, which is unjustified, that's led to more people come to our country undocumented. So we need to acknowledge our legal process hasn't made sense. Make the legal process go quicker by doing a quicker legal process, mass amnesty for the people who are already here, and then we can enforce border laws like the way that you're specifically thinking that you want to in that circumstance, because in most of the circumstances, it would be people who are committing violent crimes and bad crimes, rather than just going through a legal process that would have gone super quick, right? Because, again, there is no incentive to go through the system undocumented, right? If a person who's just trying to come here for a better life can go through the legal process quickly. The reason why people who are coming here for better life go through the process undocumented is because the current legal system is fucked up. That's why.
Yeah, we can't do things quickly because we're too busy having these people flood in illegally.
Yeah, we're too busy
trying to take them back
militarizing
out.
ICE and putting all of our money into ICE.
Yeah, we're trying to clean up a mess that we made the last 4 years.
No, it's not a mess that was made the last 4 years. It's something that the Trump
Yes, it is.
administration is
We
trying
had
to
other
make
borders.
up. Like think
From
about it
your
this way.
border
There-
bazaar,
We
who
had
was a
other
we
countries
had
that
a
were
border
emptying
bazaar.
their prisons
I don't
to,
remember
into
who she
our
was.
Not
country.
true. That's actually
That's
a
100%
propagandistic
true.
talking
1000%
point.
true,
That's a
Parker.
propagandistic talking point from the Trump administration. What country specifically
No.
opened up prisons and then told people to go to the United States? What country?
You can deny that if you want to.
What country?
Now,
Name the
you do all
country.
this work and you'll say,
What
"I don't
specific
believe
country?
that." That's not true.
What country?
I don't agree with that.
What
That's not my
country?
opinion. It doesn't matter, Parker.
What country? I'm waiting.
Yeah.
What country?
You want me to Google it for you?
Go ahead.
We can't read that scribble. Whose handwriting?
That's my chicken scratch.
Oh, okay. I couldn't read it.
Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Because of W's for Valkyrie in the comment section. Janelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much. Maze, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much, Maze. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Maze in the comment section. Seriously, literally trained to help out people. Annalise as well. Thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's ridiculous to even view it that way. Aaron, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Don't worry. Alexander as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Maze again with the $5. Thank you so much. Maze with the $10. Jeremy, thank you for the dollar. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Melody with the $7. Thank you so much. And Alexander, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I got you. Don't worry. I totally get you. Francisco, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got you. I'll make sure to look. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Amanda. Thank you. Get some W's for Amanda as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Totally agree, Amanda. That is a very true point as well. But I still have yet to see evidence that would apply in this scenario. But thank you very much. Mello, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Tisha, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Athena of War, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them. Kala, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Woke Donkey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Or I think that's $10 actually. Mello, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mello as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I definitely will. Thank you very much. Joe as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I needs a backpack. Thank you so much for the $5. Amar, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. They said they donated because someone said not to. Tisha, thank you so much for the $5. Marianne, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So teachers can get abused, harassed by students and parents on a daily basis, as do nurses with patients and families. If they acted the same way as ICE did, there would be massive investigations and forms to fix them. Seriously. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Zach in the comment section. Chalupa Batman, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. He said I get harassed every day as a teacher of middle school students. I would not be justified in using violence against the children. Seriously. Mears, thank you so much for the $2. Hoppy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Ronnie, thank you for the $2. Made me smile. Thank you so much for the $5. Or 3 different times. Thank you for the $15. Thank you. As well as Jay, thank you for the $10. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for making me smile. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And, okay. As well as Norp, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. And Yvonne, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you so much, Yvonne and Norp in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Matthew, thank you for the $10 in Venmo as well. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Danica, thank you so much for the purchase of the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I just appreciate you being here. Haley as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, to help get out to more people. For the 4,600 or 4,700 people in the stream, make sure to hit that thumbs up. It helps get out to more people. I seriously would really appreciate it. Brown Panda, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And for the 6,800 people on TikTok, tap that screen. We're back on the TikTok again today. We have to build up the algorithm like last time. Oh, they just left. They ran away. Chat, they ran away. Did they accidentally leave? If you accidentally left, send a guest request back. Neil, thank you for the $10. And Abigail, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Abigail in the comment section for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much. W's for Abigail in the comment section right now. Seriously, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here, by the way, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. I'll look for them in the comment section, but I think they actually just meant to leave. Seriously, thank you so much, Abigail, for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Mello, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Crazy. It's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, as well as Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. No, don't worry. I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Stephanie, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for the next anxiety pen. The next anxiety pen. I'll have to get that one here pretty soon. Steph, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Hit that thumbs up if you're on YouTube, everyone. How many likes are we at on YouTube, everyone? Let me try to check. I think we're currently at... Let's see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? We're currently at 1,500, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I think they just purposefully left the last guest. That's very unfortunate. Alrighty, let's get this next person. Alrighty. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, I think they accidentally sent a guest request. Let's go to the next person. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
No, I'm just joking, Parker. I love you so much, man.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Probably mainly his deportation policies.
Okay. Why do you think mass deportation is a good thing?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Why do you think mass deportation is a good thing?
Because of the illegal immigrants that came into the country for the last 4 years, and some of the mass murders that they talk about with the rape and killings of different white women in the country.
Oh, why only white women?
I mean, all of them, but I've seen a lot of cases. The one, the nurse that happened.
I don't know why you specified white women, but yeah, like in general, like a few more things to say. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So I don't know why you'd blame that on undocumented immigrants. And then in terms of this in general, if you want to limit rape from happening in our society, why would you vote for a rapist that was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will? 26 plus people have accused them of sexual misconduct and literally is associated with the Epstein files. And have you seen the new Epstein files recently that just came out with all the different accusations targeted against Donald Trump specifically for the behavior that he's engaged in?
Yeah, I have seen those, but the main reason I voted for Trump is because, you and Dean are just a bunch of fucking dorks.
Okay. What about Dean and I exist? Or like what's true about Dean and I that means that you're willing to vote for a grapist fascist that tried to undermine the integrity of the 2020 election, that actively harms working class Americans, right? And called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country and termination of the Constitution.
I don't know. Me and Jeff Teague are just going to slap the shit out of both y'all.
Are you just trolling? This is your just best troll you got? Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, can I counter that and say, why do you not support Donald Trump?
Held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. An 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms and Donald Trump would barge in. His tax cuts disproportionately help the rich and wealthy at the expense of working class people and lower income individuals that specifically don't pay into the income tax structure, but do pay and buy for consumer products. We can point to countless things. There's a million things I could bring up. He tried to undermine the 2020 election, called for the termination of the Constitution, undermines basically every single core fundamental American value that we care about.
Okay. Do you want to know my main reason?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are things that I don't agree with and I agree with what he's doing. Obviously, deportation. Yes, all the people who... Okay, in your opinion, rapists, should they be deported?
Yes.
Okay, that's what
like Trump.
Should
deport Trump. Get him out of this country.
Where was he actually said that he was a rapist?
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will by unanimous decision of 9 people on a jury.
But was he charged?
The reason why it wasn't a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event happened that you can't try them in a criminal court, which is true for thousands of other people that held their abusers accountable in a civil court, but not a criminal court because of the statute of limitations that exist for criminal courts in New York.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, just look up Trump libel essay AP News.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Thank you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 4,600 people on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. I think we could easily get to 3,000, 4,000 likes if everyone in the comment section, or everyone in the live stream tried to. And we're about 2 hours in, so we can easily do that. Laura, thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Almost 40. I'm actually just questioning Parker. If you would be willing to extend, would you be willing to extend to Canadian users?
I don't know what you're saying right now. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. In some aspects, yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? Think of the Galaxy.
Probably Trump still, just based off policies. But I'm just up here to request if your staff is willing to extend to Canadians.
No.
Okay. Take care, brother. Have a good one.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Melissa, thank you for the membership subscription. And they said staff. I don't have staff. I guess I have like an editor. That's it. I only have one editor, so I don't have like a staff or anything. It's just me, really. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
As of now, probably Trump.
Okay.
But thing is I'm just recently got into politics, so I'm still trying to find my way around. My family is like really Republican, and that's why I am for now. But I'm open to education.
Okay, for sure. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, I've heard that he's done constitutional violations, and if I could have that proven to me, that would be enough. Because above all, like political parties, I back the Constitution over everything.
Okay. So not only is explicitly he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he didn't like the results of the 2020 election and he couldn't accept them, but his administration has actively been violating due process rights by the utilization of ICE, not using warrants specifically for search and seizure, them specifically in the context of the detaining of Mahmoud Khalil, who was detained for over 100 days without due process rights for literally just saying free Palestine, which is his First Amendment right. He's a legal permanent resident in the country and is still in the country, by the way. And Donald Trump's administration detained them without due process. That's a violation of the Constitution. I can give countless others as well, but those are just a few to mention.
Okay, when did he call for the termination of the rules and regulations of the Constitution?
2022. Yeah, this is because he didn't like the election results in 2020. So he called for on Truth Social, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Oh, damn. Yeah, because the reason why I've been getting into politics lately is mostly because of what's been happening with ICE.
You're a little bit far from your
And
microphone,
also
by the way, just letting you know.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yep, I hear you better now.
Okay, so like the main thing that got me into politics now was like all the ICE situation going on, and also the Epstein files, because that stuff is obviously very disgusting. I just don't know if any of that
why would
stuff
you
can
support Trump
actually
then?
be verified.
Because they're not releasing the
Okay,
Epstein
so
files purposefully. That means that they're either Trump has implicated himself or he's protecting PDFs. And by the way, based on what's been released, it seems like Trump's mentioned a hell of a lot of times and not so great ways.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard that he's in it a lot. I haven't gone through and looked because I don't know where to look. I mean, if like I don't know.
I got
you know,
you.
Like if people are putting.
Really easy way.
Okay.
Just go to Aaron Parnas's videos. Go to Dean's videos. They literally made videos on the specific things within it. Brian Krastenstein, I think that's his name. He's also made videos on what's specifically in them. There are so many different accounts you can look at that are making videos about them. Midas Touch, which has also made a bunch of stuff about them. So look up all of those. They've made in-depth claims about like what's within the Epstein files. There's a lot of information out there right now of investigated research and journalism. So I definitely would say to look into that.
Yeah, because I mean, like I'm, you know, like with ICE, like what I was gonna say earlier, was that like I've been seeing what's been going on, and it's pretty horrifying. Because like even my dad is a peace officer. He's a cop, but he has a master's peace officer license, which requires like 12,000 hours of continuing education, and even he agrees that these shootings were. Like, I mean, the Alex Preddy shooting is completely unjustified in any aspect. And the Nicole Good one, I mean, that one, he thinks it's unjustified, but I mean, I guess I don't think it was a justified shooting personally, but I can see how they can kind of swindle their way out of that one a little bit, but I personally I don't think it was. And then I've been seeing things like, I don't know if it's true, but like. There was like people saying that they were like throwing tear gas canisters at preschools or something like that. Like
I haven't seen that. I'd have to go back and look at that one. That I wouldn't honestly dispute that happened. I would probably say that did happen, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I like, and honestly I get kind of like, now that I've been doing some more research, I get kind of disgusted by what I hear people like say, like how like they could justify Alex Preddy getting shot. Like the way I think about it, like. I mean, he's constitutionally allowed to carry a gun and extra magazines. People say that's weird. It's not. It's not weird at all.
It was literally one
I mean,
extra
that's
magazine. You know what I mean? Like it's not like he had like
just one.
8 to 10 magazines on him or something like that, or was
Yeah,
brandishing a
I've seen the
firearm.
video. Yeah, the video never shows him doing that. And then, from what I've seen during the altercation before he was, unalived, it didn't look like he ever even tried to reach for it. I mean, there's like what 5 or 6 officers on him. What was he gonna do anyways? He would instantly just get unalived, even if he tried to do that in the first place. So I don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I
I don't
guess
know.
like
It's
it sounds like you don't support Trump then, because like it sounds like I mean the Trump administration, they've literally said that they're domestic terrorists, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. So quite literally, I do think that like based upon what you've said so far, it does sound like you would vehemently disagree with, I guess, where the current Republican Party and Trump administration are standing.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I was on the fence. Like from what I've heard, the stuff that I've heard, I can't reasonably back anybody doing that stuff, regardless of political party. I don't care about that.
Okay.
So, someone
Sounds
sounds
like
like
you
I'm playing
don't
Minecraft.
support Trump
Sorry.
anymore, though. Yeah, I do have to speak enough just to make sure that like it's not really heard. Otherwise, it will like literally demonetize my stream on YouTube. But I just want to.
It's not Minecraft. It's just like background music.
Oh,
Sorry.
it sounded exactly like
didn't realize
Minecraft.
you. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that you could hear it.
Oh
I
no,
thought it was
you're
quiet
good. Don't
enough.
worry.
I'm sorry.
I just
So,
genuinely thought it was the
um,
Minecraft music. But yeah. So like, I just appreciate you. It seems like you definitely do agree with us here, and like you do see like
I've been
the errors of
watching
the
you.
Trump administration.
Yeah, I've been watching you for a little bit. You, Dean. I've been watching. What's his name? Brian Tyler Cohen.
Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing y'all stuff pop up, and like, I mean, the point that y'all make complete sense to me. I hear the people that y'all talk to, like debate with, and they're just like unhinged. I'm just like, dude, it's like you can't be a functioning adult and think the way they do. And so that's why I've been like on the fence, definitely leaning a lot more. I wouldn't say liberal, like I'm like progressive, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the difference in the terms is, but
Well, I think some progressives are liberal, of course, but yeah, it sounds like you're on our side and you're on the right side of history. I really appreciate you coming up.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Have a great day. Have a great day. Dean said he had a lot of crazy people today. I feel like we've had a lot of pretty good conversations. Like, chat, yeah, I don't know about everyone else, but like, I feel like today has felt like better than normal. Like, we've had multiple people that were open-minded and wanting to change their mind. I mean, we've had some people that were a bit unhinged, but I feel like categorically speaking, today's been pretty good, right, comparative to other days. So I'm liking it. I'm appreciating the day. If you're on YouTube as well, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. As always, yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, you're fucking disgusting, dude. You're literally disgusting. Why do people do that shit? That should be literally a crime. Literally fucking disgusting. I don't even have to tell everyone on fucking YouTube what happened. That's just so gross. So gross. What a weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
What's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Fuck no. I was gonna say.
For people asking, they mooned. It's disgusting. They should literally go to jail. It's so gross. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
That was so disgusting, dude.
Yeah, it really was. We talked to you earlier, right?
Ready to get dog walked again? Yeah, you're gonna get dog walked again, bro.
We kicked you because we couldn't really have a productive dialogue with you.
Because you got dog walked.
Pause.
Yeah, I know.
Pause. I'm gonna try to have a productive dialogue with you. Let me think of you people real quick, and then I actually will genuinely try. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna keep going, everyone. I wanted to try real quick. Just to see if we can continue it today. I feel like we have a chance. Damien, thank you so much for appreciating the $1. Thank you so much. They said first time donator. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They just wanted to say that ICE Agent has been sexually exploiting a mother in one of their detention centers. To see her, let her see her daughter. Just wanted to let you and Dean know. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think I've heard about that. Absolutely fucking horrible to hear about. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I'm pretty sure I've heard about this. It's horrible. It's so fucking atrocious. what's going on. It's disgusting how people are able to act when they have authority and they feel like they're not going to be held accountable. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Alexander, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much on Venmo. Marine, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Marine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much, Marine. I appreciate it. And Karen with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Karen in the comment section right now. Tristan, thank you for the $2. I absolutely agree. Gnarly, thank you for the $2. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I've gotten very used to it, I think. And S, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, I'm not gonna stop grifting. Alrighty. Go ahead. Like, give us the actual reasons why you support Trump.
Grifting, bro.
I'm not taking the bait. Tell me why you support Trump.
You think that's bait?
Yeah, I think it's bait to get us distracted.
Distracted from what?
The debate as to why you support Trump.
Wait, how is
it's
that
not
a distraction?
always it's not always a distraction, but you just use it as a distraction there because
I think you're just
see it gets our
deflecting
attention.
because
Watch.
you know you're a grifter.
Watch. We can talk about that later on. We'll do that in a minute.
No, I don't care about your donos. I don't want you to read the.
I won't read them off for you.
I want you to address the fact that you're
Sophia.
a grifter because you are.
Sophia, I want you to tell me why you support Trump. I am a grifter, 100%. I grift every single day. I grift all the time. I love it. It's amazing.
I need to take you
I'm the
down.
greatest
I think
grifter
he's
you've
gonna
ever
help,
heard.
and
I'm
he's
the
the one
greatest grifter you've ever seen.
We're
All right,
one
Sophia,
step
tell us
closer to
why
getting
you
rid
support
of you.
Trump. Come on.
Because he's helped us get one step closer.
Step closer to what?
Getting rid of all the radical leftists online. You're next.
Okay, what do you mean by getting rid?
We're getting Hassan. He's done for, and then we're getting you, and then after that we're getting.
What do you mean by getting us? You mean murder?
No, bro. Hassan's not done. He's A-OK. Banning.
You know
You're
he
done
went on
for.
to YouTube
We're
and had like
deplatforming all of
100,000
you.
concurrent viewers.
We're about to take him off there too.
Okay, well you
And
didn't.
you're not
You
going to be able
can't
to
do
stream
that.
on
That's not how it
YouTube,
works.
TikTok. Yeah, it is.
So you think
wanna
that I'm
call
gonna
us
get? You think
fascists,
that
so
you're
why
gonna
don't
get
we
me
just be
banned? So,
fascists?
wait, you want to get me banned from TikTok and YouTube?
Yeah.
So you can't beat me in a debate, so you have to kick me off the platforms?
What do you mean? It's not about beating you in a
You're-
debate.
you're-
It's
yeah,
about
you
getting
literally
you off the
can't beat me in a
platform.
debate, so you have to try and kick me off the platform?
No, it's because you're
What a tough
grifter
guy.
And you're.
What a
Yo,
tough guy.
You're not tough.
He can't.
You're
He can't. He
Lil
can't
Bro.
ideologically beat us. He can't beat us with the facts, so he has to try and kick us off. Do you see? I take that as.
Dude, no, you're a threat to
I
society.
take that
You're
as.
like a...
I take that as we win. We've won. Like
No,
literally, like
you're a Hall of
you
Fame level
know that
threat
you have no
badge, bro. Like,
arguments,
you're-
and the
you're
only way that you
grifting.
can see that you
No.
could actually respond to my points is by
I
saying
have
that,
to
oh,
deplatform
we're just
you
going to
because
prevent
you're a
him from
threat
being
to the
able to
common
say that.
folk.
Okay,
You're
so
stealing from liberals, innocent
how?
liberals.
How?
Because you're panhandling and begging for money so that they donate to you, and then you're just a terrible advocate, man. There's so many better ones like Hassan.
Okay, I don't think Hassan's a better
Why'd
advocate.
you just laugh at that?
Because I obviously
You
don't
think
think
Hassan's
Hassan's
your worst advocate for the left?
than me. Yes, I genuinely prefer my position to Hassan's
I think
position.
you're just upset because he didn't want pro-Israel Kamala to win.
No, I disagree with being pro-Israel. I think Israel's a genocidal ethno-state. I just think that I disagree with Hassan on countless things. I wouldn't consider him to be a
What,
better
like
advocate
shocking his
because
dog?
the consideration of better means more in alignment with the ideological beliefs. I think I'm more in alignment with the ideological beliefs of even people who are like moderate and on the right even than Hassan would be, right? Because Hassan's even further to the left I am. Okay, so I don't understand why you'd ever say that.
Closer, you're a communist utopia.
If by better advocate you mean like he has more viewership, I would agree with that he gets more
Not
viewership.
only that, but he's also bringing you closer to your communist utopia you want to live in so bad. And all of your
I'm not a
followers-
communist.
All of your followers want to live in a communist. Yeah, I just watched
We're not
your
communists.
commenter say. I just watched a literal commenter say arrow to himself, socialist. You guys are communists, bro.
Okay,
You're
so there's
all
one
communists.
person in the comment section who's a socialist, therefore all of us
no,
are
you're all
communists.
communists, dude.
Type 3 in the comment section. Wait, by the way, type 3
in the
type 3 in the comment section if you are a liberal and not a communist.
Type 2 if you're a communist or a socialist.
Okay, I'm actually curious.
I'm sure plenty of them are a socialist or a communist.
I bet
And if
actually
they're
like
not- and
I
if
don't
they are,
by the
they're
way, I
lying
don't
today.
dislike socialists and communists.
Oh, that was a whole row of them.
But I do think that there's more liberals than there are socialists and communists.
So we should
In my
ban all
chat.
the communists in the chat. By the way, they're
No,
anti-American.
no, no. I definitely don't want
They're
to
all
ban them.
anti-American. Yeah, no, we need to ban them.
I don't think they're an anti-American.
They should be living in Russia.
I don't think all of them believe. I think the people who are technically, essentially, I think the leftists who are more likely to be in my comment section are more likely to be
I think
democratic.
communists are
Listen,
a bigger threat than immigrants.
I think that's ridiculous to say. I think democratic socialists are more
What?
likely to be in the comment section, and like libertarian socialists, like people who are like on the less authoritarian wing of left wingers, probably are more likely to be in the chat. But there obviously probably are still some off left people who are in the chat. But I would say that again, most people who are in the chat, we practically agree on most things, even if they're socialists, because they advocate for social democratic policies in the meantime before they even get to a socialist system. So we agree on most things in application in terms of the system if they're like a democratic socialist. So that's why we often have coalitions together. So we work together. But that, I mean, I also think that like we don't have to agree on everything, right? Like we can have a movement. We don't have to agree on every single thing. We can have disagreement within it. There can be people who are democratic socialists. There can be people who are social democrats, and we can still advocate against fascism. Hell, I think it's necessary for us to build a coalition for us to be able to respond to fascism in the most appropriate way.
Okay, wait. You think immigrants are a bigger threat to our country than communists?
Well, I don't think that either are a threat to our country. So I think posing it as a threat to the
Communists are a
country.
way bigger threat to our country economically. They're gonna bring
Although
us
I
to
would
a complete
disagree with
crash.
communist positions, I don't think that they're like a threat to our country.
We're done for if the communists run our country because then I
A
can't.
communist is not
Dude,
going to be running our country.
There's no more Doge. There's no more Doge checks that would ever happen if it was for
Doge was
communists.
unsuccessful under your administration anyway.
Well, we can't even invest in Doge if there's communism running our country. They're gonna get rid of Elon Musk if they do that.
Okay, no one's advocating for communism right now. Like in terms of putting it
Everybody
into
in
the
your
law.
chat's advocating for communism.
We just
Your entire
literally
fan base
hey,
is full
dude,
of communists.
we just had the chat spam 3 and 2, and it was mostly 3s. Are there 2s in the
was,
comment
like,
section?
mostly
Yes.
2s, bro.
By the way, I have no issues if there's any communists in the chat. But I just think
Get
I
'em out,
think that
bro.
it's obvious. I think it's just obvious that most people who are going to follow me are going to be liberal.
Bro, they're crazy.
No,
you and all
they're
of
not.
your friends are crazy. You're brainwashing them.
How am I
you
crazy?
actually single-handedly started a new wave of just crazy liberals. Instead of blue
So
hair,
I should
they
be
just
so
have
I should be
natural hair, and
banned.
they're like,
So you think I should be banned off
Yeah.
of platforms because of you disagree with my political views?
yeah, wolf in sheep's clothing.
He just said yes.
Clothing, bro.
So by the way, you think people
Yeah.
who disagree with your political views should be banned off of social media?
Well, you want to call us fascists? I think we should get you off this platform. Yeah, no,
Trump
dude,
literally
we need
is
to
a
deplatform-
fascist. Trump literally by
If
definition
that
is
was
a
the
fascist.
case, he would have already deplatformed you and Dean. I'm tired of this.
Not true because
I need him
it's,
to actually save the day.
it would be illegal for him to do that. Okay? So
No, it wouldn't. To ban
yes,
you?
it would. Yes,
No,
it
it
would.
wouldn't.
That's
Bro, he
violating
can
my
ban you.
First Amendment right. Because if he's the one doing it, that's violating it. If the companies themselves decided to limit me from doing that, that's separate. But if he decided himself to try and force the companies to do that, that would be violating my First Amendment right.
He's gonna pay him like $5, and then they're gonna ban you. They're gonna ban Dean. Matter of fact, I'm gonna email him. He's been in my emails
for it.
recently. All right.
You've been
He's been in
emailing
my
Trump?
Hey, yeah. And you know
Okay,
what's gonna happen?
I'm kicking you. You're actually
No,
you
do you know what's
literally
gonna happen?
you literally just grifted. Unironically,
Done for.
you just dishonestly said you said
you're done
something
for.
in order to get attention from us.
You're done for.
Sophia,
done
unironically,
for.
you just grifted.
You think
You-
he's
you
not
don't
in my
actually
emails?
think that.
Do you
don't
want to? Do
actually
you want to
think
see
that.
a Trump? Do you want to see an email from?
Obviously, he's not in your emails. Okay.
Do you want to see an email?
Obviously, he's not in your emails. Stop.
Obviously.
Yeah, you're making me think that you're a troll now.
Oh, you think I'm a troll?
Yeah, genuinely. Like only
You
a troll
think
would
that
say
Trump's-
something so
So
stupid.
you think that you wait? Wasn't that you, or was it Dean, that like even told me about the whole email situation in the first place? So
What-
you
what
ain't even
emails?
you ain't even tapped in. Oh, you're not even tapped in, little
that was
bro.
that was Dean.
Oh,
I don't know what emails you're referencing.
So you're not tapped in, little bro. No, you're actually no. I'm dead serious. Go talk to Dean, little bro. You're not tapped in. You're not even educated on the subject. You can't talk to me. I'm actually.
So corny. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You know what's up, how to you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
No. Sorry, I didn't mean.
They definitely don't even sound 18. Let's go to the next individual. Alexander, thank you so much for the $2. Based, by the way, as well as thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you for twice, by the way. Christine, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
3058.
Sam, thank you for the $1 for the Communist Liberal Society. Gladys, thank you so much for the $20 for the grift. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. I thank you very much. Marcelina, thank you so much for the $10 for stop stealing our liberal money. Thank you very much. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep on going forever. The Parker and Dean grifting adventures. Parker and Dean grifting forever. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18. But,
What's your birth year?
I just wanted to 2007, September.
And do you support
20.
Trump?
Not anymore.
Based. Appreciate you very much. See this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Wendy, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Who's some W's for Wendy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Wendy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for Wendy in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
You know, at first I did, but I'm kind of confused now.
You don't support him anymore, it sounds like. I appreciate you very much. I'm just looking for people who still do support Donald Trump. Bad Omens, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I will never stop. I will always keep grifting. I will grift until the end. Rash, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Glizzy, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's so ridiculous. Laney, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Megaroni, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for stop stealing my effing money. Parker, grow a mustache. They always ask me to grow a mustache. It's so funny. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We got another hour and 40 minutes left on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Got at least another hour and 40 minutes left on the live. Let me make sure my girlfriend will be back by then. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Everybody do apologize. It takes a second to get people up here sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jesus, chat. That was brutal. Alrighty. Give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Do you support Trump? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Hydro, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'd love to. I would definitely debate Hassan. That'd be fun. I've slightly talked to him about it before. He actually told me he wasn't a communist when I had talked to him in the past because he joined up on a stream I was on like over a year ago because when I was on Dean's stream. That's the only time I've ever talked to him. but I would definitely debate him. But like in general, I don't really see like a reason to debate in general against people who are socialists and communists. I think it makes most sense to coalition build. But would I debate given that it was there with Hassan? Sure, yeah. Yo, what's up, all to you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Harold, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Harold. Always good to see you. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Sharon as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said love from Australia. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Are you a Venezuelan? Because I want to bomb you.
That's just disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a bitch.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably whoever deports you.
You said deport me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you support Trump though? Or are you the
We gotta get
person
you
that
out.
or are you the person who like always tells me
Bro.
to like hit my elevation pen and then like they like
Hey.
Derrick Rose?
Wait. Yo, hit your elevation pad. I love
I knew it was you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. They're not actually threatening me, Chad. They're a troll. I don't take that as a serious threat. Although you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't go around saying that. I don't take it as a serious threat because they've been on the stream before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I think he's an American messiah.
Troll.
I think he would. I'm not trolling. That's I actually
American
believe that
Messiah?
part of-
What does that mean?
I think he was prophesied in the Old Testament that he would save, American politics, and he would
where-
save us from people like you, Parker.
Really, really? Which verse? Which verse?
I think it's in Ezekiel. I forget. I could pull it up.
Yeah. Tell us the verse.
Give me 1 second, man.
I got you. He's finding Ezekiel, everyone. America in the Old Testament, by the way.
Or you know what, Parker? It might be Isaiah. Hang on.
Isaiah. I have a question. Did the United States exist?
Yeah, it's basically Israel.
Okay. You're trolling, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Just a little bit. All right, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request. Again, if you do meet that set of criteria, list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 25.
And what state do you live in?
I live in California.
And what time is it?
Right now, it is currently. Let me check my time. 1 second. It is 9:07.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought you had a British accent. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I have a few points. By the way, I'm here just to, if you could change my mind by the end of the panel, I'm an open book. Okay? So.
Okay.
Let me, right, so I've written down a few points as to why I support Trump. So, let's just say Donald Trump's presidency.
Can you name
has
3
been
cities
marked.
within California?
3 cities within California?
Yeah,
Why do you want me to name 3 cities?
that's where you live, right?
Yeah.
So just name 3 cities.
Why do you want me to name 3 cities?
You're looking it up right now.
No. I just
tell
don't know
me.
why you want me to name 3 cities.
Tell me. If you don't do it in the next 3 seconds, I'm gonna kick you.
LA, San Francisco, and Sacramento. The easiest ones.
Name 3 more.
San Diego, San Jose, Bakersfield.
You're saying the biggest names. You just looked on Google Maps. I don't believe you. Those are the biggest cities, and those are the ones that he just saw when scrolling in. How much you want to bet? I would put money on that. I genuinely would. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. I need to move this blanket. It's getting hot in here. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what?
How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18, man.
And do you support Trump?
Yo, nah, I'm buy me in some Polish cheese right now, bro.
For the 4,700 people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. Everyone, I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello. How old are you?
I look, you don't know.
You don't know how old you are. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We need to deport you, bro.
Oh, you're trolling. Same troll. I remember the voice. Made a whole new account. It's crazy. Ray, think of the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Of course. Thank you so much. Totally appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you letting me know that as well. I'm glad that we can create a space like that. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Alrighty, do give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I've been waiting. What's
And how
up,
old are
my
you?
guy? I'm 33.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm for deportation for sure. You know, you got to come in the right way. Simple as that. I'm not saying everyone is bad that they're deporting, but like, you know, you got to come in the right way.
Okay,
You know, that's
so,
it.
So does Trump and ICE need to go through the legal way in order to deport them?
Yeah, definitely. You
Okay,
know,
so how do you feel about the fact that they're violating the law and deporting people? Not only is ICE not following the idea that they need judicial warrants in order for search and seizure, but also the fact that they're deporting people without due process. They've been detaining people without due process. Like, for example, Mahmoud Khalil was held for over 104 days without due process for saying free Palestine, even though he's a legal permanent resident. There have been U.S. citizens detained for having an accent, U.S. citizens detained and racially profiled simply for the race. And they say in consideration with other factors, but in practice, we've seen otherwise. Alongside the fact that we can also point to the fact that the Trump administration has, actively speaking, expanded expedited removal, which has, violated due process rights of more people in the country as well.
I mean, I feel like, and I know that's not the law, but like, I feel like if you come in here illegally, that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds wrong, but like, really, like who cares? You know, like we have people that don't speak English here, And do you think they should be able to speak, like, you should speak English if you're, a citizen, no?
No, I don't really care.
I mean, that's fair enough, but like, I mean,
Like,
how can you follow the traffic laws? Like, how can, I mean,
like you can know very basic English in order to do that, but you don't need to know the entire language. Like I don't
yeah,
need to
no,
know the
that's fair.
entirety of Spanish to be able to read the traffic signs within Mexico.
That's fair. I mean, in South Florida, it's a little different. That's where I'm from. So, I mean,
Now, like
like, it's
also,
like a,
like for example, like would you go to like areas in the United States, like for example, would you go to like K Town and be like, why is there stuff not in English?
no, of course not.
Like
No, I would
obviously
never
not.
think like that. I
Like
would
if
never think like that.
so if people are in the country and they don't speak as much English, they can go to areas within the country where people speak different languages. That's the great thing about our country. There's so many different cultures within our society, right, within our nation, that people can go different areas and people speak different languages in majority within those certain types of areas.
Okay. No, yeah, you're right. But like, when it comes down to it, how do you know the good from the bad? You know what I mean? Like everyone that's coming in illegally, there's some good, there's some get bad, but like, how can you differentiate them? It's impossible. You don't know.
So it's a vetting process. So how do we incentivize more people to go through the vetting process? By giving a legal pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. And how do we identify that people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes? Due process. So when the Trump administration is violating people's due process rights, they are not utilizing checks and balances that should be used. They're not ensuring that these people, like that this is actually applicable to them, and it's leading to bad circumstances.
I mean, but how can you do that if they came here illegal? If you don't know they're here, you know what I mean? Like, you're catching, like,
I have a good idea for you. Provide a legal
yeah.
pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who are already in the country if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and they will be incentivized to identify themselves to authorities and go through said vetting process if they meet that criteria, which will make it easier for law enforcement to focus on those that are in the country that have not committed violent or that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, as a greater proportion of those in the country undocumented would meet that criteria then, because the ones that were in the country undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime would be currently going through the legal process. But the issue is the Trump administration is going after people who are literally going towards their legal court dates, and they're limiting that from happening.
Yeah, no, I get that, like, I'm not gonna say Trump's doing it though. You know what I mean? Like, that's not really like, for example, all right, and this has nothing to do with immigration now. Now I'm kind of switching it up a little, but like with the murder in Minnesota, right? The two of them, right? But
Do,
like,
do you think they were murdered?
I think the second one was more like I don't want to talk about good yet because it's complicated there, but like, yeah, like, I think he was, like, but like, not by Trump. You get what I mean?
How do you
Like,
feel about
I
Trump
think the
and his
ICE agent
administration
did it.
calling them a domestic terrorist?
I mean, I think he spoke way too soon. I think we all know like he doesn't really know how to speak politically correct, but I mean, there has to be more developing soon, right? Like, I mean, me and you are just speaking right now about this, but tomorrow there's going to be new news, you know what I mean? Or maybe next week, whatever. But we have to see all the evidence on both sides. I from what I saw, the ICE agent needs to be in jail. That's what I see. You know what I mean? That's murder.
Yeah,
But
and
like,
the
I'm
Trump
not gonna
administration is
go.
not only defending them, but also saying that the person that they killed is a domestic terrorist when they clearly weren't. They quite literally said, Christy Nome said, that they were trying to go there to take out as many agents as they possibly could. That's what they said, which is a blatant lie. Everyone knows that's not true.
Yeah, no, I saw it myself. I know that's definitely not true. I don't agree with it. In my see, I'm okay with Border Patrol. You know what I mean? ICE is a little like
You want to abolish ICE.
extensive. It's extensive. I will say ICE is like a little
So
extreme.
you're a Democrat. There's no way. You do
No,
not agree
no,
with
I'm
Trump on
not.
immigration.
I'm not.
Like,
I'm
if you
not.
want to
It's
abolish
it's
ICE,
just
you definitely do not agree with Trump because he wants to
I
militarize
just
ICE.
I didn't like Biden. Biden was the worst president in the history of America.
That's
I
a
mean, like,
ridiculous thing to say.
I mean, I'm just talking
Why?
about
Like,
immigration
name one.
wise.
Immigration-wise, that's not even true. Just because more people came to the country does not even mean it was because of his policy. What was the relevant difference between the border policy under the Obama administration and the Biden administration that meant more people came to the country under Biden versus Obama?
Sorry, say that one more time.
What is the relevant difference in immigration policy between Obama and Biden that means more people came under Biden and less people came under Obama?
Obama was, Obama was pretty good with that, but like, it was more underground, I guess. Like, I don't know how to explain that, but like, he still put people in cages and stuff. Like,
but let me clarify. What was the difference in the policy? If you
Okay.
can't mention a difference in policy,
No,
well, then that
I-
highlights the idea that it's likely something other than policy that led to more people coming to the country. That demonstrates that the reason why more people came to the country under the Biden-Harris administration is not because of the Biden-Harris administration policy, but because of the fact that there was economic insecurity around the world due to global inflation, which was due to the pandemic, has nothing to do with Biden. So you say it was because of Biden. It wasn't. Biden tried to get passed a bipartisan border bill. He advocated for it. Donald Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. The border bill did fail.
Okay.
And Donald
And there's other
Trump
things
is the
there,
one
but, like,
who did that.
I mean, Biden created a bunch of wars too. Like Russia invaded Ukraine as soon as he took out our military from Afghanistan. You know, there's just so many bad decisions made in that administration. I don't think
Trump is actually
honestly,
not. Trump was actually the one who set that up.
Really? Let me look that up.
Yeah,
Really fast.
Trump signed the agreement with the Taliban to give them back 5,000 people plus pull out of Afghanistan, and Biden just followed through with it.
Let me just see what's up here, but I'm pretty sure. Can you send me, can you tell me where you found that?
Which point?
Oh, that Trump set it up and Biden just finished with the administration, like that part.
Trump set what up? Sorry to clarify. I read something.
Like pretty much you said, like I'm saying Biden took out our military from Afghanistan, right?
Oh yeah. Do you want me to send you the article that Trump is the one that set it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Trump signs deal with Taliban for U.S. to leave Afghanistan. I got you.
Are you just like Googling it too?
Yeah. I mean, this was vastly reported on. You can easily look this up. I can just give you an article. Don't worry.
All right, I appreciate that.
Right here, from ABC News, U.S. signs historic deal with Taliban. Trump announces beginning of U.S. war in Afghanistan and withdrawal of American troops. This was in February 29th of 2020. That's when Trump was president.
Okay. 6 months. I mean, I guess you got me there. I can't argue with that, you know, if it's on there. But I just I watch all the news, you know. I don't stick to like ABC, CNN. I watch Fox. I watch everything. You know?
This wasn't just reported by them. This was vastly reported on. It might take you a second to find it real quick because it's been 5 years of media, but it exists. Like I promise you, this happened. This isn't like you can read into like presidential reports on this as well and like who signed the deals. This is vastly reported on at the time.
Oh, I found it. Okay, I see Stanford law. I see it all. Yeah,
You can find a bunch of different sources on it. It's not just one.
Yeah. Okay. My bad about that then. Okay. Well, my next thing I wanted to talk about was the economy, right? I know I've been listening to it, but like, this is just my experience from 2016 to 2020, when Trump was president. I mean, I made like an extra 50-60K extra just sitting on my ass.
You made more in 2016.
Every single year.
Who was
I making more
president in
money.
2016?
Well, I mean, Obama till the end, right? Till Trump, right?
So to clarify, Obama was president until 2017.
No, but I'm saying 2016 to 2020, I made more money in general.
Yeah, I
through that
understand.
term.
And if Obama was already president in 2016, then that means Trump inherited that.
I guess, but then you could say the same thing about Trump inherited the economy from Biden, but look at the economy
No,
now,
no, but
right?
I'm just saying like
Gas
it was
prices
on
have
the
gone
trend.
down.
Wait, let's clarify. Since Trump has gotten office, we've seen the worst year of worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We've seen unemployment increase. We've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline after it literally had massive growth in Biden-Harris administration. We've seen real median wages grow at a slower rate this last year, comparative to the last year under the Biden-Harris administration. So we've actually seen things become worse off since Trump got in office. Also, inflation is still up, right? Because of the fact that Donald Trump has put upward pressure on inflation because of tariffs, which has limited our ability to decrease interest rates.
Yeah, but wait, let me think, let me just say something like make sure so the comment doesn't get intense over there because I see some people talking a little crazy down there. Um I mean, tariffs are good for us, aren't they? Like,
Nope.
aren't we making money? Aren't we opening like our own businesses are making more money, right? That's affecting like Walmart,
Actually, did you know
Target,
that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office? So we're investing less in America to manufacture here. Did you know that we had the worst year of jobs report in the past 4 years, meaning that there aren't more jobs that are coming to the country? Did you know that prices are still up? Right? Inflation has stayed up at the same level it was when Biden was leaving office. It hasn't trended down like it was going to, right? If Trump wasn't in office.
I personally haven't felt that, you know what I mean? So like the only thing I felt is like gas prices go down. I'm paying $40 instead of $70, you know what I mean? From $7 to 276 is kind of crazy. You don't think so? In 2022,
It's gone down
I was
by
paying
about
$7,
20
$5
cents.
almost.
It's gone down by
Whoa.
about 27 cents, I think.
Since 2022.
Since last year.
Okay. Well, since 2022, which Biden was president, it's gone down close to $5, $4.50, give or take, right? Like, and that's
Yeah,
in Florida.
you understand that was a lot of that decrease was under the Biden-Harris administration.
And the last year, I mean,
so that tells you that the increase wasn't because of Biden. Like, again, the OPEC deal that Donald Trump signed cut oil production on behalf of OPEC. That Donald Trump signed that. The Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of whether or not Trump was in office, right? That happened, which led to an increase in oil prices. Right? Global inflation impacted energy prices, like supply chain issues around the entire world. So I don't know, like that's what led to higher gas prices.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I got to look that up. I got to research a little bit more of that, so I appreciate that.
Did you know energy prices have gone up since Trump got in office?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, especially because Donald Trump is undermining the undermining specifically renewable energy production in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I make a deal with for us, we have FPNL, and we pay a set price, like depending on the deal that you make with them, but that's me. So I don't have to pay more or less. I pay the same thing every single month, it's, so I don't
you
know.
Didn't have increases ever?
Yeah, here and there, it just depends on me, like that's it. But it's not much of a difference, if you know what I mean. Like it's I guess it depends where you're at, Florida's different than every other place in the country, like everyone's moving here for a reason, like
everyone's definitely not moving to Florida.
I mean, everyone from New York, a lot of people from Cali, like I personally want to get out of Florida. It's just too many people. Like that's my preference,
So seemingly you want to leave Florida.
Not because of political reasons, because I love like mountains and stuff like that, like you guys have like
I live in California. We've got mountains, we've got beaches.
Like
California is better than Florida.
But I don't like that they take 50% of your money, it's not fair.
Only
That's
if you
not
make a
right.
shit ton.
It doesn't matter. If you make 50K and you're getting 25K, that's crazy.
Wait, that's not happening. You don't pay 50% at the lowest levels of income. Did you know that the lowest levels of income pay lower levels of taxes in our state, here in California, than they do in Florida?
I didn't. I thought it was just 50%, like through the whole thing.
Nope,
like, honestly.
not even close. You will only pay 50% when you make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay?
Okay.
We actually have a very progressive
pretty
tax
much
structure
just for
here
the
in
rich.
California. Yeah, for the if you make if you make your income through income, like not through capital gains, and you make it in California, and you make hundreds and hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars a year, you will pay 50%. Yes.
Okay.
But if you don't make a lot of money, you pay a significantly lower tax rate than other states.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna research that too, because that might make my move happen, you know? Like, but anyways, no, Florida, there are a lot of, like, I don't consider myself MAGA. Like, yeah, I support Trump, you know? But like, I know there's a lot of people out there that are crazy and radical, and that's on both sides. That's from what I've seen. But like, really, it's for, like, yeah, it's a little selfish of me, you know? Like, I don't care if illegal immigrant gets deported, you know what I mean? Like, I
It's
have a
not just
family.
undocumented immigrants. It's also U.S. citizens that are being detained for having an accent. It's also U.S. citizens being racially profiled. It's also legal permanent residents in this country being detained without due process for over 100 days. It's people specifically who are U.S. citizens, who are veterans, that are missing their kids' birthday parties because of the fact that they were trying to go to work, and ICE agents went around their vehicle, detained them after giving them conflicting orders, and then held them for multiple days without access to medical, without access to attorney, where they missed their kid's party. And I can play a U.S. citizen who's a veteran where that happened to them. Okay, so the reason why people are mad at this is because they're going after our community members. They're going after U.S. citizens, right? They're also, like, again, the fact that they're violating the law, they're acting lawlessly, they're murdering U.S. citizens without accountability. Undocumented immigrants, people who are in the country who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes, they should be focusing on those that have committed the violent crimes and bad crimes, the worst, the worst. But they're
I mean, I
literally
know.
not. They've literally detained indigenous people and literally said that their IDs were fake because they
The
racially
federal
profiled
agent that
indigenous people in
shot,
this country. Like, so
and I'm
there's a huge
at this
issue.
point, so I'm gonna support the fact that this guy was murdered just from the facts that I have with the video I saw and everything. But I feel like, all right, so this federal agent got put on administrative leave, right? They're investigating, and I mean, I
For
feel
Alex
like
Preddy,
there's
yeah.
gonna be consequences.
I
Don't you
hope
think
so.
so?
I hope so.
You know, like,
But I don't
mean,
know.
that's just hoping for the best, right? Like,
With their
that's
track
like,
record, I don't think there will be.
I mean, I think so. You know, I just think what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. I think he shouldn't have been there in the first place, either of them. But like, and dude, of course I'm from Florida. I support the Second Amendment right all day, every day. You know,
How could you say he
but
shouldn't have been there? It's his legal right to do that, is it not?
no, I just feel like, all right. So he was a nurse, right? So I feel like it was his instinct to protect that woman. You know, like I get that, but like at the same time, like they were trying to detain her at that point. That's what I mean. Hopefully, right? I wasn't there. I don't live in Minnesota. You know, I can't really speak on that, but like that's just what I'm assuming. You know, as a law enforcement officer, you know, you're trying to detain this person. This person getting away. They see a gun or pew pew. Sorry, excuse me. And you know, like I want to think the best of our country. You know, that's the truth. You know, so I'm an American. You know, like I love my country. You know, so
If you
I'm
love your
not gonna.
country and you want to do the best for the country, let me ask you this question. Name one single core American value that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris.
Then Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I mean, Kamala Harris likes to throw people in jail
Can you
for
answer my
smoking
question?
pot. For smoking. Okay, all right, go ahead.
You just
Sorry.
said that,
Say
and
it
I have to
again.
kick you now because it's TikTok TOS. Jesus Christ, dude. People are so annoying. Like, I asked you a direct question. A direct question. Right, by the way. And by the way, you can't say that's TikTok TOS. You have to say M drug or F drug or whatever. You didn't. So you have to go on to the next person, else it will limit my stream. But geez, like, I asked you a direct question. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the 4,700 people on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up, everyone, for the 6,700 people here on TikTok. Tap that screen, everyone. Help get it out to more people where you have to build up the algorithm because we just got our account back from a ban. It normally takes like a day or two to do that. but the algorithm will come back. It will come back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Partly. Is that okay? Because I
If
wanted
you
to say
could
that
go
I'm
back in time and
Venezuelan.
you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Now, after the recent events and everything that happened, I'd vote for Kamala Harris, especially because
Based. I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for people who, in that context, would vote for Donald Trump. You're so based that I had to kick you. You should be happy about that one. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. We got another hour and 7 minutes on the minimum left on the stream, everyone. Honestly, depends on whenever my girlfriend gets back. And she's still a bit away, so we still have plenty of time. It seems like we have 2,300, almost 2,400 likes on the stream. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes on the YouTube stream. I'd really appreciate for the 4,700 people in the stream. Let's get this next person up here quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, but my kid literally just woke up. I've been waiting. Dude,
It's okay. Go ahead. Just send a guest request at a later time. You're welcome to come back up. Prioritize the kids, of course. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
My birth year?
Yeah.
2003.
And you said you're 21?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. It's like, I don't think there's any way. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? 2003 is literally 2223. How do I know that? My girlfriend is 03, so. My girlfriend's literally turning 23, and she's 22 right now, so that's how I for sure know that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
So I haven't always supported him, but for starters, I have catastrophic schizophrenia, which unfortunately means antipsychotics are necessary. And under the Biden-Harris administration, the one I'm on was literally so hard to access. Like, you go to any pharmacy, you need to prescribe, it was so hard to access. So that's one thing. And when Trump was back in office, especially because the medicine I'm on was only provided for 4%, I think it's 4% of patients worldwide with schizophrenia. Ever since he's been in office, it was so much easier to access.
What did the president do to cause that?
Apparently there was a bill that Trump passed, like from my information, that it was like something, I don't even really know. I was just told that a bill was passed, and then I went to go and kind of get my stuff, and now I go to pharmacies and I literally can just access it anywhere.
I'd like to see like which one, otherwise I wouldn't be able to clarify.
What medication it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's called, I think it's called like clozapine. It's CLOZAPINE. But yeah, I was told that
Okay, so
It wasn't even.
sorry, repeat it again. People are saying clozapine.
Yeah.
Clozapine price by year.
Hold on,
Clozapine.
my cat's at the door. Yeah.
Let me see the price over time. Let's take a look. It doesn't tell me different here. Price is it doesn't even give us pricing for now. That's
It's
just
just the availability,
2024.
which is what I'm talking about. It really has nothing to do with the pricing, just how available it was.
I don't see any policy Trump passed to cause that.
No, what I'm saying is like the availability when but like when Trump came back in office, the availability of it just went up. But also there's like I
I don't see
and
any
just like
source to
also
indicate that like I don't see any source to indicate that that's
do you know the one bill he passed about
more likely to be able to
institution?
get access to. Again, I would like to be able to see the source for that because
Yeah.
then you can't just attribute this to the administration just because it happened under the administration. There's an issue here. It's called a correlation causation fallacy, right? Like for example, would I blame Biden for my last relationship failing?
No, I don't really think that's relevant
But
to.
like it ended under his administration.
Well, I mean, I get like the way you would compare that and stuff, but I feel like that there's genuinely um
Well, I'm just like, how do you know that it's related to this? Like, there's no argument, there's no evidence to indicate that the Biden administration or Trump administration did anything.
I
Apparently,
mean,
it was just an FDA decision.
I could like kind of tell you, but back in I'm gonna try not to get emotional. Back in 2022, my best friend's brother, after he sexually assaulted me, he told me that I need to be institutionalized. Um, and then it was after an argument that we had due to politics. He told me that Trump did take federal action towards people with serious mental illnesses, and that if I looked into sources that he provided, it'd be more purposeful. So I've just kind of been evaluating that by myself. I'm sorry, I'm like kind of shaking.
No, it's okay. I just want to say I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you, and that like I genuinely do believe you, and I just want you to know that there are people here that also genuinely do believe you, and like that's just incredibly hard to deal with. And I guess one thing I would say is that like, why would you support Donald Trump, who actively has been held
Um,
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and
I
it is
mean, I didn't really
26
look.
plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct?
I have never really looked into that, but like the stuff I was told about, the stuff he does to kind of help people that do have schizophrenia and other mental illnesses like that, because I that's something I take very seriously. I'm sorry, I'm like still really shaky. Um, I feel like that's just something that I could benefit from as a person.
Yeah, and I mean that makes sense, and that's
And
understandable. And
whoever's saying womp womp
I
in the
don't.
chat, like I don't.
Yeah, that's definitely fucked up. I definitely disagree with anyone doing that. That's incredibly fucked up. The point that I want to make is that I think that's a reasonable thing to care about. That you obviously want a greater access to a certain type of drug. I don't think that Democrats would have done anything to make this more expensive. They were advocating to make drugs that are necessary for people to get access to less expensive.
Yeah, I totally get that.
So like genuinely one thing I would say is that like if you do care about people specifically in these circumstances, I would say one thing to say is that like Democrats want to provide that to more drugs that people need, especially mental health care, and provide that, and Republicans heavily disagree with that typically. We can also point to the fact that sorry, mods are all getting it. It's just one person.
It's fine.
Alongside the fact that Donald Trump, actively speaking, harms victims who have been impacted by sexual assault by specifically normalizing the idea that people who have been held accountable, right, for these things can still be in positions of power. Like he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, right? So like the idea that that like that would be something to overlook is something definitely to question. Of course, like I think that like that's a huge negative impact that negatively impacts victims in our culture and our society as well.
Yeah, I mean listening to that, I think that really kind of gave me information that I didn't have before. So I appreciate that. Um, but can you explain like you said something about him sexually assaulting people? I
Yeah.
think you said 26. Can you explain that
Yeah,
to me real quick?
26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct, have come out and said that he's engaged in sexual misconduct towards them.
I'm not saying I don't believe you, but is there like anything I could like watch
Yeah.
on that? Like, do you know if there's
Yeah, just look up 26 people accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, and you'll get like a bunch of different media articles that report on different people specifically that have accused him of sexual misconduct themselves, alongside Eugene Carroll, who's held him liable for sexual abuse in a
Is there a
civil
way I
court.
can I really appreciate you talking to me and informing me about this stuff, but is there
I
a
would
way
also
I can like
there's a
close
few other things as well. Also, like the recent Epstein files that just came out. There's a bunch of new stuff that accuses Donald Trump and is brought up about Donald Trump, his relations to Epstein, William Sasha Riley. Like, there's a lot of different stuff to look into. There's people who are interviewed about their experiences that have happened to them, right? Specifically, where they talk about how they've been assaulted by Trump, they've been negatively impacted by Trump, right? And they explain in detail about all of these different things. And I would just think that, like, there's so many people that have come out. It's so unlikely that every single one of them are lying. It's obviously very good to believe people, and I think that we should be believing them, given especially that there's so many people. Hell, I would believe them if there were less people. But the point I'm saying is that there's so many people. If you just decide to believe one of them, that's enough to say that you don't support Trump.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Is there a way I can like close the chat? This girl Jennifer just keeps on tagging me saying
Yeah,
womp.
just hold down on the screen and click clear display.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm so
sorry.
sorry about
I
that.
mean,
That like that
it's
you shouldn't
okay.
have to deal with that on the stream. I really apologize for that.
It's okay. I mean, I'm kind of embarrassed actually. I feel like because I just turned 18 in October, so I feel like it's not something I should be worried about anymore. I've been trying to let it go because like it happened in 2022. I feel like it's not really relevant at the moment.
Well, how you
But
deal with your trauma is something that you deal with at your own pace, and not something that like you should force yourself through just because like other people want you to feel a certain way about it. And it's not something you should feel embarrassed about, right? It's your mental health, and it's something that you should feel okay with talking about, and you should feel like you have people in your life, and especially people you can communicate with about these different types of feelings. And to be totally honest, it's fairly recent as well, to be totally honest. And like, I know people who have come to me with experiences like this in my life, right? And it really helps them to talk to a therapist, to talk to a professional, and to have loved ones that they can talk to, given that they like feel that way. Because it's important in your path of healing to be able to communicate with people and, be able to accept yourself, right, in doing so, and that you don't need to feel embarrassed for, expressing your emotions in a completely reasonable way.
I really appreciate that, honestly. And the whole like I saw one of your videos before I joined about like the Epstein files and stuff like that. Is that like, do they have like like a documentary on that or something I could get into? Because you've definitely 100% changed my opinion. I don't want anything to do with, no matter how much they support people with mental illnesses, stuff like that. Like even just you telling me that he was held. Did you say I listened
He
to
was
other
held
stuff. You said he
civilly
was held
liable,
liable.
yeah, for sexual
Like
abuse.
yeah, that already drove me away. Is there anything else I could watch just to educate myself and get more, like, just more educated on this topic?
Yeah, well, for this you can always hear things that we bring up. There is apparently like a Netflix documentary that you could specifically look into. What I would say in general is that you're not going to find necessarily documentaries typically on this. You're going to find people making videos, explaining things and talking about them. And I would just say like a lot of it's going to be media oriented. Like you're going to have to like read articles and stuff. So go look into AP News, BBC, Reuters. They have a lot of good information sort of like outlining this and talking about it. For like documentaries and stuff, I just, always, I gotta say, trigger warning going into them. Really hard to
Yeah.
deal with. Genuinely listening to a lot of the stuff that is talked about, specifically relating to the Epstein files. William Sasha Riley is like, again, trigger warning on all of that. Like, genuinely, it's like really hard stuff to listen to. I would say the
Yeah.
best is to like read into facts about the cases, and stuff like that would be a really good way, or even listening to what we talk about here. Like, I feel like all of this is, good enough reason to say that this has happened. Just doing a typical Google search or even media sources, just looking into it is important. There's also a bunch of different clips of Donald Trump saying horrendous things. There's a video. It's titled, it's on YouTube. It's only a few minutes long. It's titled, sorry, here, let me give you the exact title. It's titled Donald Trump's Crude Talk on the Howard Stern Show. And this is from 2016. It's about 2 minutes long. And you can hear about some of the things that Donald Trump's bragged about. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent.
Disgusting.
Yeah, where like an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old. This is just one of the things. There's countless others that we can bring up as well. There's a lot of stuff you could find on this. Even if you just like look up Donald Trump misogynistic comments about women, you'll find a bunch of stuff about it. You can find him sexualizing his daughter. There's countless things.
All right. Well, thank you so much for informing me. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna
Of
get
course.
down because I know you have a lot more to do. But thank you so much, and I really appreciate your kind words.
Of course.
And for the people in chat, I really appreciate you guys as well. Thank you so much. Have a
Well,
good night.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, have a good night.
Oh, have a great night as well. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
They were so nice as well. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Take care. Show some love and support to them as well. Show some love and support. Seriously. We really appreciate you very much. We really appreciate you very much. And we hope you find a good community here as well. Seriously. It's really important. I have a few people to thank everyone, and then we can go on to the next person. I do have someone to debate, but let's get the next person up here real quick. Or let's thank some people first. Actually, Gretchen, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said tell Trump supporters about ICE detaining a legal Texas resident who has a disabled son's sole caregiver. Let me read this whole thing. Actually, they said his son died 3 months after ICE took him into custody during a routine immigration check-in, and they won't let him attend his son's funeral. That's so fucking sad. Gretchen, please send me more information on that. That's so sad. That is unbelievably sad. Thank you so much for the information. I really appreciate it. As well as Paul, thank you so much for all the messages. I'll have to make sure to look through all of them later. Thank you very much. It's too much to read right now, but I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Sharon as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brianna, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you. Anel, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Give me some W's for Anel in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said there was a demand-driven shortage of that drug under Biden. That makes sense. Morgan as well, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. They said, I work in a pharmacy. Clopin has always been available, but it's a controlled substance. The FDA only makes so much. Her pharmacy just might have high demand. That makes sense. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Carol. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Said I'm a pharmacy tech, and many psych meds are on back order, and they have had several years. Who the president has had nothing to do with it. I guarantee it. Thank you so much, Carol. I appreciate it as well. Thank you for letting us know. As well as Tracy, thank you for the $1 for it's clozapine, and it's not clozapam, and the FDA removed REMS. It's not a bill. Nothing 47 did. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. As well as Ava, thank you for the $65. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As a former MAGA, it is okay to change your mind and to realize that humanity needs to be acknowledged. Thank you, Parker, for all you... Hold up. I did. Let me see the whole message. Thank you for Parker for all you do. Thank you so much, Ava. I really appreciate it. W's for you in the comment section right now. We really appreciate you very much. Put some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you very much. Carol Durrell, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I wish you would said something about the ACA subsidies. That's very true as well. And the tariffs on pharmaceutical drugs would be another point to bring up. So I appreciate you very much as well. Everyone, thank you so much. I have some people to thank on YouTube, and then we can go on to the next person. Let me get the next person up here first, real quick. Apparently, also, there was a huge political election news tonight. Dems in Texas won a state Senate seat that went for Trump by 17 points and hasn't elected a Democrat since 91. 31 points over performance. That shows unbelievable momentum, chat. Unbelievable momentum in Texas. Wow. Amazing news. That is actually amazing news. Incredible. We love that. Emily, by the way, as well, thank you for the $10. Brianna, thank you so much for the $3. Alexander, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much again. And I think I am fully caught up. But yeah, seriously, amazing news. Amazing news. That's real great. That's real great. 30 point overperformance is really solid. That's really, really solid, chat. I'm really happy about that one. Kira as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I was hoping to come up and talk to Olivia and give some other perspectives about psych meds. I have psychiatric issues as well. And had more info to share about how Trump's taking away access to care. Well, thank you so much. You could definitely message me over the one that you just sent. I would love to see that information. Aline as well, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I have some people to think on YouTube, but let's see real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah,
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
definitely Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to our conversation. Angelina, and Angela, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Glampire, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Base, thank you so much. Suzanne, thank you so much for the $10. You have a background noise, by the way. Okay. Suzanne, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Evie as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you so much for the $2 and for the $2. Snowbuddy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Jacob, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Omar, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Mason, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $2. Jay with the $5. Ray, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Mike, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Ken, thank you for the $5. And Meldy, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Or Medley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you. I feel like it's relatively common. Olive as well. Thank you for the $5. I would say it just depends on the guest. It really does, and sometimes it depends on the day. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump? Best memes. Oh my God, my nose is itching.
I just agree with the Iran, the bombing of Iran and all that good stuff.
Why?
Because he's on the Israeli side.
Are you pro-Israel?
I mean, in some senses. I mean.
Okay, you're some senses pro a state that's actively committing a genocide in Gaza.
Well,
They were purposefully limiting food from going into Gaza.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with the ethnic cleansing, but I mean.
Okay, so you're not pro-Israel, and you do believe that there's an ethnic cleansing.
I do believe that there's some of that going on. So that's for sure. But
then, what are you saying? That you want to be on Israel's side?
I just personally think that the world would be a better place ran by the Israelites.
You're trolling.
What's that?
Are you trolling?
No.
I feel like you are. You just said that they're engaging in ethnic cleansing, but then you think it would be best that the society is ran by people committing an ethnic cleansing?
Well, I mean, all the U.S. presidents have touched the wall and kissed the wall, so.
So then you disagree with that, right?
Not particularly.
He's trolling. He just tried to do the Jordan Peterson, not particularly. Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, it's about you.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're almost at 3,000 likes. Everyone, hit that thumbs up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you have a mirror on your pocket? Wait, I forgot the joke. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. Not remembering the joke halfway through is kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Kira, by the way, said health insurance subsidies ended for me, and the insurance I can now afford doesn't cover my mandatory. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it for letting me know that information. That's absolutely crazy. They said psychiatric appointments I need every 3 months in order to be on medications because they require monitoring. Without the insurance, each appointment is $738 for a 30-minute appointment, and my meds have increased to $2,800 per 180 pills. This is just one away from the millions of us being affected. And that's exactly why the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for a year is such an important thing for many people, because literally what one payment would be of 180 pills for less than that, $800 less than that, you'd get your entire supply for the year out of pocket. Like seriously, that is such a big difference for people. Such a big difference for many people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. And what was your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump for his economy, the tariffs that he put against China.
Okay. But not all the tariffs, right?
The ones that I know of.
Okay. So do you want like the universalized tariffs?
Yeah.
What is a tariff?
Is the tax on imported goods.
And who pays that tax?
Americans.
96% in the United States, mostly the consumers in the United States, disproportionately negatively impacting lower and middle income individuals who spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So it's a tax on the lowest income Americans.
Yeah.
So all that's really doing is shifting the burden of taxation. When you decreased income tax, which is a progressive tax structure that gets most of the income from people who are the highest levels of income, and you replace that with tariffs, right, which disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals, especially those that don't make enough money where they're paying into income tax in the first place, that's increasing their tax burden. So you're just shifting the tax burden from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are lower and middle income.
Okay. So that's bad.
Yeah.
I thought there was good tariffs though.
What? Yeah. So like some targeted tariffs can be good on specialized industries in terms of building up manufacturing, but not in terms of the universalized standpoint, because it causes increases in costs, especially within industries that we can't build in the United States the same sort of efficiency and goodness as other sort of industries that exist around the entire world, especially amongst our allies.
So like in what industries would it be good?
Yeah, like certain agricultural products. Oh, what industry will be good? Oh, I was saying agricultural products would be bad. Certain things would be good. For example, would be like chip production, right? Like we did it for like computer chips. That was to build up the manufacturing in this country, so we don't rely on foreign sources for it.
Okay.
Or even like, for example, renewable energy production in certain contexts, so that we can build up an industry here, so that we can develop renewable energy production for the future, and we don't rely on foreign countries for all of our energy.
So I'll just say this right now. I am unemployed, so I can't really make money at the moment. But I do know that my gas is pretty cheap over here.
Okay. Well, it's not necessarily because of Trump. Between 2023 and 2024, we saw an actually greater change over a yearly basis in terms of the price of gas compared to what we saw this over the last year, which is around 26-cent change in the last year. Alongside the fact that we can also point to, in terms of the rest of the economy, prices have gone up, and they're staying up to a higher extent compared to what we would have seen under the Biden-Harris administration, or the Harris administration coming into office, because she wouldn't have imposed tariffs, which put upward pressure on prices.
Can you repeat the last part you said?
That's the last part you heard.
Prices.
What about prices?
Like, I'm so serious. That is the last word I just heard you say.
What other than prices did you hear?
Dead ass just prices. I'm so serious right now.
Okay, prices have upward pressure right now compared to what would exist under Harris, because Donald Trump imposed tariffs, which puts upward pressure on prices.
Puts upward pressure on prices. Yep, I don't know what that means.
Okay. Inflation is higher when Donald Trump imposes tariffs, which causes the prices of things that you typically buy to go up in cost.
Okay. I think I understand.
Okay.
So, what would you say?
It'd be easier for you to find a job if the tariffs weren't in place. We've had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. So, quite literally, Trump has made it harder for you to find a job, and you are less likely to be unemployed if Democrats were in office comparative to Republicans.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not trying to find like a job or anything. I'm in school. But I mean, if other people, I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. But I was gonna ask, what is a good reason not to support him?
Technically, you don't qualify as unemployed because you're not looking for a job. But what was your question?
What would a good reason be to not support him?
To not support Trump?
Yeah.
Well, the point about tariffs I made, that it harms working class people. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct. He's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. We can point to the fact that he's undermined our democracy in 2020, tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes who he didn't win to try to steal the election. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. I can bring up countless more things. Those are just a few.
I heard of, I've been in here for a while. I heard immigration, and he isn't following due process according to the Constitution.
Yeah, he's not.
How so?
Yeah, because they're allowing for ICE to not utilize judicial warrants for search and seizures. They're specifically allowing for, they're expanding expedited removal, which violates due process rights to a greater extent. It doesn't put people in front of a court as much. Does it make sense? And expedited removal is a process that existed under Obama. It just existed for people who have been within the country for less than 2 weeks, within 100 miles of the border. Whereas under Trump, it's anyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years. So he heavily expanded that to more people. I can keep going though, but like those are just a few examples. Like for example, they also like detained what's it called? Mahmoud Khalil, who's a legal permanent resident, for over 104 days without due process rights. I can reference a U.S. citizen who's a veteran that they detained for 3 days without due process, with no access to an attorney and without access to medical after his skin was burning due to like being sprayed with substances by the ICE agents, and they missed their kid's birthday party. They're a U.S. citizen and a veteran, and in multiple days they couldn't verify that. I find it hard to believe that they didn't verify that within like 30 minutes to an hour after they were originally detained. Like, I just think that's absurd.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's pretty fucked, bro.
They've also detained U.S. citizens for having an accent, unironically, and the DHS has gone on social media and literally said explicitly it was because they heard that they had an accent.
Isn't that like profiling?
Yeah, they're profiling, racially profiling. They admit themselves they're racially profiling. They're factoring it in consideration with other things for establishing probable cause, which is ridiculous.
Wow.
Like, again, they said it was like justified to detain someone because they had an accent. Like, that's absurd. You can't just go up to people with accents and just detain them and ask for their papers. That's absurd. Pretty sure they had a mustache. You have to have good reason that something could be applicable to someone, and someone's race is not evidence that they're in the country undocumented.
Yeah, I mean, because I've seen a lot of, for example, the ICE agents. Some of them have accents themselves. Other ICE agents can't just go up to other ICE agents that have an accent and are just like, yo, come in my van really quick.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that with other ICE agents, but they would do it with random U.S. citizens on the street.
Jeez.
Isn't that crazy?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. I guess, like, why would you say that, like, these reasons would make you think, like, rethink your support for Trump?
Would they make me rethink? I support for Trump. I mean, I definitely think about it. I don't know if I stop supporting him just right now, though.
Okay. I guess like what still gets you to like want to support him?
Mainly that he's been successful in the past, maybe not as a president, but as a person.
So he's made money in the past?
That's
Would you
part
say
of it,
Nancy
yeah.
Pelosi is qualified to be president?
Who's Nancy?
She's been pretty successful in business, right?
Bro, I don't know who that is.
Nancy Pelosi?
Yes.
Okay.
Is she in Congress?
Yeah, well, yeah, she is retiring coming up, but I'm surprised you don't know who Nancy Pelosi is. It's like I feel like she was like
I've heard her
hated by
name.
most Republicans, but I mean maybe you just don't know who she is. It's okay. Don't worry. I feel like she was more relevant maybe in like Trump's first term and the Biden administration, and
I mean,
she
I've heard
hasn't
him.
been as much involved with politics recently, like in the
I've heard a lot
mainstream.
of Republicans say bad stuff about her, but I don't know why.
Yeah, makes sense. So I guess like, is there something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, what could he do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, okay, let's say he passed a bill that allowed ICE specifically into places that are like, what's the word I'm looking for? Special. In terms of not schools. No, actually, yeah. Like elementary schools.
Okay, you're definitely trolling.
What do
Because
you
you're
mean?
that happened recently, where like, literally,
Where?
you know, because you're trolling. Do you want to just educate people before I kick you?
Where?
You can answer the question. You know the answer.
Minnesota?
You know the answer. You're so trolling. Can you admit you're trolling before I kick you?
No, because I actually don't know.
Then why'd you just say Minnesota?
Because I've heard a lot of stuff coming from Minnesota recently.
You're totally trolling. Can you admit it? You're trying to stay in character.
Bruh, I'm so serious right now. I do not know.
He's doing pretty good at staying in character.
You don't have to believe me, but I mean,
Okay. So then, wait. So then, why'd you just say Minnesota?
like I said, there's a lot of stuff coming out of Minnesota right now. I mean, I've heard a lot of TikTok
Okay.
about Minnesota.
Alrighty. Interesting. Okay. Alrighty. Is there anything else you want to say then? Because like, if that is true and you look it up, will you stop supporting him?
I mean, did you tell me that it was true that happened?
Yeah, that they have literally sent stuff into like schools, elementary schools. Yes.
But do you know
just
where?
got a flag, or is that the last person?
What? I got a flag?
Yeah, you did. I have to kick you.
Wait, for what?
I don't even know. It just gave you a flag. I kind of clicked off of it too quickly. I think it said it wasn't misinformation. I don't even know what it was for. I just clicked past it. Can I click back on? I actually don't know how to click back on it to go see what it was, so I do apologize. I did just get a flag and it told me to kick you. So, flagged for trolling, probably. Mason, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, I'm gonna hit a quick restart just because I don't know what the flag was and I don't want to risk losing this account again. So for the 6,500 people here on TikTok, just come right back. We're gonna stay on live. Don't worry. If you're on YouTube, you can just stay here. Don't worry. Don't worry at all. I have two people to thank before we are just gonna hit a quick restart. Challenger, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Challenger. I really appreciate the $30 on PayPal. Thank you very much. They said, do you want to make an addendum? I had to pay 2.25 times for shipping after purchasing gym gears from Sweden. You can use it as evidence that I have to pay more than usual from these tariffs. Seriously, absolutely insane. Thank you so much. Michael as well, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's from Michael in the comment section. Thank you so much. Of course, I appreciate it. Alrighty, everyone, going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I'll be right back. All you have to do is click on the profile picture in the top left here. Click on it again, like the profile picture on my account. You see that when it gets larger, it'll take you to my account where you see all my videos. All I have to do is refresh by scrolling down on the screen, and I'll be literally back in 10 seconds. The amount of time I've taken to talk about it right now is going to take longer than it will for me to hit a quick restart. So I'll be right back. We're going to end the live. All I have to do is do that, click those two things real quick, refresh there, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Love y'all. Everyone who's on YouTube, you get to stay, which is the great thing about YouTube. This is why I recommend everyone to come to YouTube, because YouTube is so much better, I'm telling you. I don't have to deal with all these bans on YouTube. One thing that's getting really close, chat, on YouTube, is we are getting kind of close to 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is fucking crazy. We are 30,000 subscribers away from 500K, chat. We're at 470,000 right now on YouTube, which is insane. Mason, think of the $10. When will you get your main account back? I'm back on my main account. But I just got it back today, so it's gonna have a little bit push than it will like probably in the next few days. Because I remember right before I got banned, we had like 11,000 people concurrently in my stream, so it's like I think it's just like an algorithm thing coming back. It will probably be better tomorrow and the next day, especially if I get a middle time during the day. But again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. YouTube is definitely doing very great today. There's like been like 300, 400 people the whole time. What's up, everyone joining in on the TikTok stream? Welcome back. Welcome back. Hit a quick restart real quick because we had a little bit of a ban, a little bit of a flag, I mean. So decided to do a restart. Sayer, happy birthday. Or they're saying happy birthday to someone else. Happy birthday to the other person. Salsa, they said. Alrighty. I'm like completely caught up on everything. Do other debates. We're going to be continuing to do some more debates tonight. Mason, thank you for the $10. Thank you. You should do a VOIP and involve YouTube watchers. What is a VOIP? I actually don't know. Let's get some people up here on TikTok. We're going to get some debates going. Let's get the debates going immediately. Whoa, why did the TikTok like start? Voice over internet protocol. I think they just mean like over like videos. Like reaction videos. I made a reaction video kind of today. They just like people don't like them as much on my account whenever I like make videos where I react to other people's stuff and I like debate them on it. Maybe if I did videos where I like react to like, oh, there's this big debate moment like in pop culture or something, I could do something like that. I feel like maybe people would be interested in that.
Hello?
I feel like they were a child. Other than that, I don't know. VoIP equal internet phone. Google has a free one. Okay, you mean just like do calls that way. Okay, you mean calls through like a phone. I was thinking of doing that. That's a good idea. But I feel like there's a lot of issues that could result from that. I'd have to think through at least. Other people do that though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nick Fuentes owns you.
How old are you?
18.
And what's your birth year?
07.
07. Why do you like Nick Fuentes?
He's a good guy.
No, he's not. Did you hear the clip of him saying that Epstein wasn't doing P3DO?
No.
No, you didn't? You should probably look in that video. You should probably look that one up. That just happened here recently, so you should look into that one. Or about the ones where he's like praising Hitler.
Oh, like the one where he's in the club.
And like he didn't want to talk to any women because he's an incel?
No, he's waiting till marriage. You know what Clav was trying to get him to do?
You also like Clav?
Who said that?
Do you?
Nah, he's not the best guy.
Okay. So who do you look up to?
Who do I let up?
Like in political spheres?
Well, I looked up to Kirk, but yeah.
Okay, so you do like Trump.
Yeah.
You know that Kirk didn't like Fuentes, right?
Yeah, in some aspects, but I mean, I like aspects of them both, you know.
He like explicitly wouldn't platform him. That's what he said.
Oh.
That's literally what Charlie would say. Charlie would literally say that he's so crazy that he wouldn't platform him.
I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, like Charlie didn't want to platform Nick Fuentes.
What does platform mean?
Platform means show them to more people by debating them.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, why do you support Trump?
I don't know. I look, you don't want to debate, bro. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you should still rethink that, man. Do it yourself at least. At least think about it yourself. I guess so. I'm not gonna force you to debate me on the stream or anything, but you should think about that one yourself. Sophie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as CC, thank you for the $5. Thank you. You said go to sleep. I still haven't even hit 4 hours on the stream yet. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're not there. 2 Cups Faded. Thank you so much for the level ship. Thank you. Let me see if my girlfriend's even on the way back yet. Let's see. I don't think she is even. So we still have plenty of time. We have plenty of time. For everyone on TikTok, do tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Would you rather let Dean go down on you or go down on Nick Fuentes?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. If you meet that set of criteria, listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are
Hello?
you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what's your birth year? Birth month, I mean?
Sorry?
What's your birth month?
October.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
I'm sorry, I for some reason I think that they're young. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're mad zesty and you need to get off the vape, bro. Like, dang, we see you.
Dude, they're like literally 8 years old, bro. You did not. It's not. It's an anxiety pen, okay? It's an anxiety pen. What are you talking about? I do not do that. What are you saying? That is not good for you to do. You know, just say no.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
15.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rolls. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think still Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, and what I've been seeing in day to day, the economy is getting better. The gas prices have been low. I just bought my first house. Low interest rate. Got a new car also, so I'm doing great. I see we also becoming respected all around the world, which we didn't have under Biden. So what I'm saying is, and also we're getting a lot of the immigrants and stuff out of here, the dangerous immigrants out, which I support. So
Okay. A few things here. Interest rates are higher right now than what they would have been otherwise, given that Donald Trump's put tariffs into place, which have caused upward pressure on prices and more inflation, which have reduced the likelihood of us reducing interest rates on based upon our central bank because of the fact that they respond to the level of inflation and they want to ensure price security. We can also point to the fact that in terms of respected all around the world, I definitely think we're not more respected all around the world, especially like when Donald Trump actively tried to literally call for the annexing of Greenland, and which would cause the dissolution of NATO, which shows that we're clearly divided within NATO, which shows to our adversaries such as Russia that we are like not as strong, which makes us less respected on a world stage, especially amongst our adversaries. And we're especially less respected amongst our allies. I can send you an analysis specifically that shows the level of confidence in foreign nations in terms of the different leaders of whether or not they would do the right thing regarding world affairs. For Kamala Harris, is above 55% confidence in the right thing to do regarding world affairs. For Trump, it's like 35%, 33%, actually 33%, which is incredibly low. And then also I don't think the economy is getting better. We've actually seen it get worse. We've seen inflation stay up. We've seen unemployment increase since Trump got in office, the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline, real business investment decline, real median wages were lower in the first quarter. I mean, not in the first quarter, in the first year of Trump's administration comparative to the last year of the Biden administration. So I definitely think the economy is not better off now.
I mean, but well, you're just seeing these stats and things of these nature from CNN and MSNBC. What I'm seeing and what I'm saying is what stuff I have experienced firsthand in life. You're just looking at these numbers and not experiencing things in life. All you do is sit behind your computer all day and be on live all day. You don't experience life. So that's what I'm saying.
So I do still experience life. I still do things outside of this. This just happens to be my job. Just because I have a job doesn't mean I don't experience life. Secondly, the stats aren't from CNN and MSNBC. This is literally from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Those are government sources. So then, like, why do you think that those are like democratic sources? Are you saying facts are democratic?
No, what I'm saying is that those are just stats. Like, but what I'm seeing in real life, what day to day, my life has got better. Gas prices. Like I said, I just bought a home with a 7% interest rate because my credit score is great.
7% interest rate's pretty high. Is it not?
And I mean, not really.
I think
Not
that's
in
pretty
my
high
eyes.
for a mortgage, right?
Wait, so you telling me it's high?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would have to do my own research on that.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I would look into that because you're gonna be paying a lot of interest on that one unless you refinance later on. So you should look into that one, especially when interest rates go down.
gotcha. So, but we're not gonna talk about the immigrants though. The immigrants that are getting out of our country. That's another reason why I support them. Because they're taking up all the resources. Lincoln, Raleigh.
Okay, well, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. Plus, like,
No, they don't.
yes, they do.
No, they don't. No, they
Yes, they
don't.
do.
No,
That's per capita too.
Wait, no, they don't.
Yes,
You're
they do.
saying you're explaining that. No, they don't. They say that to Lincoln Riley's parents. Say that to Lincoln Riley's parents. So all the other parents of kids
mean,
who have
I
died
would.
to their hands, the kids who have died to the hands of these illegal immigrants.
So I'll say it right now.
that.
If they're listening, undocumented immigrants have committed multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. That doesn't mean situations like this don't occur, but it does mean that it occurs at a lower rate than natural-born U.S. citizens committing that
It
particular
shouldn't
type of
happen at
violence.
all.
So
That's the problem.
I
It
agree
shouldn't
that it
happen at
shouldn't.
all.
I agree that it shouldn't happen at all. But if you want to promote a culture where that happens, getting rid of undocumented immigration does not do that. Because if you're just claiming that we could have prevented it and it increased the nominal level of crime, well, then that's a reason to ban tourism. That's a reason to ban legal migration. It's a reason to ban people from having children, because there'll be more people in the future within the country that will inevitably commit crimes that we could have prevented from happening.
Look, just because you talk fast do not mean that you're right.
I never said because I talk fast that means I'm right, but because I'm talking fast that might be indicative of the fact that I know what I'm talking about.
Or that you're reading the script, because I'm looking at your eyes. Your eyes are going away from the camera every
You think
time
I'm
you
reading a
speak.
script right now?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm looking at. This is looking at myself in the TikTok. Okay, this is my TikTok screen. This is my YouTube screen. This is where I put my notes for the conversation, where I write down things like you said, Lincoln Riley. I wrote down Lincoln Riley. You said gas prices went down. I wrote down gas prices went down. You said stats from CNN, MSNBC. I wrote that down. And I write those things down so I can remember, so I can respond to them in the conversation. That's all I have on my screen. So I'm not reading any script or anything that was made up. Who would I be getting this script from?
I don't know, Chat, GBT, Copilot. I don't
Chat GPT. Okay. Person level ship. So, by the way, Chat GPT in real time is giving me a fucking script.
It's possible. They make AI
How is it
software like that.
how is it responding to what you have to say?
It's possible because they make AIs that listen to everything, give you answers. Like,
Okay, well, I'll just let you know I'm not doing that. And I didn't ask it for a script. Do you think I got a script for that, what I just said right there?
let me tell you something, buddy. You're next. You're gonna be like Don Lemon next, buddy. You're gonna be like not Don Lemon next, buddy.
I'm going to be like Don Lemon next. You mean I'm going to get arrested?
You keep telling all these lies, false information on these lies. and
What
you're
false
next.
information? Can you tell me what false information?
All the information you just say. You said the economy is bad. The immigrants don't commit no crimes.
I never said immigrants don't commit any crimes. I said they commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants do. There's a bibliography in my bio that demonstrates that. Also, I never said the economy was necessarily bad across the board. I just said it was worse right now than what it would be comparative to like a Democrat in office. And I mean, there are certain aspects of it that are not looking great, like the labor market, like the prices of things, like the business investment. Those are not looking great.
Looking great to who? The stats?
According to stats, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, according to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, according to the main economists.
Trump just said that we had over $75,000 job growth last month, and we know every time that once they do adjustments, the amount changes goes up.
No, it actually has gone down. The past few revisions, it's shown that Trump had even less jobs than what we actually saw. And I mean, I think that we saw an increase of 50,000. That's about it. That was at 1 month, but we saw multiple different months of decreases in the level of jobs. So when we're comparing the level of job growth, it was the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase since Trump got in office. Okay? So, that's not a good labor market. That's not showing better conditions for people who are trying to get jobs. That shows worse conditions for people who are trying to get jobs.
Look. I can't do this no more. My fault, bro. I'm sorry. Kamala 2028.
Oh, gosh. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. We're going to be on live until my girlfriend gets back tonight, which will probably be at least another 30 minutes to an hour. Christian, by the way, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said on the 27th, 47 anti-LGBTQ groups launched in a well-funded campaign to end marriage equality because it quote-unquote hurts kids. That's so embarrassing. What the fuck, dude? That's disgusting for them. Promoted by the influential Heritage Foundation, the Greater Than campaign will spread fast. Pre-spread the word. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Totally got you. RJ, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I know, right? Brianna, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely crazy. They said ICE was 5 minutes away from my house, and they took employees from the local Mexican restaurant. That's so fucking crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the information. Isabel, thank you so much for the $1. Appreciate it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Isabel. Absolutely. Taya, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well. But let's make sure to get this next person up here before we do. Let's go on to the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah,
I
what's up? How old
saw
are you?
you hit your vape and your girlfriend's getting back shot.
No, I did not. No, you didn't. That was not it. No, that was not a thing. I was grabbing the Cheez-Its on the ground, okay? That's what I was not doing that. What are you talking about? You did not see that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Fake news. What is fake news propaganda? You're disgusting. I hope you step on Legos with your bare fucking feet. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I just fucking hate trans people.
You're fucking disgusting. So your hatred for
Yeah.
trans people is clouding your judgment and getting you to vote for a rapist? Getting you to vote for a
Yeah, pretty
fascist?
much.
Okay, you're trolling. Weirdo. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Streets of Bakersfield, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Also, just clarification in general, Parker does not always do the most healthy thing possible. Do not always do what Parker does. Parker does not get that much exercise. Do not do what Parker does. Get exercise. Go out, do things. Parker does plenty of things that you shouldn't do in terms of his health. Parker does not have the greatest health. Do not fully do everything Parker does in terms of health because definitely not the greatest influence there. Now, I'm pretty good influence in other ways, but when it comes to health, yeah, I need to work on that myself. Definitely not the best health advocate. There's lots of other people who are very great health advocates. I would recommend to look into all of that information. That'd be very fantastic and great. I still have yet to do that. I got to take my own advice sometime there. Yes, apology. Too much. Someone said too much soy. Crazy. Too much anxiety pen. A little bit. Not enough exercise. You know. Yeah, no, actually, Parker is in the peak male physique, and does everything in accordance with what is most healthy. Actually, Parker is in the best set of condition you could possibly be in out of any human being ever. You know, he's the most muscular person you've ever seen. You know, so muscular. You've never seen something so muscular before. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
Who wants to know?
Parker.
Well, I don't just give my age out to random people, so.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual for the 4,500 people on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. Thom, thank you so much for the $25. Always good to see you, Thom. Thank you so much. You're a pal. You're a pal as well. Thank you so much. As well as Megan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I did see that. Absolutely fantastic. And Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, baby.
Okay. Why do you support a traitor to this country?
He ain't no traitor. Come on now.
He is a traitor.
Greatest. No, why? How?
By the way, Paul, thank you so much for the $2. And W quote, by the way. And Retro, thank you for the $2. Thank you very
Bro,
much.
come on. Why do you keep going to the donos? Just let's talk.
Well, you're being very rude. I have so many donors to say thank you to on YouTube real quick. Give me a quick second to do that real quick.
Oh
Streets, thank you so much
my
for the $10. Thank
God.
you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of
James, thank you for the $5.
course.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
It's
They did tell people to
classic.
stop talking about that in the political context. Totally. Haley, thank you so much for the $2 as well.
How do you
Jacqueline, thank you
expect
so
to
much for the
get people
$2.
to wanna
Just
talk
Human,
to
thank you
you
for the $2.
if you're
Mason,
gonna
thank you for the
shout out
$30.
someone
Oh my
who's
gosh,
not
Mason,
talk?
thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I totally got you. I'll do that actually right now. I got
Dude,
you.
listen,
I'll hit you up with 3
happy
there.
for you.
Gnarly, thank you for the $2. Thank you so
Awesome
much. I think I'm
that
fully
you're
caught
making
up
all
there.
this money off these people.
Wait, pause. What?
It really is great. Listen, I'm happy for you, and I'm glad that you're making all this money off these poor people. But if you could just have a certain time when you shout out your donors instead of doing it after you add someone to your live stream who's voluntarily requesting to join, that is a little more rude, don't you think? Do I make
No,
a
it's
good
not
point or
because
no?
I did have a designated time for it. When I first add someone
So-
up, I say thank you to people, and then I can continue with the conversation. Okay.
So you
So-
engaged in conversation with me asking how old I am, and then you said, "Hold up a second."
Yeah,
I
that's-
joined to debate you, not listen to you shout out your donors.
I understand, but I thank
Sat in
people.
here for a while in the request.
Freddie,
just for that to
Freddie. I get it. I understand. But I literally
kinda funny
just
when
I
you
add
say
people up and then I thank people because I already have someone up where I can just immediately thank them after, so I don't have to just find people after I already thanked a bunch of people. It's just it makes the most sense in terms of time. But since you've been a little crybaby about it, David, thank you so much for the $5 on
Wow.
YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate some W's for David in
now
the
I might
comment section
leave.
right now.
You know what I
Thank you
mean?
so much.
Wait, Parker, please let me speak real quick. But now I might leave because you're doing this. Do you know what I mean? And I want to have healthy debate, but now I might leave because we're not doing that, and I'm
Okay,
wasting
cool.
my time.
Retro, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for telling me to quit whining. I got you. Thank you very
Listen,
much. Really appreciate it,
friend.
Retro.
Wait, Parker, why are you saying your health isn't good? I'm just genuinely curious.
I'm not the most
Why
healthy
aren't
guy
you?
out there. But also because like I just genuinely like I know I'm not like the greatest influence when it comes to like physically speaking what you should do in terms of health. And I just want to make that clear as well because like there's also like literally a child watching. Like I obviously don't want them to pick up on all my bad habits in terms of like how I
What do you
treat
do?
myself.
Do you eat bad? Do you smoke? Do you drink? Like, what's the problem?
I don't do any of those things. What are you talking about? I'm just saying like I don't have the best, like for example, don't have the best diets. I don't exercise the
just
most.
said you eat bad, and you said none
And
of those things.
I a little too much anxiety pen, you know.
Okay, so
Speaking
I
of
just
which,
asked, so I just asked if you smoke or drink or have a bad diet, and you said none of those things. And then you just said you smoke as you rip your pen, and
I do none of those things.
you have a bad. So why are you lying to your audience?
I'm not. I'm telling the truth. I always tell the truth. I never lie. I never jokingly say anything.
Interesting, man.
That never happens on my live stream. I have the perfect physical health. I'm in peak male specimen. Come on. Come back into the app. Let's actually have a debate. I'm done trolling you.
My bad.
I'm done trolling you. Alrighty. Hey,
You're not
this is
trolling,
what happens
shit,
when I
man.
hit the end of the stream. I'm near the end of the stream. It's like 4 hours in, and I'm just like, just trying to vibe a little bit. We've been going for a while. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump, man?
He's just such a better alternative than Kamala.
And why so?
Kamala, she's great. He makes our country safer.
How?
Super strict about the illegals. And I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. These comments are fucking hilarious.
You guys could be a lot smarter. Undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime in the country compared to naturally born U.S. citizens. Where are all the Republicans talking about the National Guard? What happened to that? I feel like that's one of the better arguments you guys had, like, to point to, and no one talks about it. You guys are useless, I feel
What do
like.
you mean?
Like, what happened to you guys? You can't even think of like any actual arguments. You point to something where it's like undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime compared to natural born U.S. citizens. They're less likely to commit drug crime compared to natural born U.S. citizens. They're less likely to commit property crime compared to natural born U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
If you actually want to point to
So
something
maybe
that's
let's
effective at reducing crime, why don't you point to like a specific policy or something they're doing or something they're
does having
advocating for? At
illegals-
least
that's the
act
stupidest
like
thing
you're
I've ever
trying
heard.
to. Like, you know what I mean?
You just said that you just said that having illegals in the country reduces crime.
It does, actually. Unironically, undocumented immigrants being in the country reduces the crime rate, unironically, as a proportion of the population.
Crime overall, does it increase or decrease?
Crime has decreased since Trump got in office, but there has been upward pressure on crime due to the fact that it's normalized under Trump's administration, due to the fact that he's violating the law and things that he's doing are not recognized as crimes, right, under his administration, although they are crimes.
In our country, with more legals, do you think there's more or less crime? There's more. There's no.
Oh,
that's the
nominal
answer.
crime rate is a nominal crime level is higher, but the crime
Yeah,
rate
I'm not
is lower.
I'm not talking people to crime.
Yeah, let
Crime
me. Yeah, I
in
understand.
and of
Nominal level of
itself.
crime is higher. I don't dispute either. One thing that you're
Yeah,
not
but
taking
that's
into
what we have
account
to
there
look at.
is
That's
that
what
you
we have
could.
to look at when we
No,
look
it's
at-
not. That's not a good argument. You want me to explain why?
Sure.
Yeah, the reason is because you could say the same thing for tourism. You could say the same thing for like having children, and yet you don't want to ban those things.
But that's legal. Tourism is legal. These people are in our
It currently is,
country
but the same idea applies. Like, it's something that you could prevent. It increases nominal level of crime, and you could prevent it from happening.
But it's all illegal immigration is also preventable. Them
That's
being
what
in
no
our
no no.
country
That's what I thought you were bringing up. You were saying
in and of
because
itself is a
undocumented
crime.
immigration
Yeah.
is preventable, and because of the fact that there is a increase in the nominal level of crime, you're condemning it. Well, the same thing is also true about tourism and having children.
Do you support ICE?
No. I support abolishing ICE. I think that border enforcement should be upheld
That's
to the
ridiculous.
to the executive, or not to the executive, not to the executive. It should be upheld to the legislative and to the judicial. I think that allowing it to be under the executive grants the executive too much power and too much authority, and it indicates a lack of checks and balances. So I think that there needs to be more checks and balances. We had border enforcement prior to ICE being there, and I think that we can have border enforcement without ICE being there. I think just the way it's structured within our government sucks ass. It's horrible.
But there's a difference between ICE and border enforcement.
I
There's
understand.
people
Wait,
already
ICE
in our countries.
is a mechanism for border enforcement. Okay, but like it's being used as like a secret police force. It's really fucking weird. I hate the fact that it's executive. It sucks. It's dog shit. It allows for insane lunatics like Trump, if they get into positions of power, to misuse it and cause abuses of power and exploit it. Right? And I think the way to limit that is by leaving it to the legislative and to the judicial. And now that doesn't completely fix it, but it makes it better in terms of border enforcement.
But what would you say to all the families of the daughters and sons who've been murdered by illegal, undocumented immigrants, and say to their face, ICE needs to be abolished, these people should stay? Like, would you stand up and say that to their faces?
Here's what
these
you're not
people need to be-
understanding. I'm not saying people who have murdered those should stay in the country. I think people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should be deported. No one's disputing that. Okay? Me saying I
So
should
are we gonna let
abolish
them
ICE
flood our
doesn't mean I
country
believe
and
in no
wait?
border
Are we gonna
enforcement.
wait for them to do that?
What's
Like,
up?
are we just gonna sit here and wait for those people to do those until we kick them out? No, that makes no
No,
sense.
no. I think we should provide a quicker pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and it will make it easier for law enforcement to focus on those that have
Yes.
committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our communities. And even when you ask the
Yes,
question, are we going to wait for it to happen? That's how it already exists within the public. Did you not know that? Like
What do
we
you
can do
mean?
certain things to try to prevent these things from happening, but most of the
Yeah,
crime is
illegal,
responsive to the fact that it's already happened. And then the fact that these systems exist creates some sort of limitation of people engaging in those behaviors in the first place.
You made a good point. We need a faster legal process for these people to enter our country legally if they have a clear background check with no history of crimes. However, these people are already illegal, which means that they do have a chance, which is a crime in and of itself, by the way. So they're already criminals by illegally entering our country. So with them doing that, ICE has total reason to come and get them out.
No, they don't.
That's the truth.
Because our legal
They do
process,
because
it
they're
takes
illegal. We have a law. We have a law that you can't come into our country illegally, and they've done that. Therefore, they committed a crime, so they need to be removed. They can come through our country through a legal process with a clear background check, and once that happens, they're in. They're good, and if they make a crime, they should be sent back or put in jail. If not, if they're illegal already, they should be sent back. Instead of letting them all flood our country, which hopefully they're not anymore because of Trump's border patrol and ICE. The purpose of ICE is.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
People who commit crimes should be held accountable for committing crimes, correct?
Are you gonna? I've watched you. Are you gonna backtrack this to
This
the
isn't
Epstein files?
backtracking. This is, do you apply this in all circumstances?
Yes.
You do? Okay. So then why did you vote for Donald Trump, given that that ensured that he wasn't held accountable for the 34 felonies that he was convicted of?
Well, I don't think he was ever.
He was
I don't think
convicted.
he was ever found
Yes, he was.
guilty.
Yes, he was.
I don't think so.
Yes, he was. He was found guilty.
I've
He was
never
convicted
seen
prior
that.
to the election. Well, prior
I've
to
seen
the
that
election.
he got sued like millions of dollars.
Those are two separate
but I know
cases. He
that-
was convicted of 34 felonies, which is a criminal case. Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. The reason I voted for Donald Trump is because the person
But that ensured that he
sitting
wasn't held
across
accountable
from
for the
him-
crime that he committed. So if you, in all circumstances, want to ensure that criminals are held accountable for the crimes they commit, well, then you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. You also wouldn't support
I
Trump
get that.
violating the law and not releasing the Epstein files. You also wouldn't support Trump violating people's due process rights, specifically when they're trying to enter the country. Okay, it's always
Yeah.
specifically undocumented immigrants need to come into the country, right, through the legal pathway. If they come into the country undocumented, they should be deported. If you violate the law, you should be held accountable for violating the law. And then they never apply it to Donald Trump violating the law, Donald Trump's administration currently violating the law, and like the continual violations all the time. Like Trump can deport people
Okay,
without due
listen.
process and without the legal process, but an undocumented immigrant can't come to the country without the legal process? Like that makes no sense.
Listen, I get it, but yeah, hit your pen. I'll wait.
No, you don't have to
Go ahead.
wait. Go ahead. Make your point.
All right.
I
Just
wasn't
making
even
sure
doing
you're
that.
Focused. Okay. So.
I am now.
Yep. Go ahead. Anyway, you have to look at the circumstance that the average American citizen was put in. I get that. I don't think Trump's the best guy. He's obviously not. He doesn't have the cleanest background. That's true. But look at what we had to vote for. It's who's going to be in charge of the United States. Trump has already served as president, and half the country would say that he has done a better job than Joe Biden did. I think that's pretty clear cut. So you're voting for who's going to run the country. And when you look across the table and you see Kamala Harris, it's just not what's going to get the job done. And yeah, it sucks with Trump's character. I understand. I don't think he's the greatest person, but I think he's always kept his word. And I think that he's obviously the better fit for president. And
Okay.
everything
So
just
he's
showed
always
that
kept
up
his
to
word. So he reduced grocery prices. He built the wall, made Mexico pay
For the
for
most
it.
part, I mean,
He released the Epstein
he's gonna set
files.
goals. It's-
He ended the Russia-Ukraine war in
Dude, the
24
Epstein files are
hours.
released, dude. There's 3 million pages of Epstein files that are released. I mean, do
Not
you
all
really,
of
are you
them.
gonna read
They
through
were
them all?
supposed to release all of them by now.
Are you gonna read through them all? All 4 million pages, dude? Come on.
No,
I
the
mean,
law mandates that they release all of them. If you're so about following the law, then they should have already released all of them with all of the explanations
what's
of all
all
the
like? How do you
redactions.
know? How do
I
you
thought you
like?
were so about fully upholding the law and ensuring that criminals are held accountable for the laws that they violate. But yet you're totally okay with the Trump administration violating the law, not releasing all of the Epstein files in the manner in which the law explicitly says that they should.
I'm just curious. What's the law
No,
that
seriously,
says?
what is your justification for supporting the Trump administration actively violating the law when it explicitly tells them you should have released all of the Epstein files with redactions and the explanations of all the redactions?
Hold on 1 second.
And that it should have already been all released at this point. Tell me why you're okay with the Trump administration being corrupt, not releasing the files. Tell me.
Dude, 3 million pages of these fucking reports have been released. What hasn't been released?
Here's the paper cranes. You said 3 million reports. Okay, you saying what hasn't been
Pages
released?
of reports.
Most of it hasn't been released. And the administration themselves
How do
admits
you know?
this.
Like, how do you know that?
They
I'm
admit it
genuinely
themselves.
curious. Where?
In their own press releasings.
who?
This is vastly reported on. I can show you. Most of the Epstein files have not been released.
What law? Like, what's the? I'm actually genuinely curious. What is the law that says that everything has to be
Epstein
like,
Files
what's-
Transparency Act, set up by Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. Like they spearheaded it and they advocated
I
for
know
it.
about that. I just think that you're going back to your question, like if everyone should be held accountable for their law. I
Yeah.
still do agree with
Then
that.
Trump should be held
Trump
accountable for violating the law,
Listen.
and you should not be okay with him, his administration, being criminal and not releasing all of the Epstein files in which the law explicitly tells them they should.
I think that Trump is just a better candidate than
How?
he is.
You can't even tell me anything Kamala Harris didn't do or what you wanted her to do. Name one policy she advocated for that you disagree with.
She's brain dead, dude. Like
Name
straight
one
up.
policy.
We can't run a country.
He doesn't know. Name a single policy. I'm waiting. Hello.
I don't have to get into all of it, dude.
You don't want to get into all of it? Are you serious? What do you mean you don't want to get into all of it? That's rough, dude. You don't want to you can't name a single policy that you disagree with her on? You don't even want to get into it? And yet you're going to say that Donald Trump, even though all of these things are horrible about him, even though he's blatantly violating the law, even though you literally said that was the worst thing in the world for undocumented immigrants to do is for them to violate the law. Criminals in all circumstances need to be held accountable, but then the Trump administration does that. You still support that. And you can't mention a single policy that Kamala Harris supports that you disagree with. What are you doing? Are you not embarrassed?
Like, not really. I could care less.
You're
Why
not
don't you tell me,
embarrassed.
like, what
You should
Kamala
be
Harris
embarrassed to be
policies-
this stupid, genuinely. Like, are you kidding me? Not a single policy can you mention, yet you think the guy that is
what,
violating the law and not
she
releasing all the Epstein
never-
files, protecting PDFs is a better candidate?
Or was she was like, what policies? Like, she was never in office. She never like this thing.
Yeah, I asked her, you asked what policies? Well, how about the universal health care plan that she was advocating for, the public option? What about the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out? How about all of those? Those are all tax policies and economic policies that she was advocating for to benefit the American people as a whole. All of those are policies. You couldn't mention a single one that you disagreed with. Now swipe back up into the app, and fix your Trump mobile. You there?
Trump mobile.
Yeah, you're Trump mobile. You clearly didn't know a single policy that Kamala Harris supported that you disagree with, and yet you think that she's so bad.
Wasn't she like? Didn't she like let out a bunch of like?
Oh wait, hold up, pause.
back
Pause.
into the-
Pause. I'm gonna stop you, and the only reason I'm stopping you is because you can't say any specific drug name. Okay, I'll have to kick you. It's TikTok TOS. So just say like M drug, C drug, F drug, whatever you need to. Just don't say the specific word. Okay. I'm just unmuting you just so that you don't have to get kicked.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead.
Didn't she let out? Well, yeah, her drug policies.
Wait, hold on 1 second, actually. By the way, chat, I know they released new files. They just haven't released most of them still. So although we got more files today, which is actually what my live
How many
stream
can
title
they
is on YouTube, it still does not mean that they've released all of the files in the manner in which the law explicitly says they should. Go ahead. You were answering the question?
Do you support Mom Dami?
Yes. What is this pivot?
Jesus.
What's wrong with Mom Dami? He's cool.
No, I don't like him.
You know, he follows me on Instagram.
That's awesome, dude. You really
That is,
made him, like,
that's actually really sick. Like, that's actually like I'm actually so happy about that. I think that's so cool. Genuinely, dude, he's literally a celebrity, bro. Have you seen his socials, dude? He's literally a celebrity, bro. Like, let's just be real. That is so cool.
He's like literally like he's spreading his. I love how he's like spreading his whole religion into the city and like it's really taking over. I love that. It's awesome.
Okay. You said wait. I have a question. How do you feel about him advocating for kids to be learning Arabic numerals in schools? Like, are you okay with them teaching Arabic numerals to children in schools? I think it's a great policy.
Everyone should learn Arabic numerals. It's pretty standard.
Okay, I'm surprised you knew that. Did you already hear this argument before? Did you watch my videos on it?
Common sense, Arabic numerals, just normal numbers.
Okay, because a bunch of MAGA got really mad at that when someone posted that. That was Brian Krasenstein. He posted that, and just like a bunch of right-wing people on Twitter got so mad.
It's a good
when it's
trap.
literally just numbers.
I know it is.
Okay.
It's a good trap, Josh.
Yeah. So what do you dislike about Zoran?
I don't like some of what he does. I don't like how he pushes his religion.
He
I don't
pushes
like how
his
he
religion.
lies.
How is he pushing his religion?
Have you seen the city?
Yeah, I actually went recently.
Groups of whatever. I don't want to be like and I don't like how he gives free bus fares. I don't like that.
Well, I don't know if they've got that yet, but what's wrong with that? He's advocating for that because it's a tax decrease, or it's essentially like a tax decrease because it's essentially a tax imposed because it's a fee imposed by the government on primarily the lowest income New Yorkers. So it's actually like supposed to help out in like New Yorkers.
Yeah, but like that's not how the world works. You know
What do you mean? It does work like that. Like, for example, like in plenty of other places, like Iowa City has had a free bus.
It doesn't work. Well, that's a big difference from New York City.
Okay, but like, why do you think that wouldn't work?
The average person doesn't want to go on the bus if it's like this sounds wrong, but if it's free, it's gonna be loaded with people that don't really. It's gonna be dirty.
That does not mean it's gonna be dirty. The bus?
It is. Yeah, like the people on the bus.
Okay, so the people. Okay, so then you understand that you can still have regulations on public decency within the context of our communities and also provide help for people in circumstances in which
And
they need,
then
because that's the realistically the
there's
situation.
free
People need help.
grocery plans.
You understand that you can provide that within the context of these public systems, and we already have systems like that. Plus, countries around the world have systems like this, and it works. Why do you think that we have this problem in the U.S.?
Where
Mainly
does it
because of the
work?
fact that we have systems that disenfranchise people where they don't have access to
When
public
has
spaces or places that
socialism
they
ever
can
worked?
literally have shelter. You understand that we need
Has
that means
socialism?
that we need to expand access to shelter in our communities, right? For people specifically that don't prior have shelter, rather than saying that people don't deserve free
Yeah.
transportation.
Getting rid of private property and business.
Do you want to
Just
ensure
so
that everyone has shelter?
like that's not how the world. Like I'm sorry, but that's not
You
how
don't think
I
it's how
would
the world?
love.
So by the way, you want to
There's ways to
provide
do
a
that.
bed and meals for rapists and murderers in
There's
prison,
ways
but
to
not
do
for
that
people
without
living on the
getting.
streets?
There's ways to do that without
Wait, no,
getting rid
to
of.
clarify, you want to provide, right, meals and a bed to sleep on and shelter from rapists and murderers in prison, but not for people living on the streets.
Oh,
Is that serious? You want to subject people to better treatment in prison who have committed the most
rapists in
atrocious and
prison?
heinous crimes that you could possibly imagine, comparative to just people who are living on the street, the crime of not being able to pay for things? Genuinely, think about it for a
Wait, where do
second.
rapists and
We
murderers
we
come from?
provide more for in prison. Rapists and murderers, they get meals, they have shelter, and they literally get all of those conditions. If we provide it for them, why can't we possibly provide it for people in general in need? I think that would make way more sense. It makes so much less sense to provide it for the rapists and murderers and the worst people in prison than it makes sense to specifically, right, like literally provide it for people who are in need in terms of like the general
I
population.
agree. Well, obviously I agree with that, but then where would you
There's
put
someone in
the
the comment
rapists
section
and
saying
murderers?
Parker would starve prisoners, as if the Trump administration isn't starving poor people in this country and children in this country because of the big beautiful bill cutting children to the tune of 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Like, I'm not advocating for people to be fed across the board. I would make sure everyone's
No.
fed. How about that? How about everyone's fed? Is that a crazy radical take? Is Parker some insane communist liberal for saying that specifically people, right, should have food and shelter? Like, is that a crazy take? Healthcare, food, shelter, basic amenities, human fucking decency.
Mamdami's damn near socialist though. Like,
Okay. He is a democratic socialist, but we mostly agree because he's advocating for liberal reforms within a capitalist system. So I think it doesn't make sense for him to call himself a democratic socialist because of the fact that they're just advocating for social democratic policies, but it does have an effect in general, and it's been popular, and he's proven it.
but it's never worked.
It is
anywhere.
right now. It's literally right now. It's working in terms of being put in place. If you're saying his ideological perspective has never worked, well, there are countries in Europe and around the world that have similar types of frameworks to what he's advocating for, and these different types of models for policies he's advocating for have existed in other states, in other counties, in other cities. So it's not specifically new. Are there some? And also, by the way, when it comes to local politics, is it okay to try things that haven't been tried before? Yeah. That's like the thing about local politics. You want to try things to see what's going to work. Now, in terms of a national perspective, I would say we do need evidence to substantiate what's going to be most effective before we implement it on a national perspective. But when it comes to local politics, I think that like you have more leeway to like try things that you haven't tried before.
Yeah, but
And I think there's a sort of use value in that as well. Does that make sense?
Wait, what did you say?
And there's a sort of use value in trying things that you haven't tried before in local politics.
Yes, but it's
so,
been
like-
tried before and it doesn't work. Like socialism doesn't work. It's
Well,
not
I'm
how
not.
the world works.
Wait, no. So what he's advocating for has. And now, do I disagree with socialism? Yeah, but by the way, like the disagreements with it aren't that massive. Like when it comes to certain types of ideological frameworks, you could have a certain type of cooperative standpoint where you're not going to lose out that much efficiency on the overall economy. Would you lose out on efficiency if you had a mandated cooperative system? Sure, right? But like you wouldn't lose out on so much efficiency where you wouldn't be able to operate an economy. So I do think it's a little bit dishonest to reframe it that way. Although I do think that you would lose out on a lot and arguably too much, especially because you don't have evidence enough to establish it on a national perspective. I think that, like, again, just someone specifically having this ideological framework is not reason to say that, like, you wouldn't support him in categorization with other candidates. I think, like, objectively speaking, if you look at the candidacy in terms of New York for the mayorship, like, I would have voted for Mamdani for sure. Doesn't mean I agree with him on every single policy, but it does mean that, like, one, he's a fucking likable person. Two, how many candidates do we really get out there that are anti-Zionist? That's a great thing. Three, right, like, it's a change in a showing of a new politics, and it's cool for this country, right, ideologically speaking, and to have younger people involved and invested in politics like this. I think that's a great thing. Alongside the fact that I don't have to 100% agree with people to support them as a politician, right? Like, do you have to 100% agree with people? I think that my disagreements with Mamdani are, like, things that aren't even applicable to modern politics in most senses. Like, some policies I disagree with, but most disagreements aren't applicable to modern politics, and I agree on most things. So why wouldn't I say that he's a preferable candidate to people I vastly disagree with in the Democratic Party to a greater extent?
What do you think about what he said about his aunt, his poor aunt?
I haven't heard about this.
You haven't heard about that?
No.
And I want to mention my aunt who couldn't wear her hijab on the subway. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's horrible, right?
The lie. That wasn't true.
That wasn't true. What do you mean it wasn't true? That, like, they ever felt like they couldn't wear a hijab on the subway? Like, you understand that definitely is something for Muslims living in New York, like, especially after 9/11. That was definitely something that they had to consider in many instances. So I don't know why you would say that.
Muslims. Yeah, the Muslims after
Yeah. After
9/11.
yes, after 9/11, Islamophobia also increased. Like the attacks targeted towards Muslims. Attacks targeted towards Muslims increased. Comments, racist comments, especially targeted towards Muslims, increased. So it put Muslims in New York at a greater risk.
Is Freddie drunk?
Does it make sense? Like, does that make sense?
Like, not really. Like,
it definitely does. Like, I don't know why you can't understand that. Like, genuinely, it's like you're not thinking. Like, dude, think for 1 second. Does it make sense that Muslims are going to be targeted more after 9/11?
More after committing a mass murder. Yeah.
Wait. Why are you associating that with all Muslims? The same way you wouldn't associate, right, like what Jeffrey Dahmer did with all Christians, even though before he died he turned to Christ.
I mean, it's obviously it's associated with Muslims.
Oh, okay. So are you going to associate that with Christians, or are you going to associate the Crusades with Christians? How about you start with that?
This was way more recent.
Recent. So you understand that there are plenty of atrocities committed by Christians we can point to, even recently. I don't understand why you'd point to these as... I don't understand what your point is. That's not... You don't generalize Muslims because of that. That's a fucked up thing to do.
How can we feel so bad for Muslims? I don't
Why?
get it.
Because I think that you shouldn't treat any person that way.
Muslims, we should...
I don't think you should treat any person that way. By the way, I'm an atheist. I disagree with Christianity. I disagree with Islam. But you shouldn't treat a person that way.
Well,
this is about how you treat people.
Islam and Christianity.
What's that?
By the book, Islam tries to push their religion. They fight.
Christianity, by the book, tries to push their religion.
Everyone else dies.
Do you know what evangelicals are?
No, what's that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so you don't know enough about Christianity in the first place to even say that it doesn't fucking try to push it on other people. It clearly does. I mean, we can point to countless examples, historically speaking, here in the United States. Christianity is constantly trying to push it on other people. Hell, Trump's trying to push it on other people, right? Literally, the Trump Bible, hello? Hello? Trump Bible? Do you not know that, like, they were trying to bring back like the Bible in schools. The Heritage Foundation, they've been advocating.
Say that again, sorry.
The Trump administration is definitely trying to push Christianity to a greater extent onto people, okay? The Republican Party definitely tries to push Christianity on us to a greater extent. That's a fact. I don't think you can dispute that.
It's because America's religion is supposed to be Christianity.
No, it's supposed to be secular.
It's
Freedom of religion,
main
secular,
proportion.
separation of church and state.
Its main proportion is meant to be Christianity and Catholicism.
Well, I disagree with that, especially because I'm not Christian. Why would I want to base it on Christianity? What reason do I have to do that? Is it just because you feel like it?
The majority of the country is Christian.
So? That doesn't mean it needs to be in the context of the law.
I don't know, dude.
Did you really just say a majority of the country is Christian, therefore it needs to be a Christian theocracy? Like what?
I just think that
That just sounds ridiculous.
we shouldn't let a bunch of Muslims overtake the country.
That's not happening anywhere. What are you talking about? Like, what percent of this
Going
country is
to-
Muslim?
Islam literally says, fight and die till we win. Don't stop fighting till we win. And our religion
What percent of the country is
is
Muslim?
all, I think like 4.
3%. Okay? So you think 3% of the country is
Wow.
taking over the whole country?
It's been the biggest rise.
3% of the country.
Been the biggest rise in the last
3% of the country is taking over the whole country? Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously, genuinely, think about that for a second. Are you trolling? They do not have the level of political influence to be able to
not about
control
the
the whole
amount of-
country themselves. What are you talking
It's not
about,
about-
dude?
It's not about the amount of people. It's about what they do.
Are you trolling? Or why are your friends laughing at me dunking on you?
You sound like a faggot.
Okay, you guys are fucking stupid as fuck. So low IQ. They're literally laughing at their friend getting destroyed, and then they literally use slurs, bro. So low IQ. Unbelievable. We're gonna get the last person up here for today, probably. Let me see. Is my girlfriend even on the way back yet? I think she's going to be soon. Alrighty. Last person for today, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get out to more people. Should get to 4,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, he's leading the fight against globalism, which has failed our country. He's sealing the border, which is very important. And the immigration policy, excuse me, immigration policy is doing what it's supposed to do. And, wow, I mean, Trump cards, good idea. Department of Education, decades of billions of dollars of expenditure with no increase in the quality of education or test scores. So pretty much wasted money. And he's sparking just a general revival in belief that government can lead, that there can be leadership out of this mess that we've gotten our country into over the last, really, it's been 100 years. It's been 100 years of abandoning the protectionist system that we had, and globalism has exploded in the last 20 or 30, and it's been an absolute disaster for our country. something like 70,000 factories lost, 5 million jobs lost in the manufacturing sector. And so, you know, and he's doing a lot to, despite all of the rhetoric that I'm hearing from the left, he's really doing a lot on the world stage for foreign policy as well. So, so far, he's been his second term. His first term, he was inexperienced, and he didn't accomplish very much. But yeah, that's why I support Trump.
Okay. A few things to say here. I would say that in terms of the first point that you made, I could ask you to define globalism, and we can go over that. But there's a few other points I wanted to address before you do that. But I would reference that Donald Trump's under his administration, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump's got in office in each quarter of his administration and under his first term as well, after seeing a massive boom under the Biden-Harris administration. So I think the Biden-Harris administration's approach at this in terms of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, CHIPS and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act was a better approach at addressing increasing of manufacturing in this country comparative to what Donald Trump was doing and what he has been doing in terms of tariffs, which have caused an increase in the cost of manufacturing in this country, which have disincentivized manufacturing in the country. Alongside the test scores going up isn't actually evidence the Department of Education hasn't been effective, because the Department of Education could have other sorts of impacts in terms of expanding access to education, and not increasing test scores wouldn't be evidence of the fact that it didn't increase access to education. So things that we can do within the context of an education system through the Department of Education that can actually increase test scores that would be better to actually do through their overall system. I think just leaving it up to whatever, it doesn't actually do anything to address the conditions that exist. And then I also don't think that Donald Trump's providing very good leadership. I think that he's actually undermining our leadership around the world by literally showing division amongst us and our allies, which is causing us to look weaker on a world stage and showing less leadership. But yeah, could you define globalism?
Yeah, globalism is the opposite of the American system of trade, which is what we built our country on between 1860 and 1913, where we saw, I don't know, roughly 1,000% increase in manufacturing and production. With that being said, that's a system of tariffs and protectionist policies, as opposed to free trade. Free trade is kind of like what the Southern plantation owners wanted back in the days of slavery, so that they could export their cotton and become very wealthy. But they didn't care about building a nation, and a nation requires manufacturing. So part of the reason manufacturing is important, and you know, you made some claims that manufacturing increased under Biden and now it's down under Trump. Well, I would say this: I haven't researched the data under Biden, but what Trump is doing is bringing trillions of dollars of deals that are going to be coming on board in the next year or two. Construction is going to be up hugely because, I mean, and you have multiple corporations coming out saying this. I mean, it's not just Trump that's saying, oh, this is all happening. The list of companies from Hyundai to Apple to Facebook to NVIDIA, it's a huge deal what's going on. So I think that the fact that you just kind of glossed over that somehow and is mind-boggling to me. I mean, if you've been watching and following everything that's coming out of the tech world and the administration regarding this, we're in for a big boom. So globalism is a system of free trade where people can just, you know, have low-wage workers and export everything and get rich. And what it's done in recent times, you know, that's back in the slave days. Now, it targets the lowest cost provider around while you have, you know, the Chinese have a clear advantage.
He's lagging.
Sanitary conditions in the workplace. A lot of places don't have air conditioning. And, you know, hey, they may be getting better in that, but, you know, you'll have these sweatshops basically, and you have child labor. And even if you didn't have all of those things, they just have an unfair advantage in that. And that's fine. In a perfect world, Parker, there's no problem with having the Chinese make all of your stuff, right? The problem comes when you have no manufacturing capabilities left and they try to up prices. You have no supply chains. You can't just build it all overnight, and you end up screwed. It's kind of like the American population now. If you look at us, we don't have access to grow our own food, so we depend on growers, right? But at least they're here in the United States, so we have some legislative control over them. And so, you know, if there was a famine, we can at least try to vote our way out of a famine. But you're not going to vote your way out of China owning the world's manufacturing and supply chains. And so Trump's rebuilding that. And that's hugely important to you and me and every other American. It's a really big deal, Parker.
So then it would make sense to place tariffs on our allies. If the issue is countries that are going to be against us, specifically having control over that, then those seem to not make any sense. Also, like we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years under the Biden or under the Trump administration. We've seen again manufacturing investment decline since Trump got in office. So all these claims of increased investment isn't actually showing out in terms of the data, economically speaking, in terms of investment. Also, I don't think globalism is just a system of free trade to export to get rich. I think that globalism is more. It can involve free trade, but like it's more about like just global cooperation, and there should be some bodies for global cooperation and working together.
I think you're thinking. I don't think your thinking is correct in that. And
okay,
I can explain
that's typically how at least it is referred to. But like, can I address the broader of the claims? Again, the owning of the supply chains, what you're not acknowledging there from our standpoint is that we're willing to acknowledge that within certain aspects of the economy, but it's not applicable across all aspects of the economy. So universalized tariffs make no sense. Plus, we've seen an increase in the domestic manufacturing investment under the Biden administration, but we did not see that under the Trump administration. We saw a decline.
Okay, so you've made several points. Now, number one, going back to your point about unemployment, what was it? The jobs created or not created, jobs lost under Trump. You have to remember that these policies, as I stated before, have resulted in people coming to the table looking to make investments in the next year or two. So obviously we're not going to see, at first you're going to see an uptick in construction, then the manufacturing starts. So it doesn't just happen overnight. You made some other points. Let me see.
You say it doesn't happen overnight, but we would at least see investment increasing that would then carry over in terms of job development, because the investment then leads to infrastructure existing, which can increase the level of productive capacity and increase the need for laborers. So like, we don't see that because we don't see an increase in investment.
Where do you see? Well, we're going to see an increase in investment.
When?
So, we can.
Is there going to be like a specified time where like 3 quarters into his first year, and with the data in terms of real domestic manufacturing investment, we haven't seen an increase. In terms of business investment, we've seen a decline through 4 quarters of Trump's administration.
Well, why is GDP up?
Well, we don't see that carried over towards real median wage growth. So that indicates that the most of the growth in terms of GDP is for the highest levels of income. So although high income individuals are doing great right now, that is not said for lower and middle income individuals, especially because, again, in terms of median wages, real median wage growth was higher at the last year of the Biden administration compared to the first year of the Trump administration. Unemployment's higher,
so you're talking
right?
About
Job growth is worse.
Stock market gains. Like,
What's up?
Are you talking about stock? So you're saying that
I'm not just referencing stock market gains. I'm just referencing the growth in GDP seems to be tied towards the highest levels of income. And I've heard this from many economists. There's actually one you can specifically follow here on TikTok. I'm pretty sure her name is just look up Econ with Sarah. She's a PhD in econ. And she's made specific videos about how specifically in terms of the GDP numbers that they're a little bit misleading because of the fact that it's really demonstrating higher levels of growth for the highest levels of income, and that's not carried over through all the levels of income throughout the context of our our economy. So although like GDP being higher is a good economic indicator, it's not necessarily indicative of like a good distribution of that within our economy.
Okay, well, that's why we want manufacturing jobs here, which is why we're doing tariffs so that we
Oh
can
my
bring
God,
them back. But
I just went over this.
anyway,
Manufacturing increased in terms of investment under the Biden-Harris administration, and under the Trump administration, we've seen decline.
oh, Parker, you're being impatient, so I don't know what else to tell you on that.
I'm being impatient. No, we would have seen an investment increase prior to seeing the job development. So if we aren't seeing the investment, it's likely that we're not going to see it going into the next few years. But if it goes throughout the entire administration, you still don't see that investment increase, are you just going to concede? Or when are you going to concede? Like, at what point will you realize that you're wrong?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I?
Okay.
Well, why would I be wrong when we have multiple companies committing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in new factories in our country?
Claiming
There's
that
no
doesn't
reason
mean
to
across
believe.
the entire market it's going to increase.
Okay.
You're misleading. This is misleading because again, one specific company could increase in market share, but the overall industry could decrease at the same time. So that's not evidence of an overall market trend in terms of a
Tech and
certain
AI
industry.
is not
That's only evidence of a
decreasing.
certain
Tech
company
and
engaging in the increase in investment.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are great what ifs that you're having, but tech and AI is the biggest growing industry there is, and we have hundreds of billions of dollars coming in tech and AI and robotics, plus a combination of deregulation alongside that. So, you're looking at a boom, Parker, and you can be doubtful.
You're
And
not.
it's a good thing we're
I
talking
don't know
about
why
it,
you're
'cause
saying that.
this will be a little punctuation.
That's ridiculous to say that we're looking at a boom. Like based on all the indicators
Yeah,
I just
well,
told you,
we're
most
looking
indicators are bad. Like the only good indicator you could say is
in the
GDP,
future,
and that's mostly
Parker, in
going
the
to the like
future,
to very
Parker,
rich
in
individuals.
the
Like genuinely,
future.
what other indicator is good right now?
You're looking at, okay, so when did Trump start the tariffs and the negotiations, and when did he announce that these companies were going to be investing hundreds of billions of dollars? It was like, I don't know, 5 months ago.
So
And you're
when are they
wanting to
going to
see it
invest?
reflected
We're
in the
waiting.
numbers. You're being impatient, Parker.
Okay, it's just me being
They're
impatient.
starting, and in
So
2026 you'll start to see it.
okay, so I don't know why we wouldn't see it right away. Like think about it this way: if you see that a tariff has been implemented, and then
Why
you have
would
an
you
increase
see it
to
right
invest
away,
in a certain
Parker?
area, you would see an increase of people investing right away if it were specifically more profitable to do so. These market trends would at least trend towards that way. Okay, that hasn't happened. Want to know why? Because the cost of manufacturing in this country has increased due to the fact that he's imposed tariffs universally speaking.
Okay, so Parker, we can keep going around in circles on this, but you're looking for something that's not going to be happening until next year, and you'll start to see it in hopefully we'll start to see construction tick up by the second or third quarter in a big way. But here's the thing, Parker. What do you suppose we should do to make sure that the United States leads in AI and robotics? Because you have to admit something. If you think that we're going to pay off $38 trillion in debt without a huge increase in productivity, then you're sadly mistaken, because this country has a huge spending problem, and that's not going away. That's not going away. Why? Because people can't agree that Mamdani shouldn't be paying for everybody's buses, for example. People can't agree in this country that Medicaid is one of the biggest fraud centers and that we should just totally revamp it, okay? Because guess what? Healthcare.
So do you want a public healthcare system? How about so you think healthcare is a right? So we should have a universal public healthcare system.
No. You said that. You said that earlier in this very program with the guest that you were speaking to earlier. You think
it's a
that
good thing.
food and healthcare is a right. And now here's the thing. Yeah, I think that that's a great theory. It's a great theory. It's a great utopia. But here's the problem.
It's not a utopia.
When
It's
you
something
send
we
money
can
to the
provide in the richest
government-
country in the history of the world.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you that it's possible to do that. But here's the thing, Parker. You have, on average, every dollar you send to the government, you get 50 cents back because of fraud, waste, and abuse.
Okay, so you're saying
That's
fraud is 50% of government spending. What's your source?
Milton Friedman,
Milton Friedman is not a source for
famed
saying that a
economist.
certain Milton Friedman is not a source for saying a certain amount of fraud has happened, or in terms of a fraud rate. That's an empirical question,
Well, why
not a
not?
theoretical
Who's
one.
your
So let's
economist for
let's clarify.
data points?
Let's
Good.
clarify. What'd you just say? You should call me Beta.
I said, who's your economist of choice? Yeah, who's going to give you data that you'll believe?
Well, no, we're not. That's actually theory, not specifically data. So the question that you're asking there, it's not about what economists or theory that you believe in. It's specifically about an empirical question of the level of fraud, specifically within social programs and government spending. You're saying you agree with Milton Friedman's economic principles, right? And I understand what those are, which, by the way, would get you to disagree with the tariffs. I actually learned literally from Milton Friedman about how tariffs are bad. I'm not trolling. Like, they literally had me watch videos of Milton Friedman in my econ classes about how tariffs were bad. I'm not trolling. Okay, so I don't know why you would cite Milton Friedman, who historically is not only against tariffs but is pro undocumented immigration. Literally prefers that they're undocumented. Did you know that? You should look up what he's spoken about. He literally prefers them to be undocumented. What's up?
You broke up on me, but was Einstein right all of the time? So you can be confused by that, but
well, I'm just saying, like, those are huge disagreements that you have. Like, the tariffs are the fundamental basis of your entire ideological framework. He disagrees with those, right?
So,
and then
maybe
literally undocumented immigration being against that is like another fundamental tenet of your particular worldview. Donald Trump literally, Milton Friedman's literally in support of undocumented immigration.
We haven't spoken about my view of why I disagree with immigration, the undocumented immigration that's going on. That is. So don't assume my worldview, but we can talk about that if you want.
I'm pretty sure you brought up something about it before in this conversation. That's why I said something about it.
Yeah, but you tried to label it as part of my worldview, and
yeah, like Trump is literally like
it's part of.
Wait, hold up, pause. Trump is literally like one of the main things he ran on was like immigration.
Okay, so why do you think that I would be opposed to illegal immigration?
I mean, that's one of the main things that Trump ran on. That's one of the points, but I mean, I think you brought it up in the conversation. Because you were against free trade earlier. You actually laughed at free trade. Wait, ironically, he laughed at free trade there, at free trade earlier, and then just cited Milton Friedman. Have you read Free to Choose? Okay, your own economist disagrees with you, and actually, under your view, agrees with globalism. So, by the way, he cited a globalist economist that advocates for free trade and is antithetical to his entire economic ideology that he brought up when he first joined the stream. In terms of tariffs and being against free trade.
You asked me for a source. Listen. Hey, stop trying to make an ad hominem attack to try to.
These aren't ad homs.
Because you feel like I might be actually making. Yeah, it is.
How?
It is. Parker.
What is an ad hom?
You want to talk about the government? Can we get off of me? Yes, you're focusing on me.
Wait, what's an ad hom?
So if you want to do that,
can you tell me what an ad hom is?
You're trying to ridicule. You're trying to argue at the man, at me, not my ideas. My idea was that government spending is in and of itself inefficient.
Dude, I didn't insult you and say you're wrong because of the insult. That's not what I said. Okay? I literally gave you reasons why I considered what you were saying wrong, and you considered it an ad hom.
Forget about it. Can we just talk? Can we just talk about the data then?
Yeah, and you said that you got
Can we
the
just
data
talk
from
about
Milton
the
Friedman,
policies?
but I referenced data and you didn't want to accept that.
No, you want to say here's the basic fundamental flaw in your argument, okay? You want to say that, for example, as of one thing that you've mentioned, and I'm sure we could take others, but let's just stick with healthcare while we're on it, okay? You think that people have a right to healthcare and food and transportation.
Radical, right?
Is that correct?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay, fine. I'm with you. So, when you look at Medicaid, what percentage in the state of Maine, what percentage of Medicaid expenditures are actually going to providing people with services?
What percent of Medicaid services are going to people? Okay, I don't know. I'd have to look at the specific empirics. I don't know what percent. Because you said earlier,
Okay,
you said
well, when you're
50%, and your
finished
source
looking it
was.
up,
Wait, by the way, you claim. I still want your source for the 50% claim because you claimed Milton Friedman earlier, which is not a source for 50% fraud rate. So will you be willing to admit that you just made that up?
Okay, fine. I'm giving you another source. I didn't make it up. He said it himself, and
No,
I
he
think I
didn't.
have it posted on my profile somewhere a few months ago.
Wait, so you said he just
that
said
roughly
50%? That's
for
not a
every
that's not a source. That's just a claim.
Milton, listen. Okay, you can. I can send it to you later where he says something about that Milton Friedman. That is, but let's talk about Maine. There's a reporter, an investigative reporter,
Can I just let
independent,
you know, according
named
to the
Stephen
HHS,
Robinson.
wait, just to clarify, according to HHS, Medicaid fraud is like 5%.
Yeah, according to the people who. Okay, so let me say what I was saying before, and we'll get back to the HHS data because you keep throwing stuff out there. I can't do it all at once. I'm sorry. So back to Stephen Robinson in the state of Maine, independent investigative journalist, has uncovered billions of dollars in fraud in Maine, Medicaid fraud, for something called home health care. Okay, and he is estimating that at least 50% of Medicaid expenditures in the state of Maine, where he lives, are fraudulent. And,
Okay, so he's just
not
making
to
a claim. Here's
attack
my
the
issue with what you're
Somalis.
saying. You can't just base it upon claims. You need sources for the percentages of the level of fraud you're referencing. Otherwise, these are just vacuous claims.
Okay. Well,
Plus, like if there's a specific type of
I'm not
social
trying to make a
program
vacuous
that has
claim.
wait, by the way, if there's a certain social program that has an issue with fraud, I'd totally be willing to address that. We don't want fraud to happen. But saying that it's just sort of like a representation of every single social program is simply not the case. And also, by the way, if we had a universal healthcare
Well,
program where we had a public
I think
option, how would there be fraud? Like for U.S. citizens,
just
how would
like
they be
there's fraud
engaging in
now.
fraud?
No, it's not. It's not the citizen going to get the. Usually, fraud occurs with fake billing, where there's not actually a patient there, and the doctors will just bill the government. Okay, that's one way you get it. Another way you get it is where
Okay, well then you can just hold them
fake
accountable.
businesses that don't even have to be doctors. Yeah. Okay. Well, and that's the point. That's exactly the point. It's been
What?
decades of this, and nobody is held accountable. There
Yes,
aren't
they
enough
are. What are you talking? I'm
attorneys
actually
to
looking at it
hold
right now.
everybody accountable.
There's been 1,000 convictions, right, in 2024.
Yeah, 1,000 convictions, and do you know how many fraudsters? See, the scale of the fraud that's going
This is
on
just for Medicaid fraud,
is well beyond what they're finding. Which
and there
is
was
okay. This
$1.4
gets
billion
back to the
recovered.
HHS. Yeah, 1.4 billion out of hundreds of billions being stolen every year.
You say hundreds of
Every
billions.
year,
What's your
Parker.
source?
My source is in the state of Minnesota already. We have billions, okay? And so you're pulling up a figure, 1.5 billion, but in just the state of Minnesota, there have been numbers out there between
That's just for Medicaid,
2
by
and
the way.
like 18 billion, depending on who you're talking about. And then
Yeah, by the
in
way.
the state of Maine, we have billions. Okay. In the state of California, it's supposed to be even more. I mean,
Okay. I'm not disputing that there's fraud, but like you're trying to claim
Parker,
it's some high percentage. What's your claim? What's your source? You don't have any. You're making claims. You're just gonna keep making more claims and then justify them by making more claims. An infinite set of claims is equal to justification under your view.
Okay, you want more info and detail? I'll give you a little bit more detail here. In the state of Maine, Stephen Robinson did a Freedom of Information request for documents to show that what these home health care people were billing for and get information. And what he found out is that the government has a website where they do these things called non-competitive bidding, where you don't have to compete with others for government contracts. And they had a website where they would put these things and make them public for 7 days. And after 7 days, they would delete them, which is kind of strange. Why would you delete them from the public record after 7 days? So then all of this money that's getting sent out without any competition.
So watch this.
Wait a minute.
Keep the data records and also have a process to verify and ensure that there is patience. Right, we have utilizations. By the way, we have utilizations. We can use phones for verification. We can specifically have people to verify this, to monitor. There's so many different things we can add on top of this if you want to reduce the level of fraud. You're not talking about any meaningful solutions to address fraud. You're just claiming that this fraud is indicative of the fact that we shouldn't do the spending in the first place. That's what you're trying to utilize. But this fraud makes up a small percentage of the overall level of spending. If you look at the overall government of spending, there's no good source that indicates that like a majority of government spending is fraud. That's ridiculous to claim.
Well, see, that's the narrative that they've been telling us for decades. I'll give you the proof right here. How is it possible?
If it was, I would love to be able to say that. I would love to be able to say that we could just get like fucking multiple trillions of dollars out of thin air.
Don't interrupt me, Parker.
Sorry, I apologize, but that's ridiculous.
Parker, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
You can cry about it, honestly.
Okay, well, let me finish my sentence. Healthcare spending in this country has outpaced inflation and wage growth for decades, Parker. The only way that happens is if you have fraud, because our health has actually decreased over the same time frame as well. So, all of the evidence points to the fact that these figures, and just common sense would tell you that, of course, if they're not investigating the fraud, if they don't know about it, if it's just now being uncovered, then it's not going to show up in the figure. So you're citing a figure that's based on what's known. It's just like they want to say that there's only 15 million illegal immigrants in the United States. That's a ridiculous claim. That's what they know of. The number's likely closer to 50 million.
So he just makes things up. So you have no evidence to indicate that. You're just going to be like, oh, I feel like it's near 50 million.
No. How many million people?
What's your source that it's 50 million?
For the last 30 years.
What's your source? What's your source that it's 50 million?
It's my brain.
Your brain, his brain. You know what, chat. I figured it out. Here's his source. His brain. Trust me, please trust me, bro. He just made it up. It's in his brain. His brain's the source. He doesn't rely on empirics. He just relies on his brain. Trust me, please. This is the greatest thing ever. Brain equals evidence. My brain said it, therefore it's true. My brain says you're fucking wrong, buddy. He just left alive, by the way. Honestly, that he doesn't deserve to be treated seriously. That's fucking embarrassing. Are you serious? My brain is your source? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? You want me to take that seriously? There's 50 million undocumented immigrants in the country. I know they actually say there's 14 million, but I actually feel like there's 50 million. What's your source? My brain. I thought it. Okay, so I could just come up with any number. I felt like there's actually 69 undocumented immigrants in the country. Actually, no, I say 420 undocumented immigrants in the country. Boom. You know what I mean? Like, I could just come up with numbers. There's not even 1,000. There's 420. Okay, what's your source? My brain. My brain is my source, okay? My brain. Okay? Hop on the level. Hop on the level. Ridiculous. That was fucking absurd. Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. I have some people to thank, and then I'm going to get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Diana, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Kate, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Seriously, though. Laura, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Benjamin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly. Ondine, thank you so much for the $5 and for the $10. They said Ondine. Ondine, thank you so much, Ondine. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube as well, and then we're just gonna call it for tonight. If you have any last messages, you can ask me real quick, everyone. We're about to get off here for tonight, though. Yeah, we had 3,200 likes, everyone. That's amazing. Thank you, everyone, for liking the stream on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. For everyone who's on the TikTok stream, everyone, I'd really appreciate if you follow the stream if you haven't already. And also make sure to go over to my YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. Parker, get a job on YouTube. It's a great place to go follow me. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. I do need to catch up with everyone. Let me make sure I've caught up real quick on the donations side of things on YouTube. Thank you for the little crown, by the way, as well. Mason, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Fun fact, that way more interesting than the caller. If you count the number of chirps in 15 seconds, then you add 40, you can gauge the weather of caller's location in Fahrenheit. That's actually crazy. Be a good human. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey guys, just lost my best friend. He's been refusing to talk politics with me tonight. I told him we have to talk about it. He said no and accused me of being too crazy these last 2 months and to discuss it ever. I'm sad. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's very tough to deal with. It's very tough to deal with. I hope that they can come to a point where they can have that conversation. And I'm really sorry that they couldn't do that right now. As well as Mason, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mason. Taylor, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mason as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Streets of Bakersfield, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think so. I don't remember from childhood if crickets chirp in this. I don't think they do. Mason, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as Mason, thank you for the $5. It's been a while since I've been in the winter time in Iowa, but as well as Mason, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Gremlin, thank you for the $5 as well. The Real Caveman, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ray J, thank you so much for the $5. Mason with the $5. Thank you. G-Disc, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. W Travel, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Cole, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Cheryl, thank you for the $5 as well. Nathan, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Retro, thank you for the $2. Streets, thank you so much again for the $10. Thank you. And I think I am fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate everyone coming through. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. I think I'll be on later in the day. But yeah, I love y'all. Good night, everyone. Go check out my YouTube videos. I'd really appreciate it. I posted some recently. You should check it out. I actually posted a reaction video where I reacted to some video some conservative made about me that got like 500,000 views on Instagram. I recommend go check that out. It's on my YouTube channel. Check it out. It's like less than 20 minutes, so you could watch it right after this. I'd appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone. Love y'all.